The air shimmered with light that danced in colors no human eye could truly comprehend. High above the mortal lands, the sky stretched endlessly, not as an empty expanse, but as a living, breathing place of unparalleled beauty. It was a world alive with purpose, where every breeze carried a song and every beam of light seemed to whisper an ancient truth. The great tree of life stood at its heart, its roots stretching infinitely downward, while its branches reached far beyond sight, brushing the edges of eternity. Its leaves glowed with a silvery hue, pulsating softly as if each carried a heartbeat of its own. Here, existence was not bound by time. Seasons didn't turn, for it was always perfect, neither too warm nor too cold, always balanced, like the harmony that resonated through every being that called it home. Among the inhabitants were the sky people, luminous figures of grace and strength. Their eyes reflected the stars, and their movements were like flowing rivers, effortless and serene. They didn't walk but glided, their feet barely touching the crystalline ground. Each one carried a purpose, a role in sustaining this sacred haven. Among them was one who shone brighter, though not because of her appearance, but because of the way she carried herself. She was known simply as Sky Woman. Her presence calmed storms before they began. Her voice, when raised in song, could coax flowers to bloom from the air itself. Sky Woman was not a ruler but a guide, and her wisdom was sought by all. Her connection to the tree of life was unlike any other. While others admired the tree from afar, she often sat beneath its mighty branches, her fingertips brushing the roots as though sharing a conversation only they could understand. It was said that when she sang to the tree, its leaves would shimmer in harmony, releasing a light so pure that it brought tears to those who witnessed it. But not all was serene forever. There were whispers, soft and fleeting, carried by the winds. Some said the balance was fragile. The roots of the tree of life, though strong, had begun to stretch too far, searching for something unknown. The sky people, though content, had moments of hesitation, as if sensing a change they could not name. One evening, as the light dimmed into a soft, eternal twilight, Sky Woman stood at the edge of the great tree's shadow. Her gaze was distant, her usually calm expression tinged with something new, uncertainty. "Something stirs," she said softly. Her closest companion, a gentle being named Asura, approached. "You feel it too," he said, his voice barely a whisper. Sky Woman nodded. "The tree, it reaches farther each day. It searches." "But for what?" Asura looked at the tree, its leaves trembling as if caught in a silent storm. "Perhaps it knows something we do not." A sudden gust of wind interrupted their thoughts. It wasn't the soft, melodious breeze they knew, but a forceful, erratic surge. The sky people turned their faces upward, their luminous features dimming in surprise. The light around the tree began to flicker, its usual steady glow replaced by a pulsing rhythm. Sky Woman's heart clenched as she placed a hand on the bark. She could feel its pain, its longing. A deep vibration rolled through the air, shaking the ground beneath them. The sky people gathered, their faces filled with worry. For the first time, they felt something unfamiliar, fear. "What is happening?" one of them asked, their voice trembling. Sky Woman closed her eyes, focusing on the tree's energy. It spoke to her in sensations rather than words. She felt its strength, but also its desperation, as if it carried a burden too great to bear. Suddenly, a crack echoed, a sound so sharp it silenced the murmurs. The tree's trunk, once flawless, now bore a small fracture. A single beam of light shot from the crack, piercing through the sky and beyond. Sky Woman's breath caught. "It's opening a door," she said, her voice barely audible. "To where?" Asura asked, his usually calm demeanor replaced with worry. She didn't answer, because she didn't know. But in her heart, she felt the weight of an irreversible moment. The harmony they had always known trembled on the edge of something vast and unknown. The wind howled, carrying with it fragments of voices, soft, pleading, and distant. They didn't belong to the sky people, but they weren't entirely foreign. Sky Woman stepped closer to the crack, her hands trembling as she reached out. The tree of life pulsed again, and this time, a small, golden seed fell from one of its branches, landing in Sky Woman's hands. It was warm, and its glow seemed to steady her racing thoughts. "This," she whispered, clutching the seed tightly, "this is what it has been waiting for." Before anyone could respond, the ground beneath the tree began to shift. It wasn't breaking apart but changing, as though reshaping itself to allow something greater to unfold. The sky people watched in awe and dread, their luminous eyes reflecting the light of the transformation. Some whispered prayers, others stood silent, their hands clasped tightly. And in the midst of it all, Sky Woman stood tall, the golden seed glowing brighter in her grasp. She didn't understand what was to come, but she knew one thing: the harmony they had known was no longer enough. The tree of life had spoken, and its message was clear: change was inevitable. It stood at the center of everything, its roots sinking into the very bones of existence and its branches stretching so high they seemed to brush the edges of eternity. The great tree of life was not just a tree, it was alive in ways no words could ever capture. It pulsed with light, its bark glistening as though spun from threads of silver and gold. Leaves, vast and endless, shimmered in hues that shifted with every breeze, their veins glowing softly, as if carrying the breath of creation itself. Its presence demanded silence, not out of fear but reverence. To stand before it was to feel time slow, to feel the weight of something ancient pressing against your chest, urging you to listen, to feel. It was said that its roots carried the voices of all that had ever lived and all that was yet to be born. When the wind passed through its branches, it didn't whisper, it sang. Low, mournful notes that made the skin prickle and the heart ache without knowing why. The sky people often gathered at its base, drawn to it as if by instinct. Some knelt in quiet prayer. Others pressed their palms to its bark, eyes closed, searching for answers in the vibrations that hummed beneath their touch. And then there were those who stood at a distance, afraid, not of the tree, but of what it seemed to know. Sky Woman often lingered there long after the others had gone, her fingers tracing the knots in its bark as though reading a story only she could understand. The tree responded to her touch, the light in its leaves flaring briefly before softening, as if recognizing her. She had always felt its presence, even as a child, but now, as she stood beneath its vast shadow, she sensed something new, something restless. It started as a faint tremor beneath her feet, like the heartbeat of the earth had quickened. The leaves above rustled, not in their usual gentle song, but in sharp, sudden bursts. Sky Woman's breath caught. She pressed her hand flat against the bark, and the tree's pulse met her palm, a deep, steady rhythm that now skipped, stumbled. "Speak to me," she whispered, her voice barely audible. A warm breeze swirled around her, carrying the scent of flowers that had never bloomed and rains that had never fallen. She closed her eyes, letting the sensations wash over her. Then she felt it, a tug, faint but certain, like a thread pulling her toward something unseen. Sky Woman opened her eyes and stepped closer. The bark beneath her fingers began to glow, faint lines of light spreading outward like veins. She didn't pull away. Instead, she leaned in, her forehead resting against the tree. And then it happened. A sound, not loud, but sharp, like the crack of ice breaking underfoot, split the air. Sky Woman stumbled back, her heart pounding. The tree shuddered, its roots rippling outward, and from its branches, a single leaf detached. It floated downward, glowing brighter as it fell. She reached out instinctively and caught it in her hands. It was warm, and as she held it, a feeling surged through her, a deep ache, like longing and hope intertwined. The sky people began to gather, drawn by the tremors and the light. Their voices rose in whispers, fear creeping into their words. Sky Woman turned to face them, the leaf still cradled in her palms. "It's changing," someone said. "No," Sky Woman replied, her voice steady but low. "It's waking." The murmurs grew louder, but Sky Woman's focus remained on the leaf. Its glow pulsed in time with her heartbeat. She knew, though she didn't know how, that this was no ordinary leaf. It was a seed, one that carried the essence of the tree itself. A crack split the air again, and this time, the tree groaned, its branches swaying as though caught in a storm no one else could see. Leaves began to fall, not many but enough to send waves of panic through the crowd. Is it dying? A voice cried out. No, Sky Woman said again, though the certainty in her voice was beginning to waver. She turned back to the tree, pressing the seed to her chest as if to shield it. Asura stepped forward, his eyes wide with fear. Sky Woman, what does it mean? She shook her head. I don't know. But the tree has given this to us. She held out the seed, and its light flared, bathing their faces in gold. It's asking us to trust it. But trust was not so easily given. Some fell to their knees, bowing their heads in prayer. Others backed away, their fear too great to face what was happening. The ground continued to tremble, and the wind carried sounds that no one could explain, voices, cries, whispers that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Sky Woman turned back to the tree, her fingers tightening around the seed. The light in the leaves began to fade, one by one, until only the branches remained, stretching upward like arms reaching for something just beyond their grasp. The silence that followed was heavier than any sound. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Sky Woman stood alone before the tree, her shadow stretching long across the ground. She didn't move, didn't speak, as the weight of what had just happened pressed down on her. The tree was not dying. She knew that much. But it was changing, and whatever came next, whatever the seed in her hands was meant to bring, would shape everything that followed. The air shimmered, soft and golden, as though the light itself carried a heartbeat. High above, the clouds didn't drift aimlessly, they moved with purpose, gliding in patterns so perfect it felt as if unseen hands were guiding them. The rivers of light that ran through the sky sparkled, their currents humming in harmony, a song only the heavens could hear. Flowers, unlike any seen on earth, bloomed in endless fields, their petals glowing faintly as if touched by starlight. Birds with feathers of fire and mist soared overhead, their wings cutting through the air without a sound, leaving trails of brilliance in their wake. This was no ordinary place. It was alive with breathing, pulsing, singing. Every leaf, every drop of water, every blade of grass seemed to hum with the same melody, a rhythm so gentle yet so powerful that it could stir the deepest parts of the soul. The sky people lived within this beauty, their homes nestled among clouds that floated like islands, each one glowing softly as if woven from strands of light. Children laughed as they danced through fields of silver grass, their laughter ringing out like bells. Elders sat beneath the great flowering vines, their voices blending with the wind, carrying songs of old that never faded. There were no walls, no barriers, only open spaces and endless skies. But it wasn't the beauty that made this world what it was. It was the stillness, the peace that wrapped itself around everything, like the warmth of the sun after a long, cold night. It was a peace that didn't need to be spoken or explained. It simply existed, woven into the fabric of life itself. And yet, beneath it all, there was something else. Something so faint it could almost be ignored. A ripple, a tremor, like the briefest shadow passing over the sun. Most didn't notice it, too caught up in the beauty, too comforted by the harmony. But Sky Woman felt it. She stood on the edge of the cloud bridge, looking out over the endless horizon. The light brushed her face, warm and soft, but she didn't smile. Her heart stirred, uneasy, as though the air itself had whispered to her. She closed her eyes, listening, not with her ears, but with something deeper, something older. The world still sang, but there was a discord, a single note that didn't belong. Faint, almost hidden, but there. Sky Woman's hands trembled at her sides. She knew what harmony felt like, and this wasn't it. Behind her, voices called out, light and carefree, and for a moment, she let herself believe she was wrong. She turned, watching the sky people as they moved through their day. A child ran past, her feet barely brushing the ground as she chased a butterfly with wings that glowed like embers. Two elders laughed softly, their heads bowed together, lost in conversation. Everything seemed right. And yet, the sky felt heavier. Sky Woman stepped back from the bridge, her feet moving without thought, leading her toward the great tree of life. Its branches stretched wide, its leaves swaying gently, glowing with the same soft light as always. But as she reached out to touch its bark, she felt it again, that pulse, faint but wrong. Her breath caught. She pressed her hand flat against the trunk, hoping, pleading, but the pulse didn't fade. It grew stronger. A shadow passed over her, and she turned to see Asura approaching. His brow furrowed, his steps hesitant. "Did you feel it?" he asked quietly. Sky Woman nodded. "It's changing." He didn't ask what she meant. He already knew. The harmony that had held the sky world together for as long as anyone could remember was shifting, like a river slowly bending in a new direction. And yet, the sky people continued to laugh and sing, their hearts untouched by the undercurrent of unease. Sky Woman envied them, but she couldn't share in their joy. Not when the light in the leaves seemed dimmer. Not when the air tasted sharper. Asura stepped closer, his voice barely above a whisper. "What do we do?" Sky Woman didn't answer. Her fingers traced the grooves in the bark, searching for something, anything, to ease the storm building in her chest. The tree had always answered before. But this time, it remained silent. And then, as if in answer to her thoughts, the wind shifted. It wasn't harsh or sudden. It was slow, deliberate, carrying with it a scent that didn't belong, earth, damp and rich, as though the sky had brushed against soil for the first time. Sky Woman's heart pounded. Asura smelled it too. She could see it in his eyes, the same fear, the same unspoken question. Before she could speak, the sky darkened, just for a moment, like a great wing had passed overhead. Gasps rose from the sky people as they turned their faces upward. The light returned quickly, but the moment lingered, hanging heavy in the air. Sky Woman looked back at the great tree, its branches trembling slightly, and her hand closed into a fist. Harmony wasn't broken, not yet. But it was fragile, and the threads that held it together were beginning to fray. And as the wind carried whispers no one else seemed to hear, Sky Woman knew the peace they cherished was no longer something they could take for granted. Sky Woman stood at the edge of the great tree, her fingers brushing its glowing bark, her breath shallow as though the air itself had thickened around her. The whispers of the wind spoke her name, not with words, but with a presence that wrapped itself around her soul. It was the same voice she had heard since her first breath, a voice that reminded her of who she was, even when doubt crept into her heart. The sky people called her the daughter of light, the one born from the heart of the heavens. They said her spirit was woven from threads of starlight and moonbeams, that her blood carried the glow of the stars themselves. Her birth had been unlike any other. While most were cradled in the arms of their mothers, Sky Woman's arrival had been heralded by a great flash of light that split the sky. The elders spoke of that night with reverence. The heavens had trembled, they said, and the great tree's blossoms had burst into flames that did not burn. Rain had fallen, but the drops had shimmered like diamonds, leaving trails of light as they touched the earth. And there, beneath the tree's glowing branches, Sky Woman had been found, wrapped in cloth that shimmered like the morning dew, her eyes reflecting the endless sky. Even as a child, there had been something different about her. The birds followed her wherever she walked, their songs weaving around her like invisible threads. Flowers bloomed where her feet touched the ground, their petals bending toward her as though reaching for the light. The wind carried her laughter far and wide, and the rivers of light shifted when she stood near them, flowing faster, brighter, as though answering her presence. But it wasn't her beauty or her gifts that made the sky people bow their heads when she passed. It was her spirit, the way her gaze seemed to see beyond what was visible, as if her eyes could pierce through the sky and touch the edges of eternity. She had been chosen, they whispered. Marked by the heavens themselves. The great tree had called her forth, weaving her soul from the same roots that bound the sky world together. And because of this, her voice carried weight, her presence commanded respect. Yet, despite their awe, the sky people also feared her. They feared the weight of her purpose. The elders often gathered around her, their faces creased with both wonder and worry. They told her stories of the first days, of the sky world's creation and the harmony that had shaped it. But their voices always lowered when they spoke of the balance that held everything together, how fragile it could be, how quickly it could be broken. Sky Woman listened, but their words left shadows in her heart. She didn't feel like a savior. She didn't feel like the light they believed her to be. She felt small, fragile, like a single thread in a web too vast to understand. And yet, no matter how tightly fear gripped her, the voices in the wind never left her side. They whispered of strength she hadn't yet touched, of power she hadn't yet awakened. There were nights when she couldn't sleep, when she stood beneath the branches of the great tree and begged it for answers. But the tree never spoke. It only stood, its roots buried deep, its branches stretching endlessly above. Still, the whispers came. On the night of her naming, the stars had shifted. The elders gathered in silence, their eyes reflecting the light of the heavens as they waited for a sign. And then, as the wind stirred, carrying with it the scent of blossoms, Sky Woman's name was spoken, not by human lips, but by the very air itself. The name carried power. It echoed through the sky world, sending ripples through the rivers of light, bending the grasses, and stirring the leaves. And in that moment, the sky people knew they had not been wrong about her. She was born for something greater, something far beyond their understanding. But Sky Woman had felt the weight of it pressed down on her shoulders. She had smiled, though her heart trembled, and she had bowed her head as the elders placed the sacred feathers in her hair. She spent her days walking among the sky people, speaking softly to the children, comforting those who were troubled. They sought her out, trusting her with their burdens, and she carried them without complaint. Yet, at night, when the sky was quiet and the stars burned brightest, she returned to the tree and let her tears fall. She feared failing them. She feared the darkness she felt beneath the beauty of the sky, the shadows she couldn't explain, the unease that stirred in her soul. But there was no time for fear. The sky world was a place of peace, and she was its heartbeat. To let her fear show would mean breaking the harmony she had been born to protect. And so, she smiled. She walked with grace. She listened to the wind and pretended not to hear the trembling in its voice. But the great tree knew. Its branches shifted when she stood beneath it, its roots vibrating with the same unease that had begun to pulse within her. And as the leaves whispered their warnings, Sky Woman knew the peace she cherished would not last. The stars seemed to burn brighter that night, as though trying to hold back the shadows pressing in. Sky Woman raised her face to the light, her eyes filled with questions she couldn't ask. And though the wind answered with a gentle touch, it carried no words, only the weight of what was coming. The fruit hung there like a secret, glistening with colors that shifted in the light. It was unlike anything else on the great tree. Its skin shimmered as though it had captured the sunrise and the dusk in a single breath, and its scent carried whispers of sweetness that lingered in the air long after the wind had passed. It seemed alive, almost as if it watched those who dared to look at it for too long. Sky Woman stood beneath its branches, her heart pounding in her chest. She had seen the fruit before, but today it seemed different, closer somehow, as though it had bent toward her, inviting her to reach out. She told herself it was only her imagination, yet her fingers twitched at her sides. No one spoke of the fruit, not directly. The elders avoided its mention, and the sky people turned their eyes away when passing beneath the branch that held it. But Sky Woman had noticed the glances, the stolen looks, the quick steps, the unease that rippled through the air whenever someone got too close. She had asked about it once, her voice quiet, almost afraid to break the stillness. The elders had looked at one another, their faces unreadable, before one of them finally spoke. "It is not for us," he said. But that was all. No explanation. No warning. Only those 4 words, spoken with such weight that they felt like a door slamming shut. Yet the fruit remained. It hung there day after day, untouched but never forgotten. Sky Woman had tried to ignore it, to push the questions out of her mind, but they returned each time her eyes caught its glow. What was it? Why did it look so different? Why did it feel as though it called to her? The questions followed her even in her dreams. She would see the fruit swaying gently, its light pulsing like a heartbeat, and wake with her pulse racing. Tonight, the air felt heavier, the silence louder. Sky Woman's feet moved without thought, carrying her toward the tree. The moonlight wrapped around her, casting silver shadows that danced across the grass. Her breath quickened as she reached the base of the trunk, her gaze locking on the fruit that seemed to glow brighter in the night. She stretched her hand toward it but stopped just short of touching its skin. The air shifted. The leaves above her trembled. The wind brushed her cheek, cold and sharp. She stepped back, her heart pounding. But then came the voice, not from the wind this time, but from within her. Soft, steady, and so familiar it made her knees weak. What harm could come from knowing? The words wrapped around her like a thread, pulling tighter with every passing second. She clenched her fists, but the voice wouldn't stop. It is only fruit. It is only knowledge. Sky Woman turned away, but her feet refused to move. She looked back at the fruit, and something in her chest shifted. Curiosity. It burned hotter than fear, sharper than doubt. Her whole life, she had lived surrounded by answers, by light, by harmony, by truths so clear they felt woven into her very being. But the fruit was different. It was a question, and questions demanded answers. The wind stirred again, but this time it felt warmer, gentler, as if it no longer tried to warn her, but instead pushed her forward. She stepped closer. Her hand trembled as she reached out, her fingers brushing against the fruit's smooth surface. The pulse she felt beneath her touch wasn't hers. It was alive. The air around her thickened. The leaves above stopped moving, and the light seemed to bend toward her, holding its breath. Sky Woman gripped the fruit. A sound echoed through the silence, a low hum, deep and vibrating. The trunk of the tree groaned, and the ground beneath her feet trembled. She pulled her hand back, but it was too late. The fruit broke free. It fell into her hands, heavier than she expected, warm against her skin. She stared at it, her breath shallow. For the first time, the great tree felt smaller, its branches less endless. The light that once felt comforting now seemed sharp, and the air pressed down on her shoulders. She wanted to put the fruit back, but the branch it had hung from was now bare, and she knew there was no turning back. The hum grew louder. It wasn't just the tree, it was the sky world itself. The light rippled, the rivers slowed, and the stars seemed to dim. Sky Woman's chest tightened. She clutched the fruit closer, as if holding it could stop the world from changing. But something had shifted. She could feel it in the ground beneath her feet, in the air that seemed to hum with a voice she couldn't understand. The great tree's roots trembled, and the branches above shivered, sending a rain of petals falling around her like tears. The scent of blossoms filled the air, but it was too sweet now, too heavy. Sky Woman looked at the fruit, her reflection staring back at her from its surface. The voice inside her was silent now, but its echo lingered. Her heartbeat quickened as shadows stretched across the ground, their edges sharper, darker than before. She didn't know what she had done, but she knew the harmony she had always trusted was breaking. And somewhere in the distance, the wind began to howl. Sky Woman's footsteps felt heavier than they ever had before. The air in the sky world, once light and endless, pressed down on her shoulders like unseen hands. She stood beneath the great tree, clutching the fruit that had fallen into her hands. It was no longer warm but cold, cold like stone, cold like something that didn't belong. Her chest tightened as the world around her seemed to hold its breath. The branches overhead shivered, and the ground trembled beneath her bare feet. Leaves scattered, twisting as though fleeing from something unseen. The hum that had begun the moment she touched the fruit had not stopped. It had only grown louder, more insistent, vibrating in her bones and echoing in her ears. She looked up. The stars that had always watched over her now seemed distant, their light dimmer. The river of light that flowed through the sky world flickered, and shadows stretched where no shadows had ever dared to linger before. Her heart raced. She knew something was wrong. She stepped back, but the ground shifted. A crack split the earth beneath her, sudden and sharp. She stumbled, her breath catching in her throat. The roots of the great tree groaned, curling inward like fingers grasping at the earth. Sky Woman gasped. The ground quivered again. She fell to her knees, the fruit tumbling from her hands. It rolled across the grass, stopping at the edge of the crack. The hum grew louder. The wind howled. A voice called her name. It wasn't a voice of anger, but one of sorrow, echoing like a memory, like a warning she had refused to hear. Tears burned in her eyes as she turned toward the voice, but no one stood there. Only the great tree loomed, its branches trembling as though it, too, felt what was coming. The crack widened. Her breath hitched. She scrambled to her feet, but the ground gave way. The earth beneath her split apart, and the world she had always known seemed to shatter. She reached for the great tree, but the roots twisted away from her touch. She slipped. Her feet slid over the edge, and her hands clawed at the dirt. She screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the roar of the wind. Her fingers caught a root, just barely, but it was slick with moisture, trembling beneath her grip. She hung there, her body dangling over the abyss. The sky world stretched out above her, bright and beautiful, but it was slipping farther away with each second. Her arms burned, her fingers ached, but she held on. The wind howled again, pulling at her hair, her dress, her breath. And then the root snapped. For a moment, there was no sound, no light, no air. Only falling. Her heart pounded against her ribs, her breath torn from her lungs as the sky world vanished above her. Sky Woman turned away, but her feet refused to move. She looked back at the fruit, and something in her chest shifted. Curiosity. It burned hotter than fear, sharper than doubt. Her whole life, she had lived surrounded by answers, by light, by harmony, by truths so clear they felt woven into her very being. But the fruit was different. It was a question, and questions demanded answers. The wind stirred again, but this time it felt warmer, gentler, as if it no longer tried to warn her, but instead pushed her forward. She stepped closer. Her hand trembled as she reached out, her fingers brushing against the fruit's smooth surface. The pulse she felt beneath her touch wasn't hers. It was alive. The air around her thickened. The leaves above stopped moving, and the light seemed to bend toward her, holding its breath. Sky Woman gripped the fruit. A sound echoed through the silence, a low hum, deep and vibrating. The trunk of the tree groaned, and the ground beneath her feet trembled. She pulled her hand back, but it was too late. The fruit broke free. It fell into her hands, heavier than she expected, warm against her skin. She stared at it, her breath shallow. For the first time, the great tree felt smaller, its branches less endless. The light that once felt comforting now seemed sharp, and the air pressed down on her shoulders. She wanted to put the fruit back, but the branch it had hung from was now bare, and she knew there was no turning back. The hum grew louder. It wasn't just the tree, it was the sky world itself. The light rippled, the rivers slowed, and the stars seemed to dim. Sky Woman's chest tightened. She clutched the fruit closer, as if holding it could stop the world from changing. But something had shifted. She could feel it in the ground beneath her feet, and the air that seemed to hum with a voice she couldn't understand. The great tree's roots trembled, and the branches above shivered, sending a rain of petals falling around her like tears. The scent of blossoms filled the air, but it was too sweet now, too heavy. Sky Woman looked at the fruit, her reflection staring back at her from its surface. The voice inside her was silent now, but its echo lingered. Her heartbeat quickened as shadows stretched across the ground, their edges sharper, darker than before. She didn't know what she had done, but she knew the harmony she had always trusted was breaking. And somewhere in the distance, the wind began to howl. Sky Woman's footsteps felt heavier than they ever had before. The air in the sky world, once light and endless, pressed down on her shoulders like unseen hands. She stood beneath the great tree, clutching the fruit that had fallen into her hands. It was no longer warm but cold, cold like stone, cold like something that didn't belong. Her chest tightened as the world around her seemed to hold its breath. The branches overhead shivered, and the ground trembled beneath her bare feet. Leaves scattered, twisting as though fleeing from something unseen. The hum that had begun the moment she touched the fruit had not stopped. It had only grown louder, more insistent, vibrating in her bones and echoing in her ears. She looked up. The stars that had always watched over her now seemed distant, their light dimmer. The river of light that flowed through the sky world flickered, and shadows stretched where no shadows had ever dared to linger before. Her heart raced. She knew something was wrong. She stepped back, but the ground shifted. A crack split the earth beneath her, sudden and sharp. She stumbled, her breath catching in her throat. The roots of the great tree groaned, curling inward like fingers grasping at the earth. Sky Woman gasped. The ground quivered again. She fell to her knees, the fruit tumbling from her hands. It rolled across the grass, stopping at the edge of the crack. The hum grew louder. The wind howled. A voice called her name. It wasn't a voice of anger, but one of sorrow, echoing like a memory, like a warning she had refused to hear. Tears burned in her eyes as she turned toward the voice, but no one stood there. Only the great tree loomed, its branches trembling as though it, too, felt what was coming. The crack widened. Her breath hitched. She scrambled to her feet, but the ground gave way. The earth beneath her split apart, and the world she had always known seemed to shatter. She reached for the great tree, but the roots twisted away from her touch. She slipped. Her feet slid over the edge, and her hands clawed at the dirt. She screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the roar of the wind. Her fingers caught a root, just barely, but it was slick with moisture, trembling beneath her grip. She hung there, her body dangling over the abyss. The sky world stretched out above her, bright and beautiful, but it was slipping farther away with each second. Her arms burned, her fingers ached, but she held on. The wind howled again, pulling at her hair, her dress, her breath. And then the root snapped. For a moment, there was no sound, no light, no air. Only falling. Her heart pounded against her ribs, her breath torn from her lungs as the sky world vanished above her. The wind roared in her ears. Her hair whipped around her face, and her tears vanished into the darkness below. She couldn't see, couldn't hear, couldn't think. Her body twisted, weightless, tumbling through the emptiness. She opened her mouth to scream, but no sound came. And then she saw it. Far below, a glimmer of light. It flickered like a candle, small and fragile, yet growing closer. The darkness began to thin, breaking apart like mist. The light grew brighter, warmer. Her body crashed through clouds, and the world below unfolded before her eyes, a vast stretch of water, endless and shimmering beneath the sunlight. But there was no land, no solid ground to catch her. Only the endless expanse of water waiting to swallow her whole. Her heart pounded. She twisted her body, reaching out as though she could stop her fall. The wind tore at her, and the water rushed closer, faster. She clenched her eyes shut. But then, movement. Shapes broke the surface below. Birds, their wings outstretched, rose to meet her. Their cries pierced the air, sharp and urgent. They circled her, their feathers brushing against her skin as they slowed her fall. She gasped. The birds held her weight, their wings straining but steady. They carried her toward the water, but fear still gripped her chest. There was nowhere to go, no land in sight. She felt the vastness of the water beneath her and the emptiness of the sky above. But the birds did not let her go. They called out, their cries echoing across the waves, and below them, the water began to stir. From the depths rose a great turtle, its shell broad and steady. The birds lowered her gently onto its back, and she felt solid ground beneath her for the first time since the fall began. Her body trembled. Her hands pressed against the turtle's shell, and tears slipped down her cheeks. She looked up at the sky, at the place where the sky world had once been, now distant and unreachable. The hum was gone. The crack was gone. But the weight in her chest remained. She clutched her arms around herself, the wind still brushing against her skin as though it, too, mourned what had been lost. The turtle beneath her shifted, steady and patient, and the birds circled overhead. The water stretched endlessly in every direction, but she was no longer falling. She was here. Alive. And the world around her seemed to wait. The sky world was trembling. The ground where the great tree once stood had split wide open, and its roots hung like torn veins over the gaping wound in the earth. The air, which had always been calm and filled with song, now howled with sorrow. Leaves scattered in spirals, and petals that had once crowned the sacred branches fell like tears. A cry pierced the silence, a raw, broken sound that froze every being in place. Eyes turned toward the jagged edges of the opening, but she was gone. Sky Woman was gone. The divine beings stood motionless, their faces pale and stricken. Mothers clutched their children closer, and elders pressed trembling hands to their hearts. The council of guardians, robed in shimmering garments, staggered toward the shattered tree, their voices low and urgent. "She fell," whispered one. His voice cracked, and his knees buckled. "She fell through the earth." Another stumbled forward, reaching toward the empty space as if he could pull her back. "This cannot be. She was our light. She cannot be lost." But the broken ground said otherwise. It yawned beneath their feet, dark and bottomless. And the terrible hum that had started when the fruit fell into her hands, still vibrated in the air, refusing to die. A sharp voice rose above the whispers. "Who touched the great tree?" Heads turned, searching for someone to blame. The council's leader, his eyes burning with grief and fury, stepped forward. "Who dared to disturb its roots? Who let her near it?" No one answered. The divine beings looked to one another, but guilt shrouded them all. "It was her," someone finally said. The words dropped like stones, heavy and cold. "She touched the fruit." Murmurs swelled into shouts. Some cried out in anguish, while others pointed fingers, voices trembling with anger. "She disobeyed. She was tempted. She has doomed us all." A mother fell to her knees, clutching her face as tears streamed down. But she was kind, she wept. She was curious. She did not know. The council's leader raised his arms, demanding silence, but the cries did not stop. Voices tangled together, fear, sadness, rage. The air grew thick, pressing down on the gathering until even the light seemed dimmer. Then the great tree groaned. Its roots shifted, and the ground trembled again. Cracks spread outward, sharp and jagged, as though the earth itself mourned. A branch snapped and fell, shattering against the ground like thunder. The divine beings flinched. Their hearts pounded. Some turned to run, but others stood frozen, their eyes fixed on the broken tree. One of the elders stepped forward, his voice trembling. "The balance is broken," he said. "Her fall has opened a wound that cannot be mended." "No," another snapped, his face twisting in desperation. "We must bring her back. She cannot be left in the world below." But no one knew how. The air rippled, and the light above flickered. The winds that had once carried laughter and song now carried the sound of cries. Birds scattered from the branches, and flowers shriveled in the soil. The council turned toward the sky, their arms raised, calling to the stars for guidance. But the stars gave no answer. A child clung to her mother's leg, her wide eyes brimming with tears. Will she come back? The mother knelt and held her close, but she had no words to give. Far above the broken ground, a single feather drifted down, one of the birds that had followed Sky Woman. It fell slowly, twisting in the wind, and when it touched the earth, the hum finally stopped. The silence was heavier than the cries had been. The council stood in the shadow of the great tree, their heads bowed. "The sky world has changed," one said at last. "The light we trusted is gone, and the roots are broken." No one spoke after that. The divine beings lingered, their eyes fixed on the empty space where Sky Woman had vanished. Some whispered prayers, and others wept, but none dared to move closer to the edge. The opening seemed to pulse as if it were alive, as if it were still calling to them. In the distance, the wind carried echoes of Sky Woman's fall, a sound that refused to fade. The hole gaped wide in the sky, raw and trembling, as though it were a wound torn open by unseen hands. Its edges shimmered faintly, like threads of light trying desperately to stitch themselves back together, but failing with every pulse of energy that rippled outward. The air around it was heavy, pressing down like unseen hands, yet something about it pulled, an invisible force that seemed to whisper, calling out to anyone who dared to listen. Far below, a distant glow flickered through the opening, faint and blurred, as if the world beneath it was just waking from a dream. It was not the endless light of the sky world, pure and golden, but something dimmer, softer, shifting like water. It looked alive, but it also looked dangerous. No one dared to step too close. Even the bravest among the divine beings felt their legs weaken when they looked down through the opening. It wasn't just the sight of the world below that filled them with unease, it was the feeling that something had been broken. The sky world had always been whole, perfect, untouched by shadows or hunger, yet now there was a tear in its fabric. The elders whispered that the opening should not have existed. It was an accident, a crack that should have been impossible. But there it was, and no one could deny the way it seemed to breathe. The air around it felt alive, humming faintly, and every now and then, a faint echo rose up, a distant sound that could have been voices or cries carried on the wind. A bird circled the edge, its wings trembling as it dared to draw closer. The divine beings held their breath as they watched, waiting for it to turn back, but it didn't. It dipped lower and lower until it disappeared through the hole. For a moment, silence fell. Then came the cry, sharp, wild, and echoing back from the void. The sound jolted the watchers. Some turned away, clutching their robes as if to shield themselves from whatever unseen force lay on the other side. Others stared harder, their eyes burning with fear and curiosity. What lay below? What had the bird seen? One of the council members knelt beside the edge, his trembling hands hovering above it. He could feel the pull, the strange weight that seemed to press against his palms. It felt wrong, but it also felt alive, as if it carried the breath of something new. She fell through this, he said, his voice barely more than a whisper. She went into that world. The others stepped back, as though the words themselves could push them closer to the edge. It wasn't meant to open, someone muttered. It wasn't supposed to let her go. The council member stood, his eyes never leaving the glow far below. But it did. The opening was more than a wound. It was a door. A terrible, unspoken truth began to take root in their hearts, that the sky world, for all its beauty, might not have been sealed off as they had always believed. There were cracks in its perfection, and Sky Woman's fall had proved it. The edges of the opening pulsed faintly, and for a moment, it almost looked as if the light below was reaching back, searching for something or someone. A ripple passed through the crowd. Some began to murmur prayers, but others whispered darker things. What if Sky Woman had not fallen by accident? What if the tree had known? What if the roots had been reaching for her all along? A voice broke through the whispers. Close it. Heads turned toward the council. The elders stood in a tight circle, their faces pale. Seal the opening, one of them said, before more is lost. But another spoke, his voice sharp and cold. We cannot. It is alive. The word sent a chill through the crowd. Alive. The opening pulsed again, and a faint breeze stirred the air, carrying the scent of earth and water. It smelled nothing like the flowers and fruit of the sky world. It smelled raw, strange, untamed. A shadow passed near the edge, and for a moment, it almost seemed as if something moved far below, a shape, a flicker of motion just beyond sight. Gasps rippled through the gathering. Some stepped closer, drawn by the pull, while others fled, afraid of what they might see. The council argued in low voices, their words too hushed to hear. But it didn't matter. The opening was still there, pulsing, waiting. And then a voice rose above the noise. She may still be alive. The crowd stilled. Hearts pounded. The council fell silent, and the elder who had spoken stepped forward. He pointed toward the glow below. If the opening remains, then so does she. It was hope, but it was also fear. If the opening stayed, then so did the connection between their world and the one below. It was not just a crack in the sky. It was a passage. And no one knew what might come through it. The whispers began again, rising and falling like waves. Some wanted to close it, to seal it and forget. Others wanted to watch, to wait, to see what lay beyond. And a few, their voices trembling, began to speak of something else. What if the opening had not been a mistake? What if it had always been there, hidden until the roots of the tree reached down and pulled it wide? The wind stirred again, and the glow far below shifted, its light flickering like fire. The opening seemed to pulse faster, as if it had heard their voices and was waiting for an answer. But no answer came. The divine being stood on the edge, caught between fear and wonder, their eyes fixed on the hole that had changed everything. The seeds were small, barely more than a whisper of life, yet they carried the weight of worlds. Sky Woman had held them close as she descended through the tear in the sky. The moment she had fallen, the seeds had pressed into her hands, warm and alive, as though they had been waiting for her touch. She hadn't known what they were, only that they had felt like a promise, like something she was meant to protect. As she tumbled through the air, the seeds swirled around her like delicate, glowing orbs, sparkling in the light that filtered through the hole above. They moved with a rhythm of their own, a dance that seemed to echo the very heartbeat of the world she was about to enter. And with every beat, Sky Woman's heart pounded faster, fear mixing with wonder. What was she bringing with her? What was this sacred gift? The seeds weren't just seeds. They were something more. She could feel it in her bones. They were pieces of the sky, fragments of something vast and ancient, and they had chosen her. Sky Woman landed softly, her feet brushing the earth for the first time, and the seeds settled into her hands as if they had always belonged there. She looked at them, round, shining, and perfect. For a moment, the world around her seemed to pause. The trees swayed gently, and the wind carried the scent of the earth beneath her feet. The sky above was so blue, so full of possibilities. She could hear the faint rustle of leaves, the soft murmur of a stream nearby. But it was the seeds that commanded her attention. They hummed with a quiet, peaceful energy, and she could almost hear them whispering. Their voices were soft, like the wind, but they were clear, an ancient song that had been waiting for her. She closed her eyes, cradling them gently in her palm, and felt the warmth radiating from them. They were alive, and she was their protector now. Her heart ached with the weight of the responsibility, but at the same time, she felt honored. These seeds had been chosen for her, and in them, she carried the potential to heal, to grow, and to renew. They were the promise of life itself. But the world she had entered was not as peaceful as the one she had left behind. There were shadows here, hidden in the earth, in the air, in the very bones of the land. Sky Woman sensed them, lurking, waiting. She could feel the delicate balance of this world, so fragile, so easily tipped. And she knew that her seeds, these sacred gifts, were not just for her to protect. They were the key to something greater, something that could either heal or destroy. She wandered through the land, each step feeling heavier than the last. The seeds pulsed in her hands, their glow dimming as the shadows crept closer. It was then that she realized the full weight of what she carried. These seeds were not just for her. They were for all of creation. They were the heart of the earth, the lifeblood of the world she had fallen into. Without them, there could be no growth, no life, no future. The earth around her seemed to whisper, too, as if it were calling to the seeds. The land craved them. The soil yearned for the life they would bring. Sky Woman knew she could not keep them to herself, no matter how much she wanted to hold on to them. They were meant to be shared, to be planted. Only then could the world truly heal. She knelt beside the soft earth, placing the seeds gently into the soil, one by one. The moment they touched the ground, a spark of light exploded from them, and the earth seemed to sigh. Flowers bloomed instantly, vibrant and full of life, their petals reaching toward the sky as if to greet the sun. The air grew warmer, fresher, filled with the sweet scent of new life. But as the seeds spread their life across the land, Sky Woman felt a pang in her chest. The shadows grew darker, more intense. The beauty of the earth was fighting against something deep and unseen. There was a force that had been waiting for the seeds to take root. The balance that had once held the world together was shifting, and Sky Woman could feel the ground beneath her feet trembling. Her hands shook as she planted the last seed, her heart racing with the knowledge that what had been set in motion could not be undone. The seeds were no longer hers to control. They were part of something much larger than her, and their power was something she had yet to fully understand. The wind picked up again, swirling around her, as though urging her to leave. To run. But she didn't. She stood her ground, her hands pressed to the soil, the seeds still blowing softly beneath the earth. The shadows loomed closer, pressing against her, trying to choke out the light. Sky Woman could feel the struggle within her. She had come to give life, but now she was being faced with the darkness that would try to swallow it whole. As the seeds took root, she felt a sudden, fierce connection to the earth beneath her. The soil seemed to pulse with life, each beat like a heartbeat. She was part of it now. The earth was in her veins, and she could feel the seeds calling to her, guiding her through the storm. She wasn't just protecting them. They were protecting her, too. The wind howled, and the darkness pressed harder. But the earth stood firm. The seeds were in the soil now, and they would not be moved. They were not just a gift, they were a promise. They would grow, they would bloom, and they would bring life to a world that so desperately needed it. Sky Woman felt the power of the earth surge through her, as if the land itself was reaching up to her, drawing her deeper into its embrace. The shadows could not stop it. The darkness would never overcome the light. She had brought the seeds with her, but they had brought her something more. They had brought her a purpose. They had brought her the strength to fight, the will to stand firm against the storm. They had brought her life. As Sky Woman stood amidst the blossoming life she had brought into the world, something within her began to shift. The earth hummed beneath her, and the seeds she had planted pulsed with energy, their roots stretching into the depths of the soil. They had taken root and begun to bloom, but now, something else was growing, something inside of her. It was a feeling she had never known before, a deep, quiet pull at the core of her being, as if the land itself was calling to her. The sky above, once a familiar sight, seemed distant now. The blue, infinite expanse felt colder than before, like a memory fading. Below, the earth had its own voice, a voice that beckoned her toward something new. A transformation was quietly unfolding within her, and she could feel it with every breath. The woman who had descended from the sky, full of wonder and purpose, was no longer the same. The world she had entered, the earth that had welcomed her with open arms, was reshaping her very soul. She could feel the earth's pulse in her chest now, a rhythm that matched her heartbeat. The wind whispered around her, pulling her in different directions, urging her to move, to change, to adapt. Sky Woman's feet no longer felt like they were just touching the ground, they had become part of it, sinking into the soil, drawing from it as if the earth itself were feeding her. She could feel its strength, its power, its history, all coursing through her. The transformation began slowly at first, a change she couldn't quite explain. She looked down at her hands, once delicate, now strong, like the branches of the trees that had begun to spread their roots into the earth. The sensation was foreign, but it filled her with a sense of belonging, of purpose. She wasn't just an observer anymore. She was part of the Earth's story, a thread woven into its ancient tapestry. And with each passing moment, she could feel herself becoming something else, something deeper, more connected. The shadows that had once threatened to devour the world seemed less menacing now. They still lurked, just beyond the trees, stretching long and dark, but they no longer felt like a threat. They were a part of the world too, as much a part of the story as the light and the life. The earth was not just a place of beauty, it was a place of balance, of contrasts. Sky Woman had come to understand this truth. She was no longer just a visitor here, she was a guardian, a keeper of the balance. Her thoughts wandered to the seed she had planted, the gift she had carried from the sky. They had been more than mere seeds, they were the key to everything. The land, the life, the balance, it all depended on her now. She couldn't undo the path she had set in motion, but in her heart, she knew that this was her destiny. It had been written in the stars long before she had fallen from the sky. With each passing day, Sky Woman felt the transformation deepen. Her skin tingled with new sensations, her senses sharpened, and her understanding of the world grew. The earth beneath her feet wasn't just soil, it was alive. She could hear it, feel it, understand it. The trees whispered secrets to her, the flowers bloomed in response to her thoughts. The animals that roamed the land no longer saw her as a stranger, but as one of their own. She had become part of the very fabric of life, woven into its mysteries. The winds began to change, carrying with them the scent of distant lands, of places she had never seen, but felt deeply connected to. The stars above her no longer seemed so distant either. They had watched her fall, and now they watched her rise again, transformed into something more than she had ever been. Sky Woman was no longer just a woman. She was a force of nature, an embodiment of the earth's spirit, and the journey she had begun was only just unfolding. One day, as she stood at the edge of a cliff, gazing out over the horizon, she felt the pull once more. This time, it was stronger, more urgent. The earth beneath her seemed to shift, to beckon her forward. Her eyes closed, and in that moment, she understood. The transformation wasn't just about the earth, it was about her. She had become the earth, and the earth had become her. She was the keeper of its secrets, its protector, its voice. She was its child, its mother, its soul. And in return, the earth had given her everything: life, strength, purpose. She lifted her hands to the sky, not in fear or desperation, but in acceptance. The wind, the earth, the sky, they were all a part of her now, and she was a part of them. She felt the connection in every breath, every heartbeat. The transformation had been painful, but it had also been beautiful. She had shed her old self, like a snake sloughing off its skin, and in its place, something new had emerged, a being of the earth, born of the sky, destined to walk this land forever. The sky, once so familiar, no longer felt like home. It was distant, cold, unreachable. The earth, however, felt warm and alive beneath her feet. She had been born from the heavens, but she had been reborn in the soil. Sky Woman's journey was no longer just about the seed she had carried, it was about her own rebirth. She had found her place in the world, not as a visitor, but as a part of the earth's very soul. As she walked across the land, the wind whispered to her once more, but this time, the words were clear. The transformation had been completed. She had become the earth. She had become the story. And now, the world would follow her path. She was no longer the woman who had fallen from the sky. She was the earth's heartbeat, the wind's whisper, the seed's promise. And as she walked, the earth bloomed with her, each step a reminder that everything she had carried, everything she had become, was part of a much larger story. Sky Woman had found her new existence, and it was the world itself. There was no ground, no land, no light. Only the endless stretch of darkness, a void that hummed with something ancient and nameless. It was not silent, though it carried no sound. It pulsed, not like a heartbeat, but like the steady breath of something vast and eternal. It stretched endlessly in all directions, swallowing light and form, leaving nothing but an overwhelming sense of weightlessness. It was a place where time had no name and space had no edges. And yet, it was alive. Beneath the darkness, there was movement, slow, deliberate, and restless. Waters churned in unseen depths, swirling without direction, as though the void itself was breathing through them. They carried no reflection, no shimmer, yet their presence could be felt in the heavy dampness that clung to the air. They were older than memory, older than the stars, and they held secrets buried too far below for any light to touch. The waters whispered, but not in words. Their voice was the shuddering of waves breaking against themselves, the endless crash and sigh of something that had existed before form had been shaped. They knew things, the beginnings and ends of worlds, the births and deaths of stars, and yet they kept those truths hidden beneath their restless surface. The void was hungry. It reached upward, its unseen waves curling like fingers, as if longing for something to break its stillness. And then it happened, the ripple. A disturbance, faint but undeniable, broke the smooth tension of the water's skin. The waters recoiled, only to surge forward again, reaching toward the source of the disturbance. The ripple became a wave, and the wave became a rising tremor, as though the waters themselves had begun to breathe. Something was falling. The void felt it first, a shift, a tear in its endless expanse. The air above trembled, and the waters below stirred, hungry and curious. Light brushed against the edge of the darkness, weak and fragile, like a flicker that might be snuffed out. It fell, spinning, plummeting, and the void opened its arms to catch it. The waters rose to meet the falling shape, their surface stretching and reaching as if to claim it. The shape did not resist. It tumbled downward, a fragile thing against the great darkness, but there was something within it, something that pulsed and glowed, faint as an ember buried in ash. The waters hungered for it, but they did not devour it. Instead, they cradled it. The ripples spread outward, breaking the stillness, as if the waters themselves had been awakened by the fall. The void shuddered, and the waters began to churn, no longer aimless but alive with movement. The pulse of the fall had stirred something within them, something old and forgotten. There was no boundary between the waters and the void. They fed into one another, endless and inseparable. Yet as the fallen shape drifted lower, something shifted. The waters beneath it began to ripple, their currents pulling apart, forming patterns and spirals as though the fall had given them purpose. The darkness no longer felt still. It writhed, stretched, and pulled at itself. And then, it began to rise. The waters lifted, not as waves, but as forms, shapes that bent and twisted, reaching upward as though to grasp what had fallen. The void shifted with them, reshaping itself, no longer content to be empty. The fall had broken its stillness. The waters had tasted something new, and now they hungered for more. The shape that fell did not fight the waters. It floated within them, surrounded but untouched. The glow it carried began to spread, faint at first but steady, like the first crack of light through an endless night. The waters recoiled from it, but could not resist its pull. They circled it, pressing closer, as though drawn to the light even as it burned them. The void grew restless. It pressed inward, forcing the waters to close around the fallen shape. But the light did not fade. Instead, it pulsed brighter, pushing back against the darkness. The waters surged, trying to drown it, but each wave broke and scattered. The light did not dim. It spread. The waters grew wilder. They howled without sound, twisting into spirals and currents that tore through the darkness. The void trembled, but it did not retreat. It loomed, pressing closer, trying to snuff out what had fallen. The light pushed against it, but the void swallowed its edges, leaving only faint flickers to cling to the surface of the water. And then, something cracked. The sound was not heard, but felt. The water split, and the void seemed to shatter, breaking apart into fragments that bled into the currents. The light burst outward, cutting through the shadows and sending tremors through the endless depths. The waters recoiled, folding back into themselves, leaving the fallen shape exposed. But the light did not fade. It grew stronger. The waters stirred, but they no longer surged. They circled instead, drawn toward the light as though unable to resist its pull. The void, broken and scattered, fell silent. And in that silence, the waters began to change. Their currents slowed, their whispers softened, and their hunger turned to stillness. The light floated above them, a fragile thing yet unbroken, and the waters cradled it now, not as prey but as something sacred. The void, once endless and unchallenged, had become a place of beginnings. The waters, once wild and hungry, had become protectors. And far above, beyond the broken sky, the stars burned brighter, as though bearing witness to what had fallen and what had risen. Beneath the restless waters, shadows moved. They glided silently, their shapes bending and twisting with the currents. The depths were thick with secrets, but these creatures were older than secrets. They were part of the waters, born from them, shaped by them, and bound to them. Their bodies shimmered, reflecting the faintest traces of light that dared to sink into the darkness. Some moved slowly, like ghosts drifting without purpose, while others darted in sudden bursts, sharp and quick, vanishing as soon as they appeared. Their eyes, dark and endless, watched everything, even the ripples above where the light had fallen. They felt the disturbance, but they did not fear it. They were drawn to it. The great fish came first. Their bodies were massive, their scales thick as armor, glinting faintly as they broke the surface before plunging back down. Their tails carved through the water, stirring waves that rippled outward like whispers. They swam in spirals, circling the light, watching and waiting. The serpents followed. Their movements were slower, more deliberate, their long bodies weaving through the currents like rivers that had no end. They carried the weight of the ancient waters in their bones, and their eyes glowed faintly as they slid closer to the light, tasting it through the currents. Above them, the smaller ones danced, silver flashes that broke through the surface and vanished again, scattering droplets like stars across the darkness. They moved without fear, unbothered by the giants below. They were quick and wild, their movements like sparks that could never be caught. There were others too. Creatures with shells that clattered softly as they crawled along the depths, their legs tapping against stone. Shapes with fins like wings that flickered through the waters, disappearing into the shadows before reappearing in sudden bursts of motion. They filled the silence with life, stirring the waters with their endless movement. But the greatest among them were the ones who carried the earth itself. Their backs were wide and heavy, covered in shells that seemed carved from stone. They rose slowly, their movements steady, their forms unshaken by the currents. Their eyes were old, filled with knowing, and they carried the weight of something more than just the water. One of them rose higher than the rest, its shell breaking the surface as it moved toward the light. The others followed, their massive bodies pushing through the water with a force that sent ripples outward. They felt the pull of the light, as though it called to them, and they answered without hesitation. The light trembled above them, but it did not retreat. It hung there, fragile yet defiant, and the creatures of the waters drew closer. The great fish circled tighter, their tails churning the water. The serpents coiled, their eyes fixed on the light. The smaller ones danced, their movements quick and fearless. And the ones who carried the earth stood still, their shells rising above the waves, unmoving and steady. The waters seemed to hold their breath. The current slowed, and the ripples faded until the surface was still. The creatures waited, their eyes reflecting the light, their bodies tense as though expecting something to rise from the depths. And then the light began to fall. It moved slowly, sinking down through the water, and the creatures stirred. The great fish swam closer, their bodies brushing against the glow. The serpents twisted upward, their mouths opening as though tasting the light. The smaller ones scattered, darting in and out of the glow, leaving trails of bubbles in their wake. The ones who carried the earth did not move. They held their ground, their massive shells anchoring them as the light drifted closer. The waters pressed against them, but they did not waver. They waited. The light touched the largest shell first. It spread across its surface, a soft glow that seemed to sink into the cracks and grooves, filling them with warmth. The creature did not flinch. It lifted its head, and the light reflected in its eyes, steady and calm. The other creatures watched, their movements slowing. The great fish drifted closer, their scales catching the glow. The serpents uncoiled, their eyes locked on the shell. The smaller ones paused, their quick movements stilled as they hovered just outside the reach of the light. And then the waters shifted. The currents began to move again, but this time they were slower, steadier. The ripples spread outward, carrying the light with them, and the creatures followed. They swam and crawled and drifted, their bodies moving in rhythm with the water, as though they had become part of it. The light sank deeper, but it did not fade. It pulsed, steady and bright, and the creatures moved with it, their forms bending and twisting in patterns that mirrored the currents. The waters had changed, and so had they. The largest creature remained still, its shell glowing faintly as the light pulsed against it. The others circled around it, their movements slower now, more deliberate. The waters no longer felt empty. They were filled with life, and the creatures moved within them like veins carrying blood. Above them, the surface rippled as the light continued to sink. The creatures did not stop. They followed it, their movement steady, as though drawn by something they could not resist. The waters carried them, and they carried the light, and the void above seemed to close behind them, leaving only the glow to mark where it had opened. She fell. The sky tore behind her, its edges glowing like embers as it sealed itself shut. Wind roared past her ears, cold and sharp, but it couldn't drown out the pounding of her heart. Her arms flailed, fingers grasping at nothing but air. Her breath caught in her throat, and the weight of the fall pressed against her chest. The world below was endless, a dark, swirling sea with no land, no refuge. It stretched in every direction, vast and unbroken. Her tears vanished into the wind, scattered before they could even reach her cheeks. She was alone, falling into nothingness. But then, out of the void, they came. A cry split the air, high and sharp, like a whistle cutting through the storm. It echoed, growing louder as more voices joined, chirps, caws, and trills. The sound reached her ears, and for the first time since the fall began, she dared to open her eyes. Shadows moved against the pale light of the sky. Wings flapped, thousands of them. Feathers shimmered, catching what little light remained as the birds surged upward. They rose in spirals, their cries weaving together into one fierce, urgent song. She fell faster, her body twisting through the air, but the birds did not falter. They flew harder, their wings pushing against the wind, closing the distance. Their eyes locked on her, tiny, sharp, and determined. The first bird reached her. It was small, its wings fragile, yet it stretched them wide and hovered just beneath her. More came, their feathers brushing against her skin as they crowded around, forming a living net. They beat their wings in unison, their bodies trembling under the strain, but they held her. The force of her fall pressed down, and the bird struggled. Feathers scattered, torn away by the wind. But still, they pushed upward. Their cries grew louder, desperate, and defiant. Larger birds joined the smaller ones, geese, swans, and cranes. Their wings spread wide, steady and strong. They took her weight, lifting her inch by inch. She could feel their feathers against her palms, soft yet unyielding. She dared not move, afraid even the slightest shift would break their fragile support. Her heart thudded, but their wings beat faster, steadying her. The wind pushed back, howling as if it, too, wanted to see her fall. The birds pressed closer, shielding her with their bodies. They tilted their wings to break the wind's force, circling tighter to hold her steady. One bird, larger than the rest, locked eyes with her. Its feathers gleamed in the dim light, and its wings stretched wide, blocking the sky. It let out a cry, sharp, commanding, and the others answered. Together, they rose higher, their wings pushing harder, defying the fall. She felt it then, a shift in the air, a slowing of her descent. The wind lost its teeth, and the bird steadied. The weight in her chest eased, and her breathing slowed. For the first time since the fall began, she wasn't sinking. Her eyes filled with tears again, but this time, they weren't tears of fear. They were tears of awe, of wonder. She looked down at the sea below, its surface rippling and endless. The birds carried her above it, their wings brushing the water but never sinking. Their cries softened, turning gentle and melodic. It was as if they were speaking to her, soothing her trembling heart. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the feathers of the bird closest to her. It didn't flinch. It simply held her, its eyes calm and trusting. The others pressed in closer, their feathers warming her skin. They formed a circle, their wings overlapping, creating a cradle of light and motion. She let herself sink into their rhythm, her heartbeat matching the steady thrum of their wings. The sea below stretched on, vast and empty, but the birds never faltered. They carried her above it, their bodies weaving together like threads in a tapestry. Each beat of their wings sent ripples through the air, pushing them closer to something unseen. She clutched the seeds in her hands, their weight a reminder of what she carried. The birds seemed to sense it, their eyes flicking to the tiny bundles. They did not question. They did not falter. They only flew, their wings steady and sure. the sky dimmed, and the waters below shimmered like liquid glass. The birds slowed, their movements careful, as though they sensed something near. The air shifted again, softer, warmer. The cries of the birds turned quieter, their voices blending into a hum that echoed through the wind. Her breath caught. She could feel it now, something waiting below. The birds circled tighter, their wings brushing against her arms as they prepared to descend. Their feathers caught the light, turning gold and silver, and the sea below seemed to answer, its surface glowing faintly. She held her breath, her fingers curling around the seeds. The birds began to lower her, their wings moving slower, gentler. She looked down, and for the first time, the endless water didn't feel empty. It felt alive. The water shimmered endlessly, reflecting the fading light above. The birds carried her carefully, their wings growing tired but steady. Below them, the vast sea whispered inside, stretching far beyond the horizon. She clutched the seeds tightly, her fingers trembling. Her heart raced, unsure of what lay beneath. The rippling waters seemed alive, shifting and churning as if it, too, was searching. Then something stirred beneath the surface. A shadow moved slowly, rising from the depths. It was massive, silent, ancient. The birds faltered for a moment, their wings trembling, but they held her steady. The shadow grew larger, pushing upward until it broke through the water's skin. A head emerged first, rough and wrinkled, eyes dark and steady. It was a turtle, massive, timeless, and unmoving. Its shell glistened, wet and patterned with lines that looked like rivers carved into stone. The turtle lifted its head, water cascading down its back, and looked up at her. Its gaze was calm, unshaken by the weight of the sky above or the endless water below. It lingered there, watching her, as if waiting. The birds circled lower, their cries growing softer, uncertain. She felt the pull, the silent call of something ancient and steady. She loosened her grip on the seeds just enough to breathe. The turtle stretched its neck, and the water stilled. Its great shell broke the surface completely, rising like an island in the endless sea. The birds, as if understanding, began to descend. They hovered above the turtle's shell, their wings brushing against her as they lowered her carefully. Her feet touched the shell, and a warmth spread through her, unlike anything she had ever felt. It wasn't heat, it was steady, grounding, like the earth beneath a forest. The turtle didn't move. It held its place, letting her stand. The birds released her, their wings brushing her shoulders before pulling away. They circled above, their cries faint but lingering. She knelt, pressing her hands against the shell. It felt solid, unyielding, yet alive. The turtle shifted slightly, its eyes still on her. She could feel its breath, slow, patient. She reached out, placing the seeds down gently. Her heart pounded as if something sacred had been set into motion. The turtle's shell seemed to hum beneath her fingertips. The water lapped against its sides, but the turtle remained firm, unmoved by the waves. Its shell was wide, stretching far enough to hold her and the seeds she carried. She looked out at the endless water and felt the vastness pressing in. Yet, here, on this shell, she felt grounded, as if this place had always been waiting for her. The seeds rested in her hands again, and she pressed them against the turtle's shell, as if offering them not just to the earth, but to the creatures that carried it. The turtle's eyes closed briefly, its breath deep and slow. She felt it then, a shift in the air, like something unseen stirring below the surface. The waters calmed. The ripples softened, fading into stillness. The turtle began to rise, lifting her higher above the waves. She clung to its shell as it grew, its back widening, stretching outward like the branches of a great tree. She felt the weight of the seeds in her hands, but now they felt lighter, as if the earth itself had accepted them. The birds circled above, their cries turning joyful, echoing across the water. She looked up, her tears catching the light. The turtle's shell hardened beneath her, its surface warm and solid. It no longer felt like just a shell, but something more, a foundation, a beginning. The seeds in her palms pulsed softly, and she knew they carried life. She pressed them into the shell, her fingers trembling but sure. The turtle did not flinch. It only breathed, steady and unshaken. The water glistened around them, but it no longer felt endless. It felt smaller now, as if the turtle's presence had calmed the chaos and given it purpose. She placed the last seed down, her heart pounding, and stepped back. The turtle's eyes opened again, and this time, they shone with something ancient and knowing. Its shell seemed to hum, vibrating with quiet power. The seed sank slightly, resting as though cradled by the earth itself. The air shifted. The birds dipped lower, their wings brushing the surface of the water, sending ripples outward. The turtle remained still, its shell holding firm, and the water seemed to bow around it. She knelt again, her fingers brushing against the shell one last time. The turtle's gaze lingered on her, steady and unbroken. It wasn't just an offering, it was a promise, a foundation for something greater. The light faded, and the stars began to flicker above. The birds circled slower, their cries fading into the night. The turtle breathed deeply, the rise and fall of its body like the rhythm of the earth itself. She stayed there, her hands pressed against the shell, as the water stilled and the seeds rested. The world around her felt different, quieter, heavier, alive. She looked up at the sky, the last traces of its torn edges fading into darkness. The turtle held her, unmoving, as if waiting for what would come next. The turtle's shell stretched wide beneath her feet, solid and unmoving, yet alive with something ancient. The air trembled as if the sky itself was holding its breath. She knelt, pressing her hands to the warm surface, and the seeds she carried felt heavier now, like they were waking. The water surrounding them rippled softly, a quiet echo of the heartbeat that pulsed through her palms and into the shell below. The birds circled above, their cries fading into the vastness, leaving only the soft lap of waves against the turtle's sides. She closed her eyes and held the seeds close, her heart pounding. Something stirred within the earth beneath her, a hum, faint but steady, like the first murmur of life. Her hands trembled as she scattered the first seed. It fell lightly, rolling to a stop before sinking into the shell's surface. The turtle shifted slightly, as though acknowledging the offering. The moment stretched, and then the air around her shifted. A breeze brushed her skin, not from the waters, but from the shell itself. She laid another seed down, her breath quickening. The turtle's shell pulsed, faint but unmistakable, and the air grew warmer. A single sprout broke through, tiny and trembling, but alive. Her chest tightened. She reached out, brushing the fragile stem with her fingertips. It swayed, delicate yet unyielding. More seeds followed. She pressed them into the earth, forming on the turtle's back, her hands moving faster now, her pulse racing. The shell beneath her softened as if it was no longer just a shell, but something more, soil, rich and fertile, breathing with her touch. The sprout stretched upward, leaves unfurling like tiny hands reaching for the sky. Around it, more stems broke through, green and vibrant, spreading like veins. The turtle remained still, its steady breath anchoring her as the earth began to take shape. A sudden tremor ran through the shell, and she froze. The water stirred, waves rippling outward as if something ancient had awakened. She clutched the remaining seeds, her breath shallow. The turtle lifted its head slightly, its eyes meeting hers, calm, steady, waiting. She pressed the seeds into the soil, her fingers digging deeper this time. The earth responded, roots spreading beneath her touch, threading through the shell like veins of fire. A shiver ran down her spine as the ground shifted beneath her knees. The water stilled, and then a soft rumble rose, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. The earth swelled, lifting her higher as the turtle rose from the depths. Soil spilled outward, spreading like a breath released after too long held. She stumbled back as the ground thickened, dark and rich. Grass pushed upward, blades cutting through the surface like green flames. The air shifted again, warmer now, tinged with the scent of earth and life. Her heart pounded as she pressed the last seed into the soil, her hands trembling. The turtle's breath deepened, and the earth pulsed in rhythm. Trees broke through next, their trunks twisting upward as if pulled by unseen hands. Leaves burst from their branches, whispering softly, filling the air with the sound of life waking. She fell to her knees, tears streaking her face as the ground stretched outward, growing stronger with every heartbeat. Flowers bloomed, their petals trembling in the breeze, and vines crept along the soil, weaving a tapestry of green and gold. The turtle shifted again, its great shell holding the weight of this new earth without faltering. It rose higher, pushing the land above the water's edge. Birds circled lower, their cries joyful now, weaving through the air like threads of song. Her hands fell to her sides, her chest heaving. The seeds were gone, but their life remained, spreading across the turtle's back in a burst of color and movement. The trees swayed, and the flowers turned toward the light that broke through the clouds above. The turtle's eyes closed briefly, its breath slowing. The earth was still growing, reaching outward, pushing against the edges of the endless water. She stood, her knees shaking, and gazed at the world forming around her. It wasn't just land. It was life. Roots dug deep, holding firm. Leaves fluttered, whispering secrets. Flowers opened, releasing their scent into the air, and birds landed softly on the branches, their wings folding as if they, too, understood this place was sacred. The turtle didn't move, yet its presence filled every corner of this growing world. It wasn't just carrying the earth, it had become part of it. Its shell, once smooth and unbroken, was now covered in soil and grass, vines weaving patterns across its back. She stepped carefully, her bare feet pressing into the soft earth. The ground didn't shift beneath her. It held, steady and unyielding, as if promising it would never fall. She knelt again, pressing her hands into the soil, feeling the heartbeat that pulsed beneath her fingers. A single bird landed beside her, its feathers shimmering. It tilted its head, watching her, and then began to sing. Its voice rose, clear and piercing, and more birds followed, their cries weaving into the air like threads of light. The turtle breathed again, and the earth grew still. The waves softened, retreating slightly, as if bowing to the land that had risen from their depths. The sky broke open, light spilling through, touching the leaves and flowers. She closed her eyes and listened. The wind carried the hum of the earth, the breath of the turtle, and the song of the birds. The land was awake. The seeds had taken root. And the earth, this fragile, beautiful world, had found its place on the turtle's back. She fell through endless darkness, her hands grasping at air that offered nothing to hold. The wind screamed past her ears, pulling at her hair, her clothes, her very breath. The stars above faded, swallowed by the growing emptiness below. Her heart pounded, each beat echoing louder than the last. She didn't know where the fall would end, only that it would. The air grew heavier, thick with dampness, and then she saw it. Far below, a shimmer broke through the blackness. Water. An endless stretch of water, glistening like liquid glass. It was waiting for her. Fear clawed at her chest, but she kept her eyes open. She had to see. She had to face whatever lay beneath the sky she had known. The birds reached her first, their wings slicing through the air like silver blades. They called to one another, sharp cries that cut through the wind. She felt them circle her, their shadows flashing across her face. Then, just as her strength began to fail, they rose to meet her. Their wings brushed against her arms, soft but strong. They lifted her, slowed her fall. She gasped, her hands reaching out as feathers pressed into her palms. They were carrying her, not alone, not abandoned. Tears blurred her vision, but the birds held her steady. The water below shimmered, no longer an endless void but something alive. It rippled, opening to reveal the great turtle's back, rising like an island in the sea. The birds hovered, their wings straining as they guided her downward. She felt the air shift, the weight of her fall easing until her feet touched the soft earth. She sank to her knees. The soil was warm beneath her fingers, damp with life. Her breath caught as her palms pressed into the ground. It pulsed faintly, steady, alive. She looked up and saw the trees stretching toward the sky, their leaves trembling as if whispering secrets. Flowers bloomed in bursts of color, and vines crawled along the ground, weaving patterns in the soil. She closed her eyes, her chest heaving. She was here. The fall had ended, but something new had begun. The birds circled above her, their cries softer now, gentler. The wind carried their voices, wrapping around her like a song. A single bird landed beside her, tilting its head as it watched her. She reached out, her fingers brushing its feathers. It didn't move. It stayed, as if it understood what she carried, the seeds, the life, the hope. She swallowed hard, her throat tight. The turtle shifted beneath her, a low hum vibrating through the earth. She stood, her legs trembling, and looked out across the growing land. The waters stretched far and endless, but here, on this shell, life had begun. Her steps were slow at first, uncertain. The ground held, firm and steady. She bent down, brushing her fingers over the sprouts pushing through the soil. They were small, fragile, but they reached upward with a quiet strength. She knelt again, pressing her palms into the earth. The seeds in her pouch felt heavier now, filled with promise and weight. She scattered a few into the soil, her hands shaking as she worked. The turtle's breath deepened, and the earth seemed to stretch beneath her. Roots dug deeper, flowers unfolded their petals, and leaves rustled in the growing breeze. She felt it all, the pulse of life, the hum of creation. Tears slipped down her cheeks as she pressed another seed into the soil. Her hands were dirty, her knees sore, but she didn't stop. She couldn't. This was why she had fallen, why the birds had caught her, why the turtle had risen from the depths. The sun broke through the clouds, bathing the land in gold. She tilted her head back, letting the light touch her face. The air smelled of earth and water, and the breeze carried whispers of growth. The birds landed around her now, their feathers glinting in the sunlight. They watched her, their heads tilting as if waiting. She reached out, scattering the last of the seeds into the soil. The earth trembled faintly, and then the sprouts pushed through, faster this time, stronger. The trees stretched higher, their branches weaving together like arms reaching for one another. The flowers burst open, spilling color across the ground. Grass spread like waves, softening the earth. She rose slowly, her legs steady now. The turtle shifted again, lifting her higher above the waters. The sky stretched wide, endless, and bright. The birds took flight, their wings catching the light as they soared. She stepped forward, her feet pressing into the earth. It held. It would hold. The world was growing beneath her, rising to meet the sky she had left behind. The wind carried the sound of water lapping against the edges of the land, a steady rhythm that matched the beat of her heart. She stood tall, her hands brushing the leaves that swayed beside her. Life had begun, and she was part of it. The turtle's breath slowed, its shell settling into stillness. The birds circled one last time before disappearing into the sky. She watched them go, her chest tightening. Then she knelt, her fingers sinking into the soil. She could feel it, the earth growing, stretching outward. It wasn't finished. It was only beginning. And so was she. The wind whispered through the air, carrying echoes of her fall. Her breath came fast, each gasp sharp and desperate. She was falling, tumbling toward the unknown below. The endless sky above her grew smaller, swallowed by the vastness of the world stretching out beneath. Her arms flailed, her fingers reaching for anything, to stop the fall. But there was nothing. Only the wind. Only the endless pull of gravity. Then, something shifted. The darkness split, and light broke through. A shimmer rippled far below, water, endless water. Her heart leaped in terror, her body stiffening as the surface rushed closer. She closed her eyes. But before she could touch the water, shadows swept around her. Birds. Their wings beat against the air, cutting through the wind. They cried out to one another, sharp and urgent. Feathers brushed against her skin. She opened her eyes and saw them, dozens of them, fighting the pull of her weight, their wings straining as they lifted her. Her heart pounded in her chest, but her breath slowed. She wasn't falling anymore. She looked down. The water rippled, opening as the great turtle rose from its depths. Its massive shell broke the surface, glistening in the light. The birds lowered her gently, their cries growing softer. Her feet touched the shell, and the weight of the fall disappeared. She sank to her knees. The earth beneath her was damp and cool, but it was solid. Her fingers pressed into the soft soil that blanketed the turtle's back. She dug her hands deeper, feeling the heartbeat of the land beneath her palms. It was faint, but it was there, a pulse, steady and alive. Tears welled in her eyes as the wind stilled. The birds circled overhead, their shadows dancing across the earth. She lifted her head, gazing at the endless stretch of water surrounding her. It shimmered like glass, reflecting the sky above. For the first time, she felt the stillness. No more falling. No more rushing air. Just earth beneath her and sky above. A single bird landed beside her, its head tilting as it watched her. She reached out, her fingers brushing its feathers. It didn't flinch. Instead, it stayed, as if it understood. She swallowed hard, her throat tight. She wasn't alone. The turtle shifted, its shell rising slightly as if adjusting to its new burden. She stood, her legs trembling, and took her first step. The earth held firm. She took another, and another, each step heavier with the weight of what had happened, and what was still to come. She knelt again, pressing her palms into the soil. It was warm, alive. Her fingers dug deeper, and she felt it, the seeds buried within her pouch. She pulled one out, holding it in her palm. It was small, delicate, but it held something powerful. She pressed it into the earth, her hands trembling. The soil closed around it, and the turtle's breath deepened. The ground shifted, and a tiny sprout pushed through the surface. Her breath caught in her throat as it stretched upward, its leaves unfurling in the sunlight. She touched it gently, tears slipping down her cheeks. She planted another, and another. The birds circled closer, their cries softer now. She felt their presence, their watchful eyes, their quiet support. The turtle didn't move, its great body still and steady beneath her. The water lapped at the edges of the shell, its rhythm calm and unbroken. She looked out at the horizon, the endless stretch of blue meeting the sky. It felt vast, overwhelming. But here, on this small patch of earth, something new had begun. She reached into her pouch again, pulling out more seeds. Her hands were dirty, her arms sore, but she didn't stop. The earth opened beneath her touch, welcoming each seed, each hope she buried. The wind stirred again, gentle this time. Leaves rustled, and the grass whispered as it spread. Flowers bloomed in bursts of color, their petals soft and bright. The earth felt alive beneath her feet, growing, breathing. She stood taller, her fingers brushing the leaves that swayed beside her. The turtle shifted once more, lifting her higher above the waters. She felt its strength beneath her, the foundation that held her. She knelt again, pressing her palms into the soil. The pulse was stronger now, steady and sure. The sun broke through the clouds, bathing the earth in gold. She tilted her head back, letting the light touch her face. The air smelled of earth and water, and the wind carried whispers of growth. The birds rose into the sky, their wings catching the light as they soared higher. She watched them go, her chest tightening. Then she turned back to the earth beneath her, her hands sinking into the soil once more. The plants stretched upward, their roots digging deeper. The trees stood taller, their branches weaving together like arms reaching for one another. The flowers spread, spilling color across the land. Grass softened the earth, spreading like waves. She stood at the edge of the turtle's shell, staring out at the water. It stretched endlessly, but here, on this patch of earth, something new had begun. She pressed her toes into the soil, feeling its warmth. It held her. It would hold. She turned back to the plants, her fingers brushing their leaves. They trembled under her touch, but they didn't break. They grew. The wind carried the sound of the water below, steady and calm. She knelt one last time, pressing her hands into the soil. The earth pulsed beneath her touch, alive and growing. She felt it stretch outward, reaching toward the horizon. It wasn't finished. It was only beginning. And so was she. Her hands trembled as she cupped the small seeds in her palms. They felt fragile, almost weightless, yet they carried something immeasurable, a promise whispered by the earth itself. The soil beneath her feet pulsed softly, alive and waiting. She knelt, her knees sinking into the warm, damp earth, and pressed her fingers into the soil. The dirt clung to her skin, cool and rich, as if it knew what was coming and had been waiting for this moment. She closed her eyes for a moment, feeling the heartbeat of the land. It was faint but steady, like the soft thrum of distant drums. The air was still, the sky above painted in shades of gold and crimson as the sun dipped lower. Her breath slowed as she lowered the first seed, pressing it gently into the soil. She covered it carefully, her fingertips smoothing the earth like a mother tucking in a child. The wind stirred. It brushed against her cheek, and she paused, her heart tightening. A single bird's cry pierced the silence, and she looked up to see it soaring above. Its shadow danced across the ground before disappearing into the horizon. She turned back to the earth, planting another seed. And another. The turtle shifted beneath her, its massive shell steady yet alive. She felt its strength anchoring her as she worked, its breath like the rising and falling of the tides. She whispered softly, words carried away by the wind, though she didn't fully understand them. They were prayers, offerings, hopes buried in the soil along with the seeds. Time blurred. Her fingers dug into the dirt, her arms aching, but she didn't stop. Sweat mixed with the earth, streaking her skin as she worked. Each seed she planted felt like a piece of her own heart sinking into the soil, a gift to the world growing around her. She pressed her palms flat against the ground, her breath trembling. And then it happened. The soil shifted. It trembled under her touch, and she pulled back, her eyes wide. A small crack broke the surface, and from it, a slender green stem pushed through. Her breath caught. It stretched upward, its tiny leaves unfurling toward the sky. She reached out and brushed her fingers lightly over it, barely daring to touch it. It was alive. It was real. Tears filled her eyes, slipping down her cheeks as more sprouts broke through the earth. They rose slowly, almost timidly, like children taking their first steps. The soil rippled as roots spread beneath the surface, binding the earth, weaving life into the emptiness. She planted more seeds, her hands moving faster now. Flowers bloomed in bursts of color, reds, yellows, and blues that shimmered in the fading light. Vines curled and stretched, wrapping themselves around each other as if reaching out for companionship. Leaves whispered in the breeze, their voices soft but insistent, like the murmurs of a growing crowd. The earth felt warmer beneath her feet. Grass spread out, blanketing the turtle's shell with softness. She sank her hands into it, laughing through her tears as the blades brushed against her skin. She stood, her legs trembling, and looked around. The turtle's back was no longer bare. It was alive. Plants stretched toward the sky, their leaves trembling in the breeze. Flowers swayed, their petals glowing in the golden light. She took a step, and the earth held her, soft and steady. A sudden gust of wind made her turn, and she saw the birds circling above, their wings glinting in the sunlight. They called out to one another, their cries echoing across the water. She raised her arms, and they swooped lower, their feathers brushing past her. She knelt again, pressing another seed into the soil. The earth welcomed it, pulling it in like it had been waiting for it. She covered it gently and whispered to it, her voice low and steady. It was more than planting, it was giving life, creating something out of nothing. The turtle shifted beneath her again, its shell rising slightly. She looked down and saw the soil thickening, spreading outward. The water lapped against the edges, but the earth held firm. It was growing. She planted another seed, and then another, until her pouch was empty. Her breath came hard, but her chest felt lighter. She wiped her hands on her skirt, streaking it with dirt, and looked at the world she had made. It was still small, still fragile, but it was alive. The plants swayed, their roots digging deeper, their stems growing stronger. The flowers opened wider, their petals reaching toward the sky. She knelt beside them, brushing her fingers against their leaves. They didn't bend or break. They held firm, just like the earth beneath her feet. She pressed her palm against the soil again and felt it, stronger this time. The heartbeat of the land. It pulsed beneath her hand, steady and sure, carrying the promise of life. She closed her eyes and let it fill her, her breath slowing to match its rhythm. The sun dipped lower, its light fading into shadows, but she didn't move. She stayed, her fingers buried in the earth, as the plants grew around her. The wind whispered through the leaves, and the birds called out, their voices fading into the distance. The soil was warm, the earth alive, and for the first time, she wasn't afraid. The seeds had taken root. Life had begun. The earth was quiet, but it was not empty. It waited. Its surface, soft and damp, felt like it had been holding its breath, longing for something unseen. Sky Woman stood at the center of it all, her bare feet pressing into the soil. She clutched a bundle of seeds close to her chest, her fingers trembling. These were not ordinary seeds. She could feel their weight, not in her hands, but in her heart. They pulsed faintly, like tiny heartbeats, alive with something she could not name but could feel all the same. The sky hung low, its colors fading into the soft glow of dusk. A gentle breeze stirred her hair, and for a moment, it felt as if the earth itself whispered to her, "Plant them." She knelt slowly, pressing her hands into the soil. It was cool and damp, clinging to her skin, and her breath caught. It felt alive. She closed her eyes and pressed the first seed into the earth. Her heart pounded as she covered it with soil, her fingers trembling. She whispered to it softly, words carried away by the wind. It was a prayer, though she wasn't sure who she was praying to. She only knew that the seed had to grow. It had to take root, to stretch upward, to fill this empty world with life. The ground shifted beneath her, and she froze. She leaned closer, pressing her ear to the soil. At first, she thought it was her imagination, but then she felt it, a soft hum, like a heartbeat. Her fingers dug deeper, and the hum grew louder. She sat back, her chest tight, and waited. The soil cracked. A thin green stem pushed upward, its tiny leaves trembling as they reached for the light. Tears welled in her eyes as she touched it, her fingertips brushing against its delicate surface. It was real. It was alive. She didn't stop. She planted another seed, and then another, pressing each one carefully into the soil. Her hands moved faster, dirt streaking her skin as sweat dripped from her brow. The earth responded, breaking open as more stems pushed upward, each one a promise that this land would never be empty again. The air shifted. It grew warmer, heavier, as if the world itself was breathing. She looked up and saw birds circling overhead. Their cries filled the air, sharp and urgent. One swooped lower, its wings nearly brushing her shoulder before it rose again. It felt like a blessing, but it also felt like a warning. The wind picked up, stirring the leaves and bending the fragile stems. She covered them with her hands, shielding them from the gusts. The earth trembled, but the plants did not break. Their roots dug deeper, holding firm. She let out a shaky breath and looked around. Flowers began to bloom. Their petals opened slowly, each one more vibrant than the last, reds and oranges, blues and yellows, colors so bright they seemed to hum with energy. Vines stretched outward, curling around rocks and weaving through the soil. Grass spread, covering the ground like a soft blanket. She stepped back and pressed her palm against her chest, feeling her heart race. The world was changing. The air smelled different, sweet and alive, and the ground no longer felt empty beneath her feet. She knelt again and planted the last seed. Her hands lingered in the soil, unwilling to let go. But as she pulled away, the ground seemed to move. A vine curled around her wrist, not tight, but enough to make her pause. She brushed it with her fingertips, and it loosened, falling back to the earth. The plants grew taller. Leaves stretched higher, reaching toward the fading light. She walked between them, her fingers grazing their stems. The earth no longer felt quiet. It buzzed with life, roots shifting, leaves trembling, flowers turning toward the sky. Her steps slowed as she reached a clearing, and there, in the center, something new pushed through the soil. It wasn't like the others. Its stem was thicker, its leaves broader. She knelt and touched it, her fingers brushing the dirt from its surface. It pulsed beneath her touch, and she felt it, the same heartbeat she'd felt in the soil, only stronger now. She stayed there, her hands pressed against the earth, and listened. The plants whispered to one another, their leaves rustling in the breeze. The birds called out, their cries echoing through the air. The ground was alive, breathing, growing. The sky darkened, and the stars appeared, their light reflecting off the leaves. She sat back, her legs trembling, and watched as the plants swayed in the breeze. The earth no longer felt empty. It was full of roots and stems, of flowers and leaves, of something far greater than she could understand. She pressed her hands against the soil one last time, her breath steady now. The seeds were no longer just seeds. They were life, growing and spreading, filling the world with color and sound. And as she sat there, surrounded by the hum of the earth, she knew it was only the beginning. The earth stirred with promise. The soil, dark and rich, cradled the seeds Sky Woman had planted, but something more waited beneath the surface. A quiet hum filled the air, like a distant song carried by the wind. It wasn't loud, but it reached into the earth, deep where roots had begun to stretch and tangle, and the hum seemed to call them higher. The ground felt warm, alive, as if something sacred was waking. Sky Woman stood still, her hands brushing over leaves and stems that had already pushed through the soil. The plants moved gently in the breeze, but her eyes lingered on a small patch of earth where nothing had grown yet. She knelt, pressing her fingers into the soil. It felt softer there, as though it had been waiting for something different. Her breath caught as her fingertips brushed against something firm, something alive. She dug carefully, her hands trembling as she uncovered it. The first sprout was small, its green stem barely visible, but she felt its strength the moment she touched it. Her heart raced as she covered it again, protecting it from the wind, and stepped back. The earth shifted beneath her feet, and the sprout pushed upward. It was unlike anything she had seen. Its leaves stretched wide, bright green against the dark soil. She knelt again, and this time, she saw another sprout beside it. Then another. They rose quickly, their stems twisting and curling toward one another as though they were reaching for support. Her hands shook as she brushed the soil from their bases. They weren't separate. Their roots were tangled, woven together beneath the surface. It felt deliberate, as though they were meant to grow this way, together. She leaned closer, and the hum grew louder, vibrating through the earth and into her chest. The first plant stood tallest, its leaves spreading like arms. She touched it gently, and her fingers brushed something soft. She froze. Hidden beneath the leaves, golden threads hung in clusters. She parted the leaves and gasped. The threads grew thicker, becoming rows of kernels, their golden glow catching the light. It felt warm beneath her fingertips, as though the plant itself was alive. Corn. She didn't know how she knew the word, but it filled her mind like a whisper. She reached for the next plant, its vines curling along the ground. Broad leaves spread outward, and nestled beneath them were small pods. She pressed her hand against one, and it yielded slightly, soft and full. Beans. Her breath quickened. She turned to the third plant, its leaves larger, heavier. The vines twisted and stretched, and beneath them, round shapes pressed against the earth. She brushed the dirt away and felt the smooth surface beneath her palm. Squash. Her knees weakened, and she sat back, her hands trembling. These plants were different. They hadn't grown apart, but together. Their roots were bound, their stems tangled, and yet each had flourished in its own way. She traced her fingers over their leaves and felt the hum again, steady and strong. The wind shifted, carrying the scent of earth and life. The plants swayed, their leaves brushing against one another, and she felt it, a bond, ancient and unbroken. They weren't just plants. They were sisters, growing side by side, protecting one another, feeding one another. She pressed her palm to the earth and closed her eyes. The hum grew louder, filling her chest, and for the first time, she understood. The earth had given them more than roots and stems. It had given them purpose. The corn stood tall, its stalks reaching upward, providing shade. The beans climbed, winding around the stalks, holding tight as they stretched toward the sky. And the squash spread low, its broad leaves shielding the soil, keeping it moist and safe. They needed each other. Alone, they might wither, but together, they thrived. Her fingers dug into the soil, and she felt the roots beneath her touch, tangled and strong. They pulsed, steady and alive, as if sharing something unseen: water, strength, breath. It wasn't just survival. It was unity. Tears filled her eyes as she pulled one of the beans free, its pod snapping gently in her hand. She opened it carefully, revealing the seeds within. They shone like tiny pearls, smooth and perfect. She held them close, her heart pounding. This was more than food. It was life. It was a promise that no one would go hungry. It was hope, rooted in the earth and stretching upward, endless and unbroken. She stood, her legs unsteady, and looked out across the land. The plants swayed in the breeze, their leaves brushing against one another, and the hum filled the air again, louder this time. It wasn't just the plants. It was the earth, the wind, the sky. It was everything, alive and growing, reaching upward and outward. Her hands tightened around the beans, and she pressed them to her chest. She knew what had to come next. She would tend to them, protect them, and plant more. The earth would not be empty. It would never be empty again. The night was still, the air heavy with anticipation. Sky Woman stood at the edge of the land, the soft whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She had done what she could, planted the seeds, nurtured them, watched them grow. But as the world around her began to take shape, she felt a stirring deep within her, a knowing that something more was needed, something that could only come from the heavens above. The sky was a vast, unbroken expanse of night, dotted with countless stars that flickered like tiny fires. The moon hung low, casting its silver light across the new earth, bathing the plants in an otherworldly glow. It was a beauty that made her heart ache with longing, as though the world was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. She raised her eyes toward the heavens, feeling a pull deep in her soul. The air shimmered as if the very atmosphere were alive, vibrating with an energy that she could feel in her bones. Then, she heard it, a soft, melodic hum, as though the stars themselves were singing. The wind shifted, carrying a sweetness with it, as if the very fabric of the world was shifting. From the edge of the sky, she saw them. At first, they were but shapes, shadows flickering against the starlit canvas, too distant to understand. But as they drew closer, the shapes became clearer, more defined. The sky beings. She had heard whispers of them, stories passed down from the stars themselves. Divine spirits, beings of pure light and energy, who moved through the heavens, watching over the earth below. The first of them appeared before her like a gentle breeze, their presence soft yet undeniable. They did not walk upon the earth, but seemed to glide, their forms flickering and shifting like wisps of smoke. They were ethereal, their bodies glowing faintly with a radiance that seemed to emanate from within, their faces veiled in the kind of mystery that only the stars could hold. Sky Woman knelt before them, her heart full of wonder. She had never seen anything so beautiful, so otherworldly. Her hands pressed against the earth, grounding herself as she felt the presence of the sky beings surround her, their energy filling the space between them. They were not of this world, but they were here to witness the creation she had started. The air was thick with their presence, and though they did not speak, Sky Woman felt their words in her heart. Their gaze was deep, penetrating, as if they could see into her very soul. They knew her struggles, her hopes, her fears. And they knew the earth she had brought to life was not yet complete. The plants would need more than soil and water. They would need the breath of the heavens, the touch of divine hands, to thrive. Sky Woman closed her eyes, the hum of the sky filling her senses. She could feel their warmth now, the radiance of their presence wrapping around her like a blanket. The wind began to stir once more, and with it came the gentle touch of the sky beings. They did not speak words, there was no need for words. Their touch was enough. A wave of energy swept through her, a pulse of light that flowed from the sky beings into her very core. It was a blessing, a gift that surged through her body like fire and water intertwined. Her heart raced as she felt the connection between them, a bond stronger than any she had ever known. She could feel the power of the sky flowing through her, into the earth she had created. The energy was alive, coursing through her veins, filling her with strength and purpose. As the sky beings touched the earth, the plants beneath her began to respond. The corn stretched taller, its stalks reaching higher into the heavens. The beans, once coiled upon the ground, twisted and climbed, their vines thickening and growing stronger. The squash spread its leaves wide, their vibrant green color deepening, as though the very air itself had breathed new life into them. Sky Woman gasped as the energy of the sky beings flowed into the earth like a river of light. The land trembled beneath her feet as the first of the flowers bloomed, brilliant petals of color that seemed to paint the air with beauty. The grasses, once simple and sparse, now thickened and swayed with new life. The entire landscape was alive with energy, each plant pulsing with the gift the sky beings had given. Her heart swelled as she watched the transformation unfold before her eyes. It was not just the plants that had changed. The land itself seemed to hum with life, as though the very fabric of the earth had been woven into something greater, something more sacred. The air felt richer, the wind sweeter, the stars brighter. Everything had been touched by the sky beings, their divine presence now etched into the very soul of the earth. The sky beings, though silent, lingered around her, their presence like a breath, like the wind itself. Sky Woman felt their love, their compassion, and their strength. They had not only given life to the earth, but had also entrusted her with the care of it. It was a gift, yes, but it was also a responsibility. She could feel their hopes for the world she had created, and with it, she knew her own purpose was clear. She would tend to this land, protect it, and nurture it, as the sky beings had nurtured her. As they began to fade into the night, their forms dissolving like mist in the morning light, the sky above seemed to grow brighter. A single star shone with intensity, a beacon that burned with an otherworldly glow. Sky Woman watched as the last of the sky beings disappeared, leaving behind only the whisper of their presence in the wind. She was not alone. She could feel them still, their energy woven into the fabric of the land, flowing through every plant, every root, every stone. The sky beings had blessed her creation, and now, with their divine touch, the earth would flourish. It would grow, it would change, and it would thrive, not just as a place of life, but as a living testament to the bond between the earth and the sky. And Sky Woman, forever touched by the blessing of the sky beings, would protect it all with a love as boundless as the heavens themselves. The sky was vast and dark, the stars scattered like jewels across the expanse above. The earth, still fresh with the touch of life that Sky Woman had begun, lay beneath a soft, growing glow. The winds whispered her name, caressing the land she had formed, as though the very air was watching, waiting. It was in this stillness that she stood alone, her hands pressed to the earth, feeling the pulse of life stirring beneath her. She had done her part, created, nurtured, and given birth to the first seeds of life. But the land, though rich with promise, felt incomplete. There was something missing, a connection she could not see, yet she felt it deep in her soul. She needed something more, something beyond her power, beyond her reach. And then, from the great expanse above, a shimmer. It was subtle at first, barely a ripple in the air, but it quickly grew into a movement, a presence descending from the stars. The wind shifted, turning into a soft song that brushed against her skin like the breath of something unseen. Her heart raced. The divine spirits had arrived. Sky Woman looked up, her eyes wide with awe. From the heavens, shapes began to materialize, glowing softly like stars coming to life. These beings were not of the earth, not of her world, but they were real. They moved as if they were part of the very sky itself, light and shadow intertwining in their forms, their presence both gentle and overwhelming. They floated down, silent as the night, their presence filling the air with a kind of power that resonated deep within her. They did not walk, they glided, as though the very wind itself carried them to her. Their beauty was beyond words, not simply in their form, but in the way they seemed to exist, suspended between the earth and the sky, ageless and eternal. Sky Woman knelt, instinctively lowering her gaze in reverence. She felt their energy surround her, warm and all-encompassing. Their light was not blinding, but soft, like the moon's glow on a quiet night, comforting and peaceful. Her heart raced with the recognition of their power. These were the sky beings, divine spirits who had watched over the world from above, keeping the balance, guiding the land. And now, they had come to her. They did not speak in words, but their presence filled her thoughts. She could feel their understanding, their compassion, their wisdom. The earth was young, but it was fragile. The plants that had taken root needed more than the soil, more than the water. They needed the breath of the sky, the pulse of the stars. Only then would the land truly come alive. And so, the sky beings moved toward her, their ethereal hands raised high. Their fingers stretched out, each motion as graceful as the wind itself. As they touched the earth, a pulse of light erupted, filling the air with warmth and energy. The earth trembled beneath her, not in fear, but in recognition, as if the land understood the blessing being bestowed upon it. Sky Woman gasped, her heart swelling with the sensation of power and connection. The light from the sky beings flowed through her, into the earth, through every root and seed she had planted. It was as if the sky itself was wrapping its arms around the earth, breathing life into it. She could feel the plants respond, their growth quickening, their roots sinking deeper, their stems stretching higher. The air grew richer with the scent of life, and the earth beneath her feet felt stronger, more vibrant, more alive. The sky being's light pulsed brighter, each wave of energy rippling outward, touching every corner of the land. The plants grew before her eyes, corn shoots reaching up, their leaves unfurling in the warm light. Beans twisted upward, their vines wrapping around each other, strong and steady. Squash began to spread, its vines thickening, its flowers blooming like bursts of sunlight against the earth. It was as if the very breath of the sky beings had awakened the plants, filling them with a new kind of life, one that could only come from the heavens. Sky Woman stood frozen, awestruck by the beauty of the transformation. She could hear the wind, now full of life, rustling the leaves of the plants as they grew, whispering the secrets of the earth, of the sky, and of the sacred bond between them. She felt the sky beings' energy flowing through her, their gift imprinted upon the earth. The divine spirits had blessed her creation, and with their blessing, the land would never be the same. The sky beings, their work complete, began to drift away, their forms dissolving like mist in the morning sun. But their presence lingered, not as a memory, but as a tangible force, woven into the very fabric of the world. The wind carried their song, soft and sweet, through the leaves of the plants, through the very soil. It was the song of creation, the song of life, the song of the heavens above and the earth below. Sky Woman stood still, her heart beating in time with the rhythm of the world around her. The land was no longer just land. It was a living thing, pulsating with energy, with the touch of the sky beings, with the blessing of the heavens. And as the last of the divine spirits vanished into the night, Sky Woman knew that she was not alone. She had been given the strength of the sky, the wisdom of the stars, and the promise of life itself. The earth was hers to care for, but it was also a part of something much larger, something much older. She was a guardian now, a steward of the land, and in her heart, she knew that her work had just begun. The plants swayed in the breeze, their leaves shimmering with the divine light that had touched them. The earth, still pulsing with energy, stretched out before her, full of potential, full of life. And Sky Woman, standing at the heart of it all, knew that the world had been blessed in a way she could never have imagined. The sky above had softened into the early light of dawn, the stars retreating like memories fading with the morning. The air was thick with the scent of new life, warm and earthy, a smell that seemed to hum with possibility. Sky Woman stood at the center of it all, her hands gently resting against the earth, her heart beating in sync with the pulse of the world. The land had been born, but it had only begun to wake. The earth beneath her feet seemed to stir. At first, it was a small tremor, a barely perceptible shift in the ground. Then came a deeper rumble, like a sigh of relief, as though the very bones of the world were stretching, awakening from a long sleep. The plants, now tall and strong, their roots firmly planted in the soil, began to thrive. They flourished as if they had been waiting for this moment, waiting for the world to come to life. Sky Woman closed her eyes, feeling the vibration of the earth beneath her. It was a rhythm, steady and powerful, a heartbeat that echoed through the ground and up into her soul. The land was alive, its energy flowing through the air, through the water, and into the plants that stretched toward the sky. The first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a warm golden glow over the land. The air shimmered with the promise of new things, of a world that had just begun to breathe, to feel, to live. And as the sun's light spread over the land, something magical began to unfold. The soil, once still and empty, began to darken, rich and full of promise. Where Sky Woman had planted her seeds, the earth now rose in gentle mounds, as though the land itself was pregnant with the life she had nurtured. The plants, once small and fragile, now reached up toward the sun, their leaves unfurling like the wings of birds stretching for flight. The corn, beans, and squash, fed by the gift of the sky beings, grew strong and proud, their roots digging deeper, their leaves growing wider, filling the air with the fragrance of life. As the day stretched on, the world seemed to stretch with it. The trees that had once been saplings now towered, their branches reaching for the heavens, their trunks thick and sturdy. The flowers that had bloomed in bursts of color now covered the ground like a blanket of living jewels. The birds returned, their songs filling the air with music, and the animals of the land began to stir, their eyes wide with wonder as they discovered a world that had come alive around them. Sky Woman watched it all with a quiet awe, her heart swelling with joy. This was the world she had shaped, the world she had nurtured, and now it was becoming something far greater than she could have ever imagined. The land was no longer just soil and stone, it was alive, vibrant, and full of energy. The air, thick with the scent of plants and flowers, seemed to pulse with the beat of a living heart. The wind carried the sound of movement, the rustling of leaves, the buzzing of insects, and the songs of birds, all blending together into a symphony of life. But even as the world flourished, there was something more, something deeper that began to stir in the very fabric of the earth. It was as if the land itself was aware of its own beauty, aware of its own power, and it began to sing in its own way. The mountains, distant but ever-present, seemed to rise higher, their peaks brushing against the sky, their shadows stretching long across the valley below. The rivers, once trickling streams, now flowed with strength, carving their paths through the land, bringing life to every corner they touched. The ground itself seemed to hum with energy, as though it could feel the life growing upon it. The flowers, the trees, the grasses, they all seemed to lean toward the sun as if they had learned, instinctively, that it was the key to their growth. The earth turned its face toward the sky, and in return, the sun shone brighter, casting everything in a light that felt almost sacred. Sky Woman stood still, her eyes closed, listening to the song of the world around her. She could feel it, the pulse of life in every leaf, every blade of grass, every living creature that now called the earth home. The air was alive with the hum of the earth's heartbeat, and the wind, once soft and whispering, now roared with power. It was a new world, a world full of promise and possibility, and she had brought it into being. The wind carried the laughter of the rivers, the song of the birds, the call of the animals, all blending together into a sound that felt as though the earth itself was singing. She felt it in her chest, that song, ancient and full of wisdom, a reminder that she was not alone in this creation. The earth, the plants, the animals, and even the sky, everything was connected, woven together in a tapestry of life that stretched across the land and into the heavens above. Sky Woman breathed deeply, filling her lungs with the air of a world that was now alive. It was the beginning of something greater than she had ever known. The world was waking, and it was beautiful. The animals emerged from the woods, their eyes wide with wonder as they explored the world they had just entered. Deer grazed on the grasses that now covered the hills, their coats glistening in the sunlight. Rabbits hopped through the fields, their noses twitching in the warm breeze. Birds soared through the sky, their wings cutting through the air with grace. It was as if the world had come together in harmony, each creature playing its part in the dance of life. The earth itself seemed to celebrate this new life. The wind carried the seeds of flowers far and wide, and the rain came, gentle but steady, nourishing the earth, encouraging growth. The rivers flowed more freely, their waters singing as they wound their way through the land, bringing life wherever they touched. Sky Woman watched in silence, her heart swelling with pride. The world had begun, and it was alive, vibrant, and full of hope. It was as though every breath of the wind, every rustle of the leaves, every flutter of a bird's wing carried with it the promise of a future full of beauty, growth, and connection. And as the earth continued to flourish, Sky Woman knew, deep in her heart, that this was just the beginning. The world had only just begun to emerge, and she could feel the future stretching before her, wide and full of possibility. The wind shifted, carrying the warmth of distant lands, whispering through the leaves of the trees and weaving around Sky Woman. Her breath came in slow, steady rhythm as she stood on the edge of the earth, the land that had bloomed under her touch. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows, but she did not notice. There was something stirring within her, something deep and ancient, that she could not yet name. The earth seemed to hum in time with her heartbeat, and she felt the pull of something more, something larger than her own life. It began like a murmur, a gentle ripple in the air, unnoticed at first. The birds still sang their songs, the trees rustled with the wind, but underneath it all, there was a shift. The earth seemed to tighten around her, as if it had felt something in her, a change in the very essence of her being. Her body, once still and quiet, began to change, too. There was a warmth spreading from within, a glow that rose from her heart and filled her chest, flowing through her veins like a river of light. She could feel it, something new, something miraculous, growing inside of her. For days, she wandered the land, unsure of what this strange feeling was. The world had changed, but now she, too, was changing. The earth beneath her feet seemed to pulse in time with the life that was beginning to grow inside her. Her body had always been in tune with the earth, but now there was an intimacy, an understanding between them that went deeper than ever before. It was as though the very soil, the trees, the winds, everything around her, was holding its breath, waiting for something extraordinary to take place. And then, in the stillness of the night, it happened. It was as though the world itself had held its breath and then exhaled, and from the depths of her being, a miracle took shape. Sky Woman felt a presence, soft but powerful, fill her. It was as if the sky itself had touched her, descending like a soft breeze, tender but unmistakable. A vision flashed before her eyes, an image of a child, a future that had not yet come to pass, but was already becoming part of her. The child was not just a child, but a promise, a continuation of the earth, the sky, and all that had been created. A life, an embodiment of all the beauty and power that had been awakened in the world. Her heart raced as the connection deepened, and she understood, in that moment, that she was carrying something more than a child. She was carrying the future of the world, of the earth, the sky, and everything between. The life inside her was not just hers, it was the earth's, the skies, the winds. It was the land she had nurtured, the life she had begun to grow. She was not just a mother, she was the vessel of a great, divine purpose. The days passed, but time no longer seemed to follow the same path. Each day felt like an eternity, each moment a lifetime. Sky Woman's body blossomed, her belly round and full, her steps slower but no less graceful. The land around her seemed to respond in kind. Flowers bloomed where she walked, their colors vibrant against the soft earth. The animals that had once been wild and free now approached her with a quiet reverence, as though they, too, knew that something sacred was growing within her. The sun shone brighter, and the wind carried with it the scent of new life. Yet, despite the beauty of it all, Sky Woman could not shake the sense that she was on the edge of something more. She could feel the presence of the child inside her, a presence so strong that it was like an echo of a distant song. The child was not just a part of her, but of something far greater, something that connected all things. The world had become alive, and she was a part of it, carrying the very essence of life itself. One evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the sky, she felt a sudden surge of warmth, a rush of energy that filled her to the brim. It was as if the earth had sent its love, its power, its strength through her, and she felt the child move inside her. It was as if the child, too, was reaching for the sky, for the stars, for all that had come before. She closed her eyes and let out a soft breath, feeling the miracle of it all, the power of creation moving through her, around her, and inside her. In that moment, the world seemed to stand still. The stars above twinkled brighter, the trees around her swayed with a rhythm that felt like a heartbeat, and the earth itself seemed to hum in time with the life that was growing within her. She could feel the child shifting, turning, reaching, as if it, too, understood the weight of what was happening. The child was not just the future, it was the very essence of the world itself, of all that had come before and all that was yet to come. The presence of the sky beings seemed to grow closer, their whispers like a soft breeze on her skin. She could feel their touch, their love, their blessing flowing through her. They had been with her from the very beginning, guiding her, nurturing her, and now, they were with her in this moment of creation. She could feel their hands upon her, their energy infusing her, lending her strength, lending her power. She was no longer just Sky Woman, she was the mother of a new world. A world that had not only been created from the earth, the sky, and the wind, but a world that was growing, breathing, becoming. And within her, this world was taking shape. The child she carried was not merely a being of flesh and bone, it was the embodiment of all that had been born from the earth, the sky, and the stars. It was the miracle of life, of creation, and it was hers. Sky Woman's heart swelled as the realization settled within her. She was not just carrying a child, she was carrying the future of the world, the promise of all that was to come. She was a part of something far greater, something that reached beyond the stars and into the very fabric of existence. And with each breath, each step, she knew that she was not alone. The sky beings, the earth, the wind, and the stars, they were all with her, guiding her, protecting her, as she brought new life into the world. It was a miracle, a miraculous conception that bound her to the very heart of the world. And in that moment, Sky Woman knew that she was not just a creator, she was a part of the endless cycle of life, death, and rebirth that would continue for eternity. Inside the still, quiet world of Sky Woman, something stirred. The silence that had once been peaceful now felt heavy, filled with a strange and unseen tension. Her body, once calm and gentle, now hummed with an energy that seemed almost too much to contain. There was movement, not just from her own pulse, but from within, the twins. The two souls she carried had already begun to speak to one another, though not in words. Their communication was one of resistance, of pull and push, of a force neither could ignore. At first, it was subtle, an odd fluttering, a strange turn. But soon, it became a battle, one that Sky Woman could not fully comprehend, yet she could feel it, deep within her. There was no peace. Where there had once been the soothing rhythm of new life, there was now a shifting, a tugging, as though the two beings inside her could not rest in harmony. The twins, two hearts that beat in unison, had already begun their rivalry before they had even seen the light of day. One twin, small but strong, pressed hard against the wall of her womb, pushing and straining with all its might. It seemed to fight for space, for its own place in the world, like a warrior with a destiny that could not be denied. The other twin, just as determined, pushed back, not willing to give an inch. It was a contest of wills, a struggle for dominance that could not be quelled. One twin would push, and the other would resist, their bodies locked in an invisible dance that no one but Sky Woman could feel. She could not understand it, but she knew it was important. There was a force in each of them, an undeniable power that reached out, clashed, and then pulled away, only to clash again. It was as though the very elements of the earth were fighting inside her, two separate forces, as old as time itself, seeking to rise above the other. One twin seemed to draw from the sky, filled with the energy of stars and winds, while the other seemed to be rooted in the earth, solid and grounded, unmovable. In the stillness of the night, Sky Woman felt their movements more strongly than ever. A sharp pain shot through her, like a crack of thunder, but when she placed her hand on her stomach, she understood, this was not just discomfort. This was a battle for existence. The twins were vying for their place in the world, their very souls entwined in a contest as old as creation itself. The energy between them was undeniable, like a force that could not be tamed. The twin from the sky seemed to surge forward at every opportunity, reaching upward as if it could already touch the stars. It was quick, fiery, and restless. But the twin from the earth fought back just as fiercely, its movements slow but deliberate, like a heavy storm cloud gathering on the horizon. It was steady, unyielding, and deeply rooted in the world around it. Sky Woman closed her eyes, her breath shallow as she felt the shifting within her. She could feel both their desires, both their needs, pulsing through her, and yet they were at odds. She did not know how long this battle had been going on or how much longer it would continue, but it was clear now, the twins would not be born in peace. The days passed, but time no longer seemed to follow the same path. Each day felt like an eternity, each moment a lifetime. Sky Woman's body blossomed, her belly round and full, her steps slower but no less graceful. The land around her seemed to respond in kind. Flowers bloomed where she walked, their colors vibrant against the soft earth. The animals that had once been wild and free now approached her with a quiet reverence, as though they, too, knew that something sacred was growing within her. The sun shone brighter, and the wind carried with it the scent of new life. Yet, despite the beauty of it all, Sky Woman could not shake the sense that she was on the edge of something more. She could feel the presence of the child inside her, a presence so strong that it was like an echo of a distant song. The child was not just a part of her, but of something far greater, something that connected all things. The world had become alive, and she was a part of it, carrying the very essence of life itself. One evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the sky, she felt a sudden surge of warmth, a rush of energy that filled her to the brim. It was as if the earth had sent its love, its power, its strength through her, and she felt the child move inside her. It was as if the child, too, was reaching for the sky, for the stars, for all that had come before. She closed her eyes and let out a soft breath, feeling the miracle of it all, the power of creation moving through her, around her, and inside her. In that moment, the world seemed to stand still. The stars above twinkled brighter, the trees around her swayed with a rhythm that felt like a heartbeat, and the earth itself seemed to hum in time with the life that was growing within her. She could feel the child shifting, turning, reaching, as if it, too, understood the weight of what was happening. The child was not just the future, it was the very essence of the world itself, of all that had come before and all that was yet to come. The presence of the sky beings seemed to grow closer, their whispers like a soft breeze on her skin. She could feel their touch, their love, their blessing flowing through her. They had been with her from the very beginning, guiding her, nurturing her, and now, they were with her in this moment of creation. She could feel their hands upon her, their energy infusing her, lending her strength, lending her power. She was no longer just Sky Woman, she was the mother of a new world. A world that had not only been created from the earth, the sky, and the wind, but a world that was growing, breathing, becoming. And within her, this world was taking shape. The child she carried was not merely a being of flesh and bone, it was the embodiment of all that had been born from the earth, the sky, and the stars. It was the miracle of life, of creation, and it was hers. Sky Woman's heart swelled as the realization settled within her. She was not just carrying a child, she was carrying the future of the world, the promise of all that was to come. She was a part of something far greater, something that reached beyond the stars and into the very fabric of existence. And with each breath, each step, she knew that she was not alone. The sky beings, the earth, the wind, and the stars, they were all with her, guiding her, protecting her, as she brought new life into the world. It was a miracle, a miraculous conception that bound her to the very heart of the world. And in that moment, Sky Woman knew that she was not just a creator, she was a part of the endless cycle of life, death, and rebirth that would continue for eternity. Inside the still, quiet world of Sky Woman, something stirred. The silence that had once been peaceful now felt heavy, filled with a strange and unseen tension. Her body, once calm and gentle, now hummed with an energy that seemed almost too much to contain. There was movement, not just from her own pulse, but from within, the twins. The two souls she carried had already begun to speak to one another, though not in words. Their communication was one of resistance, of pull and push, of a force neither could ignore. At first, it was subtle, an odd fluttering, a strange turn. But soon, it became a battle, one that Sky Woman could not fully comprehend, yet she could feel it, deep within her. There was no peace. Where there had once been the soothing rhythm of new life, there was now a shifting, a tugging, as though the two beings inside her could not rest in harmony. The twins, two hearts that beat in unison, had already begun their rivalry before they had even seen the light of day. One twin, small but strong, pressed hard against the wall of her womb, pushing and straining with all its might. It seemed to fight for space, for its own place in the world, like a warrior with a destiny that could not be denied. The other twin, just as determined, pushed back, not willing to give an inch. It was a contest of wills, a struggle for dominance that could not be quelled. One twin would push, and the other would resist, their bodies locked in an invisible dance that no one but Sky Woman could feel. She could not understand it, but she knew it was important. There was a force in each of them, an undeniable power that reached out, clashed, and then pulled away, only to clash again. It was as though the very elements of the earth were fighting inside her, two separate forces, as old as time itself, seeking to rise above the other. One twin seemed to draw from the sky, filled with the energy of stars and winds, while the other seemed to be rooted in the earth, solid and grounded, unmovable. In the stillness of the night, Sky Woman felt their movements more strongly than ever. A sharp pain shot through her, like a crack of thunder, but when she placed her hand on her stomach, she understood, this was not just discomfort. This was a battle for existence. The twins were vying for their place in the world, their very souls entwined in a contest as old as creation itself. The energy between them was undeniable, like a force that could not be tamed. The twin from the sky seemed to surge forward at every opportunity, reaching upward as if it could already touch the stars. It was quick, fiery, and restless. But the twin from the earth fought back just as fiercely, its movements slow but deliberate, like a heavy storm cloud gathering on the horizon. It was steady, unyielding, and deeply rooted in the world around it. Sky Woman closed her eyes, her breath shallow as she felt the shifting within her. She could feel both their desires, both their needs, pulsing through her, and yet they were at odds. She did not know how long this battle had been going on or how much longer it would continue, but it was clear now, the twins would not be born in peace. Every night, as she lay beneath the stars, she could feel them move, restless, anxious, almost frantic in their need to prove themselves. Sometimes they would press together, as if briefly agreeing to a truce, only to pull apart once more. One would push, the other would retreat, and the cycle would begin again. Sky Woman could feel their thoughts, though not in words, but in the energy that filled her entire being. One twin felt destined to reign, to lead, to rise above, while the other twin was determined to stay grounded, to shape the earth, to keep it rooted. There could be no compromise, no middle ground. It was the battle of sky and earth, of fire and stone, of two halves of the same whole struggling to carve out their place. Sky Woman's breath quickened as the movements grew more intense, more forceful. She could feel her body stretching, straining against the pressure they exerted, and though the pain was sharp, it was also beautiful, a reminder of the life she carried, the power within her. Then, one day, it seemed that something shifted. The movement stopped, just for a moment. Sky Woman held her breath, feeling the stillness as if the entire world had paused. There was no struggle, no pull or push, only the quiet sound of her heartbeat and the soft, steady pulse of the twins within her. Had they reached an understanding? Had they decided that for just this moment, there would be peace? But no. The stillness was brief. In a heartbeat, the clash resumed, one twin surged forward, the other pulling back. It was as though the earth itself was groaning under their push and pull, the stars trembling in the sky above. Sky Woman could feel the weight of it, the tension, and though she could not see them, she imagined their forms, pressing against her from the inside, as if trying to break free from the confines of her body. With every movement, every jolt, the twins grew stronger, their presence more pronounced. The rivalry that had begun in the quiet space of her womb was becoming something far greater. She knew that this conflict, this struggle, would not end at birth. No, the battle was only beginning. the Sky Twin, with all its fire and ambition, would rise to the heavens. The Earth Twin, grounded and solid, would stay close to the Earth, its strength born from the soil itself. Together, they would shape the world, but apart, they would be forces to reckon with, rivals, forever. Sky Woman placed a hand over her belly, feeling the rapid movements, the forceful struggles, and she knew. The twins were not just beings of flesh and bone. They were symbols, representations of the eternal conflict between sky and earth, light and dark, ambition and steadiness. In the depths of her being, she could feel the pull of both, and though she loved them equally, she knew that this rivalry, this tension, was not something to be solved. It was something to be embraced, for it was this very rivalry that would give birth to a new world. The twins, locked in their contest before birth, were more than just siblings. They were the embodiment of the Earth's most ancient struggle, and as Sky Woman stood there, feeling the tension, the beauty of their conflict filled her. It was as though the earth, the sky, and the stars had come alive within her, and she was holding the very heart of the world in her hands. The struggle would never end, but neither would the power it created. The wind howled through the trees, carrying with it the smell of damp earth and the promise of something profound. In the stillness of the dawn, Sky Woman felt the stirrings within her, the two souls she carried now nearing the moment of their arrival. The weight of the world seemed to rest upon her, the burden of their struggle echoing in every breath she took. She knew this moment was inevitable, she could feel it in every fiber of her being. It was time. She lay there, her body trembling, not from fear, but from the overwhelming power of creation. The twins, the force of sky and earth, were no longer fighting for space within her. The time of their conflict was over, and now they would emerge, each bringing with them the energy they carried, each marking the world with their essence. With one final, sharp breath, Sky Woman felt the first push. The first of the twins made its way into the world, a powerful force that filled the air with light. It was the twin from the sky, the one who had always reached upward, drawn to the heavens, its movements quick and energetic. It came into the world with a force that shook the ground beneath her, a cry that seemed to call to the stars themselves. The wind whispered through the trees as the twin from the sky opened its eyes, seeing the world for the first time. And then, as though to balance the energy of the first, the second twin followed. The twin from the earth, slow and deliberate, came into the world with a quieter, steadier presence. It moved with purpose, and its first breath was deep, as if drawing from the soil beneath its feet. Where the twin from the sky was light and fire, this twin was rooted in the world, its presence grounded and strong. Its eyes opened, not to the stars, but to the earth itself. Sky Woman gazed upon them, her heart filled with both wonder and sorrow. These two beings, so different in nature, had been locked in a contest even before they had been born. Now, here they were, two separate forces, each embodying a part of the world, a duality that could never be undone. One of them, the twin from the sky, was quick to rise. He was born with a sharp intelligence, a mind that seemed to burn with ideas and visions. He spoke with words that were strong, full of conviction, his voice carrying with it the force of wind and storm. This was Good Mind, the embodiment of light, of goodness, of all that was pure and true. His thoughts were sharp, his movements graceful, as if the very air around him bent to his will. He was the force that sought to uplift, to lead, to bring order to the chaos of the world. His gaze was clear, and his heart was filled with a love for all that was good in the world. But beside him, lying still and silent, was the other twin. His birth had been quieter, more subtle, but no less powerful. This twin, born from the earth, was not quick to rise. He was slow, deliberate, his mind darker, filled with thoughts that sought to challenge, to question, to tear down the things that Good Mind sought to build. He was Bad Mind, the embodiment of darkness, of chaos, of all that was untamed and wild. His eyes were filled with a depth that seemed to peer into the very soul of the world, seeking to understand not just the light, but also the shadows that lingered there. Where Good Mind sought harmony, Bad Mind sought disruption. The air around them seemed to hold its breath, for the world knew that these twins, would shape the world to come. The contrast between them was undeniable. Good Mind was quick, energetic, filled with a radiant light that seemed to chase away the darkness. He looked to the sky, and his thoughts soared with him, reaching for the stars. But Bad Mind, though born into the same world, was different. His thoughts were slower, more grounded. He spoke in whispers, his voice deep and somber, a voice that seemed to come from the earth itself. And yet, despite the differences, there was something undeniable about their bond. They were born together, one from the sky and one from the earth, but their connection was more than just a matter of birth. They were two halves of the same whole, two sides of the same coin. Without one, the other could not exist. Where Good Mind sought to build and create, Bad Mind sought to destroy and challenge. And though their methods were different, their ultimate goal was the same: to shape the world, to make it a place where both light and dark could coexist. As they grew, their rivalry became more pronounced. Good Mind, ever the optimist, sought to lead the world toward peace, to bring people together, to build strong foundations on which they could thrive. He spoke of unity, of kindness, of love for all living things. His ideas were simple but powerful, and wherever he went, people followed him, drawn to his light. But Bad Mind was not so easily swayed. He questioned everything Good Mind stood for, seeking to break down the structures he had built. He was not evil, but he was driven by a desire to challenge, to test the limits of what could be done. He saw the flaws in the world and sought to expose them, to tear down the false illusions that Good Mind had built. Where Good Mind saw peace, Bad Mind saw stagnation. Where Good Mind saw beauty, Bad Mind saw imperfection. Their rivalry was not one of hatred but of necessity. For the world could not exist without both forces, without the light and the dark, the creation and the destruction, the growth and the decay. Each twin, in his own way, would shape the world, and though they would never see eye to eye, they would always be bound by the same purpose: to balance the forces of the earth, to create the harmony that would allow life to thrive. And so, the birth of Good Mind and Bad Mind marked the beginning of a new world, a world where two forces, forever at odds, would coexist. One twin, with his eyes set to the sky, would build, create, and bring light to the world. The other, with his feet firmly planted in the earth, would challenge, disrupt, and expose the shadows that lingered beneath the surface. Together, they would give the world the gift of duality, the gift of balance. The first breath of dawn broke the silence. It wasn't loud, but it was powerful, sweeping over the earth like a soft tide, pushing away the last remnants of night. The world had been waiting for this moment, the moment when light would pierce through the darkness and shape the balance of day and night. It was time. At the edge of the sky, where the first rays of the sun began to rise, a single spark of light appeared. It was small at first, just a flicker, but it grew with every passing second, stretching out across the sky like fingers reaching for something they couldn't quite touch. This light was no ordinary light. It was the force of creation itself, a pure, unrelenting energy that surged forward, eager to bring life to the earth. But as the light rose, it was met by a shadow. A dark, thick shadow that seemed to rise up from the earth itself. It wasn't like the darkness of night, which fell gently over the world, quiet and calm. This shadow was powerful, born of something deeper, something primal. It was the absence of light, but it was more than that. It was a force in its own right, strong and unwavering. It moved to meet the light, and the two forces collided in the sky. For a moment, there was nothing but a struggle. Light and darkness fought, neither willing to yield to the other. The light flared, stretching across the sky like a burning river, and the darkness pushed back, swallowing it whole. The earth below seemed to tremble with the power of their conflict. It was as though the very fabric of the world was being torn apart by the force of their struggle. And then, in that moment of tension, something changed. The light began to pull back, but it did not retreat. Instead, it began to reshape itself, folding into the sky like a flower blooming in reverse. The darkness, too, shifted, melting away like ink spreading across a canvas. Slowly, they began to separate, moving in opposite directions, as though they had made a silent agreement to exist side by side. From this moment of conflict, the cycle of day and night was born. The light spread higher, painting the sky with gold and pink, a canvas of colors that rippled across the horizon. The earth below began to stir, waking from its slumber as the sun climbed higher. The air grew warm, the scent of earth and flowers drifting in the wind. The world seemed alive, every tree, every rock, every leaf basking in the warmth of the sun. It was the birth of a new day, a day full of possibility, full of light. But just as the light reached its peak, the darkness began to creep back in. It wasn't forceful this time, but quiet, slow, like a tide that rises in the night, unseen until it's too late. The shadow stretched across the land, growing longer with every passing moment. The sun began to dip lower, pulling its light with it, leaving the earth to slowly cool in the embrace of the night. The world held its breath as the light faded, replaced by the deep, comforting darkness of night. The stars began to twinkle in the sky, tiny diamonds scattered across the heavens, offering their light in the absence of the sun. The world seemed to sigh as the night settled in, quiet and peaceful. The creatures of the earth, once awake and active, now retreated to their hidden places, seeking rest beneath the cover of darkness. The balance had been struck. It wasn't just the changing of day and night, not simply the ebb and flow of light and dark. It was something deeper, something more profound. The creation of light and darkness wasn't merely about contrast, it was about the balance between the two. Each needed the other, for without one, the other would lose its purpose. The light brought life, brought energy, but it could not exist without the night, without the stillness that the darkness provided. And the darkness, while it may have seemed like an absence, was just as important. It offered rest, offered peace, a time for the world to renew itself before the light came again. As the night stretched on, the moon began its slow rise, casting a soft, silver light over the land. It was a quiet, gentle light, not the blinding brilliance of the sun, but a cool, soothing light that seemed to calm the world in its embrace. The stars blinked down, tiny beacons in the vastness of the sky. They whispered stories of ancient times, tales that no one could truly remember but that lived in the pulse of the earth, in the rhythm of the stars. And in the quiet, in the space between the sun's departure and the moon's arrival, the balance was held. The world did not tip toward light or darkness, instead, it found harmony between them. As the night deepened, the creatures of the earth began to stir again, waking to the stillness of the dark. The trees swayed in the wind, their leaves rustling like a soft lullaby. The earth seemed to breathe, as if it, too, had found peace in the silence of the night. But even as the night stretched on, there was always a hint of light, faint and distant, waiting. It was the promise of the dawn, the promise that the light would return, that the world would wake again. The darkness knew that it could not hold the earth forever, just as the light knew it would not last. Each was a visitor in the world, here for a time and then gone, but always returning. And so, the cycle continued. The creation of light and darkness had shaped the rhythm of the world, the balance of day and night. It was not a simple thing, not just the rise and fall of the sun, but something deeper, something more profound. It was a dance, a delicate balance, a relationship between forces that gave life to everything around them. Light and darkness were not enemies, nor were they separate. They were two halves of the same whole, each needed for the other to exist. Together, they created a world that could grow, could change, could thrive. Together, they shaped the world into something beautiful, something alive. The earth trembled, and in that shaking, something ancient stirred beneath the surface. The land was restless, as if it could no longer contain the force inside of it. There was a great tension, like the air before a storm, heavy with the weight of something inevitable. Something grand was about to happen. From the heart of the world, the ground began to rise. It was slow at first, barely noticeable, like the first breath before a great cry. But then, it surged, the earth itself lifting and cracking, pulling upward as though the world had a mind of its own. The mountains were born. The rocks groaned and split as they shot toward the sky, jagged peaks thrusting upward like claws, reaching for the heavens. The very air seemed to crackle as the mountains grew taller and taller, their ridges sharp and fierce. They stood tall, unyielding, their presence felt across the land. It was a power that could not be ignored. The mountains were not just part of the landscape, they were the spine of the world, the foundation on which everything rested. They held the earth together, guarding the world from what lay beyond. But the mountains were not alone. The valleys, too, were coming to life. Where the earth sank, where it bowed in quiet surrender, deep chasms began to form, cutting through the land like scars. The valleys were born not from the fierce push of rock and stone, but from the gentle pull of time, as though the earth had wept and left behind the marks of its grief. The valleys were not harsh like the mountains, they were soft, inviting, carved by the steady hands of wind and water over centuries. They held secrets in their depths, echoes of the past, quiet places where the earth could rest. The land did not just rise and fall. It breathed. It sighed and groaned, each movement telling a story. The mountains were the first to stand tall, their peaks piercing the sky, but the valleys were not far behind. They formed in the shadows, in the spaces where the earth's strength could not reach. They stretched wide, welcoming the rivers that would carve through them, winding and twisting like threads of silver, carrying life to every corner. The valleys were the world's heart, pulsing with the rhythm of the earth's breath. And between these two forces, the mountains and the valleys, the land began to shape itself. The mountains, fierce and unyielding, held the skies up with their strength, their peaks sharp against the clouds. They were the world's bones, the solid, unwavering foundation that kept the earth from crumbling. The valleys, soft and gentle, embraced the rivers, the winds, the life that would travel through them. They were the lungs of the world, taking in the air and giving it back. But the balance was fragile. The mountains, in all their power, did not come without a price. Their weight pushed down on the earth beneath them, pulling and stretching the land. The valleys, too, took their toll. They could hold water, but sometimes the rains came too fast, too furious, and the rivers that ran through them would overflow, flooding the land. The world was in constant motion, a dance between strength and softness, between the unyielding force of the mountains and the quiet pull of the valleys. The wind howled as it passed through the mountain passes, echoing off the rocks. It was a sound that filled the air, carrying with it the ancient voices of the earth. The wind whispered to the valleys, coaxing them to open wider, to welcome the rivers, to create space for the life that would come. And the valleys listened. They widened, stretching and bending to the wind's will, creating paths for the waters to flow. The mountains, though they stood tall, could not resist the river's call. The rivers snaked through the valleys, carving their way through the earth, cutting through the rock, softening the harsh edges of the mountains. It was a battle, yes, but it was a battle of harmony. The mountains, with their raw, untamed power, pushed the earth upward, but it was the rivers, the valleys, the wind that shaped them, softened them, turned them into something more than just stone and rock. They became the soul of the world, the place where life could bloom and grow, where the earth could exhale and rest. The valleys were the cradle of life, a place where the seeds of the earth could take root. The trees that would line the valley floors grew tall, their roots deep in the rich soil, fed by the water that trickled down from the mountain peaks. The flowers bloomed in the soft earth, reaching toward the sky, while the grasses swayed gently in the breeze. The valleys were alive, filled with the energy of the world, but they were not chaotic. They were peaceful, quiet, a place where the earth could rest and heal. But the mountains, too, had their own rhythm. Their peaks were harsh and unyielding, but they were also home to creatures that could withstand the wind and the cold. The birds that flew high above the earth found shelter in the crags of the mountain cliffs, while the animals that roamed the rocky slopes moved with grace, finding their own paths through the harshness of the world. The mountains were the guardians of the earth, holding everything in place, ensuring that the land stayed steady. The world was not simply made of rock and soil. It was made of forces, of struggles and compromises. The mountains, though fierce and strong, could not exist without the valleys. And the valleys, though soft and gentle, could not exist without the mountains. They were two sides of the same coin, two halves of the same soul. Each needed the other to exist, each shaped the other in ways that could not be undone. And so, the land settled into its rhythm. The mountains and valleys stood side by side, each a testament to the power of the earth. The mountains, with their towering peaks and jagged cliffs, stood tall and proud. The valleys, with their winding rivers and soft hills, stretched wide, holding the life of the earth in their embrace. Together, they formed a landscape that was more than just rock and earth. It was a living, breathing thing, a place where strength and softness could coexist, where power and gentleness could find balance. It began with a whisper. A soft murmur that came from the very heart of the earth, as if the world itself was speaking in its sleep. The ground trembled beneath the surface, barely noticeable at first, but then, the earth began to stir. From the deepest, most ancient places, the water began to rise. It was not sudden, but inevitable. The rivers, the lakes, the streams, everything that would carry life and feed the land, were born of that quiet stirring. They came forth with purpose, flowing not just to quench the thirst of the earth, but to shape it, to sustain it, to nourish all things that lived upon it. The waters of the world were not just a force, they were the essence of life itself. The rivers came first, winding and twisting through the land like veins carrying life's blood to every corner. They started small, tiny streams that bubbled up from hidden springs, cutting their way through the soft earth. At first, the water barely touched the surface, like a gentle kiss from the earth to the sky. But as it flowed, it grew stronger. The streams joined together, pulling in water from every crack and crevice of the earth, becoming rivers that stretched as far as the eye could see. They roared through the valleys, cutting through mountains, carrying with them the stories of the land, of the sky, of the creatures that walked upon the earth. The rivers were the lifeblood of the world. They moved relentlessly, carving through the land, shaping it into something new. They did not rush or hurry, but they did not stop. They knew their purpose. The rivers held the power to transform the earth, to carve valleys, to create mountains, to shape everything in their path. They moved with purpose and direction, guided by the pulse of the earth beneath them. Every twist and turn, every rush and calm, was a reflection of the balance that held the world together. But the rivers were not alone. The lakes, too, began to form. The water pooled in the low places, filling the spaces between the mountains and valleys, creating still, quiet bodies of water. The lakes were different from the rivers. They were calm, reflective, holding within them the stillness of the earth itself. Where the rivers flowed endlessly, the lakes were a place of rest. The water in the lakes moved slowly, as though it was contemplating the world, reflecting the sky and the mountains, holding their images within the quiet surface. They were places of peace, places of solitude. The lakes were like mirrors to the world above, reflecting the clouds and the sun, the trees and the birds. They held the sky within them, as if they had captured its essence and kept it for themselves. The water in the lakes did not rush to the sea, it lingered, resting in the earth's arms, gathering all the beauty of the world around it. They were still, yes, but that stillness held power. The lakes were places of balance, of restoration, where the weary could find solace in the reflection of the world. But even in their stillness, the lakes were never empty. The rivers fed them, bringing fresh water, carrying life with them. The lakes, in turn, gave the land something in return. They nourished the soil, created fertile grounds for plants and animals to thrive, and in their depths, they held secrets. The water in the lakes was not just water, it was memory, it was life, it was the essence of the earth itself. The rivers, too, gave back to the earth. They watered the fields, nourished the crops, and carried fish and creatures from one place to another. They connected the earth, allowing life to travel from one place to the next. The rivers did not just carve through the land, they connected it, bringing people and creatures together, allowing them to share in the life the rivers carried. The water in the rivers was not just water, it was the heartbeat of the world, the rhythm that held everything in harmony. But the rivers, as they flowed, would also bring destruction. Their power was not always kind. When the rains came too fast, too strong, the rivers swelled, breaking their banks, flooding the land. The rivers would rage, sweeping away anything in their path, carrying with them the earth's fury. The power of water, once gentle and nurturing, could turn fierce and unforgiving in an instant. The rivers were both life and death, creation and destruction, flowing with the earth's pulse, following the rhythm of the world. Yet, even in the floods, the rivers did not forget their purpose. They cleared the land, washing away the old to make room for the new. They renewed the earth, bringing fresh soil to the fields, fresh life to the land. The rivers, in their fury, would remind the world that everything must change. Nothing stays the same. And when the storm had passed, when the waters had receded, the earth would breathe again, and life would return to the land. The lakes, too, held the power to shape the world, though in a quieter way. Their stillness held the memory of all things, reflecting the sky, the mountains, the trees. They were the places of rest, of quiet reflection, but they also held within them the power to heal. The still waters could calm the restless, the anxious, the lost. They could soothe the pain of the heart, the wounds of the soul. The lakes were places where the earth could find peace with itself, where it could sit in silence and listen to the stories the water told. In the lakes and rivers, there was a constant cycle, a rhythm of life and death, of creation and destruction. The water that flowed through the rivers eventually found its way into the lakes, where it would rest before continuing on its journey. And when the time was right, the water would leave the lakes, moving again through the land, carrying life with it, feeding the earth, bringing forth new beginnings. The rivers and lakes were not just water. They were the essence of the earth, the lifeblood of the world, and they held the power to shape everything. They carved the land, shaped the mountains, created the valleys. They brought life, but they also brought change. They were the heartbeat of the earth, and in their movement, they carried the stories of the world. From the first drop of water to the last, they would always flow, always move, always change, and always sustain. It began with a whisper, a soft rustle, like a secret between the earth and the wind. From the moment the water had touched the land, life began to stir. The earth, once barren, now held the promise of something new, something powerful. But it was not enough to have water and soil, the land hungered for life. It waited for something to emerge from the soil, to give it shape, to fill the spaces with life. And then, from the very depths of the earth, it happened. The first seeds began to sprout. It wasn't much at first, a small, fragile shoot poking through the soil. It was quiet, like the earth itself was holding its breath, unsure of what was to come. But then, slowly, more shoots began to appear. Tiny green leaves unfurled, reaching towards the sky, stretching out to feel the warmth of the sun. The earth trembled, not in fear but in excitement, as life began to take root. The plants didn't rush. They grew in their own time, their own rhythm. The roots dug deep into the earth, drawing up the water that had flowed from the rivers, absorbing it, pulling it into their bodies. The soil gave them sustenance, and in return, the plants gave the land something more, something new. They brought color to the earth, and with each leaf that bloomed, the land became more alive, more vibrant. The leaves reached upward, reaching towards the sky, towards the sun. The warmth of the sun was like a promise, one that the plants accepted eagerly. They stretched, their branches thickening, their roots deepening. They were growing, but not just for themselves. They were growing for the land, for the creatures that would one day need their shelter, their fruit, their shade. The plants were not just life, they were sustenance. They were the very thing that would allow the world to thrive. The earth, once empty and silent, was now alive with movement. Flowers bloomed in every color imaginable, painting the landscape with their hues. Tall grasses swayed in the wind, their soft tips brushing against one another, creating a rhythm, a harmony in the stillness. The trees grew strong, their trunks thick with age and wisdom, their leaves dancing in the breeze. The land was no longer barren. It was full of life, full of potential. As the plants grew, so did the earth's sense of purpose. It wasn't just about survival anymore, it was about something deeper, something that connected all things. The plants were not alone. The air, the water, the land, they were all part of the same great cycle. The earth was not just giving life to plants, it was creating something greater. The plants would feed the creatures of the earth. They would provide shelter, warmth, food. They would offer the gift of life in every seed, every berry, every leaf that fell. The trees began to bear fruit, and the vines twisted their way up, carrying their gifts to the highest branches. The flowers, once buds, bloomed into full splendor, their petals soft and inviting. The grass that once swayed in the wind now provided a home for the small creatures that scurried beneath it. The earth had created a world that was not just alive, but thriving. But it wasn't always gentle. The plants fought for space, for sunlight, for water. Some grew tall, reaching towards the sky, while others stayed close to the ground, their roots digging deep into the earth. The trees stood firm, their branches stretching out, blocking the light from reaching the smaller plants below. The flowers fought to bloom, their delicate petals pushing through the soil, sometimes barely surviving the weight of the world above them. The plants weren't just life, they were warriors. They fought for their place in the world, their right to grow, to thrive. Yet, even in their struggle, there was a beauty. The fight for sunlight, for space, for water, created a balance. The plants needed each other. The tall trees needed the small plants beneath their branches to hold the soil in place, to prevent erosion. The vines needed the trees to climb, to reach the light. The flowers needed the bees to carry their pollen from one place to another. The grass, in its quiet humility, offered shelter and protection to the small creatures that moved through the world. In every leaf, in every seed, in every root that dug deep into the earth, the plants told a story. They were not just a source of food. They were the foundation of life itself. They were a testament to the resilience of the earth, to its ability to create, to sustain, to nourish. The plants were more than just a part of the world. They were the heartbeat of it. They were the hands that held the earth together, that wove the fabric of life. As the seasons changed, so did the plants. They bloomed, they bore fruit, and they died. Their leaves turned gold and red, then fell to the earth, becoming part of the soil that had nourished them. But even in death, the plants gave back to the land. The soil became richer, more fertile, ready for the next cycle of life. The plants were not afraid of death. They understood it as part of the great rhythm of life, as something necessary for the world to continue. The earth, in turn, gave back. The wind carried the seeds far and wide, planting them in new places, allowing new life to grow. The rain fell, nourishing the soil, allowing the plants to grow again. The sun shone, giving the plants the warmth they needed to survive. The earth and the plants were inextricably linked. They were not separate beings, but part of a greater whole, working together to sustain life. The plants had not just created the world, they had given it meaning. They had given the earth its heart, its soul. Without the plants, the world would have been empty, silent, barren. But with them, the earth was full of life, full of promise. The plants were the earth's gift, its offering to the world, and in turn, the world gave back to them. It was a cycle, a rhythm, a dance that had been unfolding since the beginning of time. In the quiet rustle of leaves, in the soft murmur of the wind, in the scent of the flowers that filled the air, the plants told their story. They were not just here to survive. They were here to sustain, to nourish, to give life. And in doing so, they gave meaning to everything. The earth was alive, not just with the hum of creatures and rivers, but with the heartbeat of plants, roots, leaves, flowers, and seeds, all woven together in the great tapestry of life. The earth trembled with a quiet anticipation, as though holding its breath, waiting for the next great chapter of creation to unfold. Above the rolling hills, beneath the towering trees, the winds whispered and the shadows stirred. It wasn't long before the air was filled with more than just the rustle of leaves or the ripple of water. Something was moving, something new was coming. First, it was just a whisper of motion, flickers of something small darting through the grass. Then came the sound of paws on the earth, soft and quick. A creature stepped into the light, its fur glistening in the morning sun. It was no longer just plants and winds and skies. The world had become alive in a new way. The animals had arrived. The creatures didn't wait to be noticed, they announced their presence with each step, each movement, each sound they made. From the tiniest insect to the mightiest beast, they filled the land, each one finding its place in the grand dance of life. Birds took flight, their wings cutting through the air with grace, while animals scampered across the ground, running free, discovering their world. Every animal that walked, swam, or soared brought something unique to the earth. The fox, with its clever eyes and quick feet, darted through the underbrush, always on the move. It was a creature of curiosity, of wit, forever exploring the secrets hidden within the trees. The deer, soft and gentle, moved in silence, its eyes wide and knowing, always aware of the rhythms of the earth, listening for the smallest sound. The bear, mighty and strong, lumbered through the forest, its deep growl echoing through the trees, a reminder of the power that pulsed through the veins of the world. Each animal, great or small, was part of a larger story, a story that had been written since the first breath of creation. They had roles to play, parts to fulfill. They were not just wandering beings, they were integral to the harmony of the world. The eagle soared high, its sharp eyes scanning the earth, watching over the creatures below. The lion roared, a sound that echoed through the plains, declaring its place in the circle of life. The fish swam through the rivers and seas, moving with the current, their scales shimmering beneath the water's surface, like flashes of light in the deep blue. The animals were not just in the world, they shaped it. The ants, small as they were, built intricate tunnels beneath the soil, working together in quiet unity. Their world was invisible to the eye but essential to the balance of the earth. Without them, the soil would have been barren, unable to nurture the plants that reached toward the sky. The beavers, with their sharp teeth and strong limbs, built dams, changing the course of rivers and creating new ecosystems where others could thrive. Their work was not just for survival, it was an act of creation, shaping the very land they called home. And there was a balance in this creation, a balance that the animals understood without words. The predator and the prey, the strong and the fragile, each played their part in a dance that had existed since the beginning of time. The lion hunted the antelope, and in turn, the antelope kept the grasses from growing too thick, ensuring that the plains remained open and free. The owl hunted the mouse, and in doing so, helped to keep the forests healthy, allowing the trees to grow strong and tall. In every corner of the earth, the animals moved in a delicate balance, each one knowing its role, each one giving and taking in turn. It was not always an easy life. The winds could turn cold, the rains could pour relentlessly, and the earth could grow harsh. Yet, despite the challenges, the animals persisted. They were born with the knowledge of how to survive, how to live in harmony with the land. But it wasn't just about survival. The animals were more than creatures of instinct, they were storytellers in their own right. They communicated with one another, their songs, calls, and movements speaking a language older than words. The wolves howled to the moon, their voices rising in unison, a song of longing and connection. The whales sang their haunting songs beneath the waves, calling to each other across vast distances. The birds sang in the dawn, their melodies marking the passage of time, the rhythm of life itself. And when the world grew still, when the sun dipped low in the sky and the creatures of the day retreated into the shadows, the animals were still at work. The night brought its own creatures, silent, swift, and unseen. The owl perched on its branch, its eyes glowing in the dark, watching over the land. The fox prowled the forest floor, its sleek body moving like a shadow. The bats took to the air, their wings beating silently in the night as they searched for the insects that hid in the darkness. But even in their silence, the animals never stopped. They worked, they hunted, they lived, and they gave to the earth in ways that no one could fully see. The ground was always in motion, always shifting, always changing. The plants grew, the trees stood tall, the rivers flowed, and the animals roamed. In every corner of the earth, from the highest peaks to the deepest valleys, the animals were part of the fabric of life. They were the stewards of the earth, the guardians of the balance that kept the world alive. Without them, the earth would be a different place. There would be no songs in the wind, no rustling in the leaves, no call of the wild in the distance. The earth would be empty, silent, without the creatures that made it whole. Each animal was a part of something greater than itself. Whether it was the mighty bear that walked the mountains or the small butterfly that fluttered through the meadows, they all contributed to the life force of the earth. The lion's roar, the owl's hoot, the wolf's howl, they were all pieces of a song that had been sung since the dawn of time. And in the heart of each creature, the world's story was told, again and again, in the language of the earth itself. There was a moment, still and heavy, when the wind itself seemed to pause. The earth, quiet and waiting, held its breath as a sacred silence spread over the land. This was not a silence born of death or absence, but one filled with possibility, an unspoken promise that something would soon stir the world into motion, something that would bind it together, make it whole. The first stirrings of life, from the smallest insect to the largest mountain, had already unfolded. The creatures roamed, the trees grew tall, the waters flowed endlessly, but there was something more that needed to be set in motion. The world, wild and free, needed a hand to guide it. A voice, firm yet gentle, would rise above the noise to lay down the sacred rules that would ensure the harmony of all things. Without them, the delicate balance of life would crumble, like a dream dissolving upon waking. And so, it was written, in the folds of time, that sacred laws would be established, rules as old as the stars themselves, rules that governed the rhythm of the earth and its inhabitants. These laws were not born from force or command, but from a deep understanding of the way life should flow, a flow that could only be maintained by respect, by wisdom, and by balance. The first law whispered through the winds like a soft but firm murmur: all things must live in balance. The creatures, whether they hunted or grazed, whether they took to the skies or burrowed in the earth, would do so with understanding. The predator and prey, the mighty and the meek, each had their role, each had their place in the greater scheme of things. And though the hunt could be fierce, there was a deeper understanding that no one would take more than what was needed. The land itself, with its bountiful fields and towering trees, would never go hungry, for every creature took only what it needed to survive, leaving behind what was left to nourish the earth. But the law was not a simple one. It demanded more than just restraint. It asked for respect, for the balance between life and death was delicate, and to tip it in one direction was to risk the very foundation of all things. So, when the lion roared and took down its prey, the earth did not mourn, for it knew the truth: life and death were not opposites. They were two parts of the same story. The death of one created the birth of another. The circle turned, and in that turning, the world thrived. Then came the law that bound the rivers and the mountains, the trees and the skies. Everything had a place, and every place had its time. The trees reached for the heavens, their roots sinking deep into the earth, but neither reached beyond their place. The rivers carved their paths through the valleys, winding and twisting with the force of time itself, but they did not wander aimlessly. Each thing, in its place, at its time, added to the richness of the land. The mountains, silent and imposing, were not to be moved lightly. They stood guard over the earth, their jagged peaks reaching for the sky, reminding all who gazed upon them that the earth was ancient, eternal, and unyielding. The winds, like whispers from long ago, spoke through the valleys, urging the rivers to flow, the trees to stretch, the animals to move within their bounds. There were moments when the earth trembled, when storms tore through the skies, but these, too, were part of the law, chaos in service of renewal. The storms would pass, the waters would calm, and the earth would find its peace again. And then came the law of respect, the quiet, unspoken rule that all creatures, from the smallest ant to the largest bear, would live in respect for one another. Each creature had its time to rise, its time to rest. The birds sang their songs in the morning, waking the earth from its slumber. The wolves hunted under the cover of night, their eyes gleaming with the stars. The great elephant moved slowly, peacefully, through the savannah, never rushing, always mindful of its place in the world. The humans, too, would have their place, and they would be entrusted with the land. They would be the stewards, the keepers of the sacred balance. But even they were bound by the laws, for no one, no matter how powerful, could break them without consequence. The trees would fall, the rivers would dry, and the animals would leave if the humans forgot their place. And so, they learned, not through force or punishment, but through a deep understanding of the earth's gentle but unyielding hand. There were those who sought to test the laws. Some thought they could take more than what was given, bend the rules to their will. But the earth, with all its wisdom, knew better. The law, sacred and true, could not be broken for long. The land would speak, and in its voice would be heard the warning. The winds would blow, the skies would darken, the rivers would swell, and the earth itself would shift. Those who sought to take more than their share would find that their grip on the land would slip, for the earth would reclaim what was hers. And in the quiet moments, when the world seemed at peace, when the sun bathed the earth in its warm embrace, the creatures would remember. The law had not come from any one voice, from any one hand. It had come from the land itself, from the very heart of creation. It was woven into the fabric of life, as natural as the rise of the moon or the fall of the leaf. And in that quiet, there was a knowing that the world was as it should be, alive, breathing, balanced. The sacred laws were not harsh or demanding, for they asked only that the creatures, great and small, live in harmony. They whispered of balance, respect, and understanding. They were laws of nature, timeless and true, and they held the world together, like the threads of a tapestry. Each thread, each creature, each moment, was part of something greater, something whole. The laws were not to be feared, but cherished, for they gave the world its pulse, its rhythm, its meaning. And so, under the watchful eyes of the mountains and the ever-moving rivers, the sacred laws held the earth together, binding it in a quiet, eternal dance that had no end and no beginning, just the steady flow of life, in perfect harmony. The sky trembled as two figures stood on opposite ends of the world, their gazes locked, eyes filled with fire and shadow. The winds howled, caught in the clash between them, sweeping across the lands in an echo of the storm raging within. One twin, bright as the sun, stood tall with a burning passion for creation. His very presence seemed to call forth life, pulling the stars from the heavens, shaping mountains from the earth's core, and weaving rivers to sing through the land. His every thought birthed wonders, his every step sowed seeds of possibility. The other twin, dark as the midnight sky, watched quietly, his eyes cold, his power more subtle. Where the first twin created, he tempered. Where the light shone bright, his shadows crept in. He saw beauty in stillness and strength in silence. He believed that creation was not about an endless flood of life, but the careful, thoughtful balance between life and death, growth and decay. Where the sun brought warmth, he believed the moon must cool. Where life thrived, he whispered of death's necessary touch. Their worlds, once perfectly aligned, had begun to crack, like the slow splitting of the earth itself. The clash between the two forces, the light and the dark, grew more frequent, more intense. They were not mere twins, but representations of the world's deepest truths, creation and destruction, joy and sorrow, life and death. Without one, the other could not exist. The universe teetered on the edge of this great divide. The first twin's laughter rang out like the roar of a river breaking free of its banks. "Look at what we have built," he cried. "See how life flourishes. See the beauty in the chaos. The world is ours to shape. We have created it to be endless." But the second twin, standing silently in the shadows, could only shake his head. "Creation, yes, but where is the balance? What grows must wither, what is born must die. Without this cycle, all things will drown in their own excess. It is not the world's beauty that matters, but its harmony." His words fell like raindrops in a storm. The first twin, unable to see past the brilliance of his own creation, burned with anger. He raised his hand, and the world responded, a flood of light, of life, of warmth that could swallow the darkness. It was his creation, his vision, and he would see it realized. The second twin did not flinch. He was not afraid of light. He was not afraid of life. But he understood the cost of it. "You do not understand," he whispered, his voice carrying the weight of the ages. "When you refuse to let go, the world will choke on its own creation. You cannot have growth without the wisdom of decay." A great shadow unfurled behind him, dark as the abyss, and from it, creatures of the night stepped into the world. They were silent, hidden, waiting for their moment. The first twin faltered. He knew the power of his sibling's darkness, but he did not want to acknowledge it. To him, the darkness was a threat, an enemy to his boundless, endless light. With a roar, the first twin summoned the full force of creation. Mountains erupted from the earth, rivers surged across the land, forests and fields bloomed in an explosion of color and life. The world, once still, now teemed with vibrant energy. The sun blazed brighter than ever, its rays cutting through the shadows, sending a wave of brilliance across the lands. But even as the world danced in light, the second twin's influence began to show. The creatures of the dark, the silent whispers of the night, began to shift the balance. The rivers he had created, full of life, began to overflow, their waters rising too high, flooding the land. The forests he had so lovingly nurtured grew wild and untamed, their roots too deep, their leaves too thick. "There is no end to your creation," the second twin said, his voice calm, though it held a sting. "But there must be a reckoning." The first twin, furious, looked upon the land he had so carefully shaped. It was a land filled with beauty, with life in every corner. But now, as the floodwaters rose, as the crops turned to rot, as the creatures of the day disappeared into the shadows, he began to feel the truth of his siblings' words. The second twin did not gloat. He did not laugh. He simply stood there, watching the world twist under the weight of too much life. Where his twin's light had been overwhelming, his shadows were a soft, constant reminder that nothing could live forever without the delicate cycle of death. "You see," the second twin said softly, "light cannot shine without the shadow to soften it. And life cannot thrive without death to give it meaning." And then, as the first twin watched in helpless silence, the second twin reached out and calmed the flood. He did not destroy the life that had grown, but instead, he gave it a pause, a moment of rest. The waters receded, the skies cleared, and the creatures of the night retreated. The first twin, breathing heavily, stood amid the stillness. For the first time, he felt a strange emptiness inside him. He had not lost, but something had shifted. The land he had created, wild and free, full of life, now seemed fragile, like glass, ready to shatter at any moment. "Balance," the second twin said, his voice almost a whisper now. "Creation is not enough. Without balance, the world is lost." The first twin's heart twisted, and for a moment, there was silence between them. It was not a silence of peace, but one of understanding. The realization that no creation, no matter how bright, could survive alone. And no darkness, no matter how subtle, could grow unchecked. The struggle between the twins was not one of destruction, but of balance, an eternal dance between the two forces that shaped the world. As much as the first twin wanted to see his world burn with light, as much as the second twin believed in the quiet of the shadows, neither could truly thrive without the other. And so, they stood, two forces forever entwined, knowing that their conflict was the very essence of creation. Without it, nothing would exist. Without their struggle, the world would simply fade, swallowed by the emptiness of unchecked power. The battle between the twins was not one of good versus evil, but of balance and excess, light and dark, creation and decay. The earth trembled as shadows stretched across the land, creeping like hungry beasts searching for something to devour. The skies darkened, and the wind carried whispers, low, sharp, and filled with venom. A restless energy stirred beneath the surface, coiling and writhing like a serpent preparing to strike. It was not the gentle hum of creation, but something far more sinister, a force that did not build but twisted, did not nourish but consumed. The bad mind watched from the edges of the world, his eyes narrow and burning with resentment. He had stood in his brother's light and been cast into the shadows, not by force, but by the nature of their existence. Yet, the shadows had not tamed him. They had fed him, whispered to him, and nurtured his bitterness until it grew sharp and unforgiving. He hated the beauty of what his brother had built. The rivers sparkled under the sun, the forests swayed in rhythm with the breeze, and the creatures of the earth danced as if they knew nothing of fear. It sickened him. Their laughter, their innocence, it was like daggers in his chest, each one sharper than the last. He saw their trust, their harmony, and all he wanted was to break it. The ground beneath his feet pulsed as he raised his hands. The shadows thickened, swirling around him like smoke drawn to fire. He reached out, and the earth responded. Where the rivers had flowed smooth and clear, he turned them murky and wild, their waters choked with mud and decay. Where the trees had stood tall, their roots dug deep into the soil, he twisted their branches, making them sharp and gnarled. Leaves withered, flowers crumbled, and thorns erupted in place of petals. But it was not enough. He wanted more. He wanted the creatures to fear the ground they walked on, to dread the night that fell. He touched the animals, warping their forms, sharpening their teeth and claws. Where there had been gentle grazers, he created predators with eyes that glowed red and breath that reeked of blood. He filled the forests with snarls and growls, turned the rivers into traps, and made the night a place of endless terror. The earth cried out against him, trembling under the weight of his corruption. But he did not stop. He could feel the chaos spreading, seeping into every corner of the world. It fed him, filled him with power, and for the first time, he felt stronger than his brother's light. The creatures of the day began to cower, their songs silenced, their joy stolen. The rivers that had once sung sweet melodies now roared with fury, tearing through the land and washing away everything in their path. The forests, once places of shelter, became labyrinths of shadows, where danger lurked behind every tree. He watched it all with a twisted satisfaction, but it was not enough. He wanted to see more. He wanted to see the light crumble, to see his brother kneel before him, broken and defeated. But the light did not vanish so easily. His brother fought back, sending warmth to push away the cold, sending rain to cleanse the poisoned rivers. The plants that had withered began to sprout anew, and the creatures of the day found their courage. The bad mind roared in fury, his voice shaking the heavens. The light would not yield, and that enraged him more than anything. He struck harder, calling storms to rip through the skies and fires to consume the forests. He sent beasts to hunt and destroy, their hunger endless and their rage unstoppable. But with each strike, the light pushed back. The rivers began to carve new paths, flowing with renewed strength. The forests resisted the flames, their roots holding firm. The creatures learned to fight, to defend their homes. The bad mind's fury turned desperate. He clawed at the earth, tearing open wounds that bled darkness. He whispered lies into the hearts of the creatures, filling them with envy and anger. He turned them against each other, sowing seeds of mistrust and hatred. The harmony his brother had created began to fracture, cracks forming where there had once been unity. Yet, even in the chaos, the light refused to fade. It burned brighter, pushing back the shadows and reminding the world that darkness could never truly win. The bad mind's strength began to waver, but he did not stop. He could not stop. He lashed out again and again, determined to tear down everything his brother had built. But with each strike, the earth fought back. The rivers cleansed themselves, the forests healed, and the creatures learned to adapt. The bad mind's anger turned cold, and he retreated into the shadows, waiting and watching. He knew he could not destroy the light completely, but he could corrupt it. He could twist it from within, make it question itself, make it fear its own strength. And so he waited, his presence lingering in the shadows, a constant threat that could not be ignored. The chaos he had unleashed would never be fully undone, and he knew it. It had seeped into the cracks of creation, a reminder that darkness was always there, always waiting. The world had changed. The light still shone, but it was no longer pure. The creatures still sang, but their voices carried an edge of caution. The rivers still flowed, but their waters held whispers of what had passed. And the bad mind smiled. Chaos had taken root, and it would never let go. The sky turned black without warning. It was not the gentle dimming of dusk or the comforting blanket of nightfall. This darkness was alive, pressing down like a heavy shroud, smothering the earth beneath it. The wind carried a foul stench, thick and sour, like rot buried too long beneath the soil. The animals fell silent, their instincts trembling in fear. Birds vanished from the skies, and the rivers seemed to shrink away, their waters turning sluggish as if afraid to flow. Then came the sound. It was distant at first, a low hum that crawled beneath the skin and made the bones ache. But it grew, swelling into a wail that echoed through valleys and over mountains. It was not the cry of any living creature, but something older, something pulled from nightmares that had long been buried. The elements merged, binding together like threads in a tapestry. Earth held the roots, fire forged the will, water gave life, and air carried their breath. Together, they became a force stronger than any darkness. The bad mind recoiled, unable to face the unity of the elements. It retreated into the depths, leaving scars across the land, but failing to break it. The guardians did not pursue it. Instead, they stood in silence, letting the earth heal and the rivers settle. The people fell to their knees, their hearts pounding with gratitude and awe. They saw the guardians not as destroyers, but as protectors, forces that could bend and break yet always rise again. They built altars to honor them, carving their forms into stone and wood, telling their stories so no one would forget. But the guardians did not remain among them. One by one, they returned to their places, the earth sinking back into the soil, the fire fading into embers, the water flowing back into the seas, and the wind whispering into the skies. Yet their presence lingered. The mountains stood as reminders of strength. The fires burned in hearths, offering warmth and light. The rivers flowed, nourishing the land, and the winds carried the voices of the past. And though the shadows still crept at the edges, the people knew the guardians would rise again if the balance was ever broken. The earth trembled as the winds carried whispers of something unseen, something waiting. The rivers murmured in secret, and the forests leaned closer as if straining to listen. High above, the sun watched, its golden rays stretching to touch the land, and the moon lingered, casting a silver veil over the world. The ground felt alive, its pulse growing stronger. Something was coming. In the stillness of dawn, the soil stirred. From the heart of the earth, a shape began to rise, formed by hands unseen, shaped with care and purpose. The ground opened, and from it emerged the first being, its body woven from clay, veins filled with the waters of the rivers, and breath carried by the wind. It opened its eyes, and the world saw itself reflected in them. The skies paused as the being stood, trembling yet steady, fragile but unbroken. It touched the earth and felt warmth, it raised its face to the sky and felt the kiss of light. The guardian of earth watched and pressed strength into its bones, grounding it to stand firm. The guardian of water gave it fluidity, so it would move with grace and adapt like the rivers. The guardian of fire ignited a spark within its heart, so it would burn with passion and purpose. The guardian of air whispered into its soul, giving it voice, thought, and longing. But the being was not alone for long. The earth stirred again, and from its depths rose another. This one carried the same breath, the same light, yet it moved differently, softer, as if the wind itself had formed its shape. The first being saw it and felt something stir, a pull, an unspoken recognition. Their eyes met, and the world exhaled. The two stood side by side, their hands brushing as they reached out to touch the trees, the rivers, the stones, and the sky. The elements bent to their touch, welcoming them, yet there was a longing in their hearts, a hunger that nothing around them could fill. The guardians watched in silence, knowing this hunger was not for food or water but for creation itself. The fire within them burned too brightly to be contained. It reached outward, seeking, and the earth answered. From the soil, plants began to grow, bending toward their touch. Animals stirred in the forests and swam in the rivers, drawn to the warmth in their presence. Birds filled the skies, their songs echoing the voices of the two beings below. But the bad mind watched as well, hidden in the shadows. It whispered doubts, planting seeds of fear. It sent winds to stir the waters into storms and cracked the ground beneath their feet. The two beings stumbled, their eyes searching for each other through the chaos. Yet, even as the storm raged, they held on, hands locked, hearts steady. The guardians rose again, their presence quelling the storm. The earth sealed its cracks, the water stilled, the fire warmed without burning, and the wind carried away the whispers. The beings stood stronger, their bond unbroken. But the bad mind was not done. It reached out in another way, sending dreams to the beings, visions of hunger, loss, and pain. It showed them images of endless storms and desolate lands, where no life could grow. The first being woke in terror, its breath quick and heavy. It looked to the second being and saw the same fear reflected back. The guardians did not interfere. Instead, they waited, watching. This test was not theirs to face, it belonged to the beings alone. The first being knelt, pressing its hands into the soil. It dug deep, planting seeds. The second being gathered water, letting it flow to nourish the earth. Together, they worked, their fear replaced by purpose. Days turned to nights, and nights turned to days, but they did not stop. The plants grew, the rivers flowed, and the animals thrived. The bad mind raged, sending more shadows, but the beings had learned. They built fires to keep the darkness at bay. They sang songs carried by the wind and planted gardens to shelter life. They leaned on each other, their bond becoming a force stronger than any shadow. The guardians saw this and stepped back, letting the beings take their place as caretakers of the earth. But before they left, they gifted them with one final blessing. The guardian of earth touched their feet, binding them to the land so they would always feel its strength. The guardian of water touched their hands, making them healers and sustainers of life. The guardian of fire touched their hearts, giving them courage and passion. The guardian of air touched their minds, filling them with wisdom and wonder. And so the first humans stood, no longer trembling but rooted, fierce, and alive. The earth recognized them, the waters welcomed them, the fire burned for them, and the wind carried their voices. They looked at each other and knew they were not just beings. They were creators, protectors, and dreamers. From the shadows, they emerged. Creatures that should not exist. Their eyes burned like dying embers, and their bodies twisted in ways that defied nature. Some slithered, leaving trails of slime that hissed and burned the ground. Others crawled, their limbs too many, their movements too sharp. And some walked upright, their faces almost human but stretched and wrong, their mouths filled with teeth that didn't belong. People locked their doors, but the wood splintered. They built fires, but the flames flickered and died. Prayers were whispered, but the heavens were silent. The monsters came in waves, tearing through villages and farms, leaving ruin in their wake. Livestock were dragged away screaming, crops were trampled and devoured, and the earth drank the blood that spilled. But the monsters were only the beginning. The air grew heavy, thick with sickness. The first to fall were the children, their laughter replaced by shallow breaths and burning fevers. Mothers wept as they held their little ones, helpless as the sickness spread like wildfire. Fathers dug graves until their hands bled, only to collapse into them, claimed by the same unseen force. The rivers turned dark, their waters poisoned. The sky bled rain that burned skin and left the soil barren. Swarms of insects rose from the ground, their wings humming like death. They filled the air, devouring crops and flesh, leaving nothing but bones. The earth cracked, and from its depths came whispers, voices that promised relief but spoke only lies. Desperation grew. Some turned to anger, lashing out at neighbors and strangers, searching for someone to blame. Others fell to their knees, begging for mercy, but mercy did not come. The monsters thrived in the chaos, feeding on fear, growing stronger with every scream. Yet there were those who refused to break. They stood in the face of terror, their hands trembling but their eyes fierce. They built barricades and lit torches, pushing back the creatures that clawed at their walls. They wrapped their sick in cloth and sang songs to drown out the cries of despair. But the darkness tested them still. The ground split open, and from its depths came beasts of shadow and smoke, their forms shifting and twisting as if made from nightmares. Their eyes glowed with hunger, and their roars shook the earth. The people fought, wielding whatever they could, axes, torches, stones, but for every monster they struck down, two more rose to take its place. The sickness spread, claiming the strong and the weak alike. Fields turned to dust, and hunger gnawed at bellies already hollow. The rivers refused to flow, and the wells ran dry. Night stretched longer, and the stars dimmed, as if afraid to shine. But the monsters were not satisfied with destruction alone. They spoke in voices that dripped with poison, whispering doubts and fears. They promised relief, if only the people would surrender. They offered power, if only they would bow. And some did. They turned against their own, betraying friends and family to save themselves. The monsters grew bolder, feeding on the despair that spread like fire. Villages crumbled, and the land became a wasteland of ash and bones. The people who survived began to lose hope, their spirits breaking under the weight of endless terror. Yet even in the darkest hour, there were those who would not yield. They stood shoulder to shoulder, their hands bloodied and their bodies bruised, but their hearts unbroken. They called out to the heavens, not for mercy, but for strength. And though the heavens remained silent, something stirred within them, a fire that refused to die. They fought with everything they had, their courage burning brighter than the flames that surrounded them. They pushed back the monsters, not with strength alone, but with defiance, with unity, with hope that refused to be extinguished. The monsters roared, but their cries began to falter. The sickness lingered, but its grip weakened. The rivers began to flow again, carrying away the poison. The earth, though scarred, began to heal. And the people stood, battered but unbowed, their shadows stretching long in the rising sun. Yet the darkness did not vanish. It lingered, hidden in the cracks and corners of the world, waiting. The monsters retreated, but their whispers remained, a constant reminder of what had been and what could be again. And the people knew that the test was far from over. The battle had been won, but the war was only beginning. The earth trembled, but not with fear. It was a pulse, a steady rhythm that rose from the ground like a heartbeat too strong to be silenced. The darkness hissed, recoiling from the light that began to rise, not from the skies, but from the people themselves. They stood, weary and broken, yet something stirred within them, a force older than fear, older than the monsters. It came from the earth, the trees, the rivers, and the sky. It came from the good mind. The light began as a flicker, a glow within the hearts of those who still believed in the balance of creation. Their hands touched the soil, and the ground responded, pulsing with warmth. Their voices whispered prayers, not for vengeance but for wisdom, and the air trembled with answers. The good mind had not abandoned them. It had been waiting, watching, and now it rose, not as fire, but as roots that dug deep, unshaken by storms. The monsters shrieked, their shadows twisting and curling as the light pushed them back. They clawed at the earth, but the soil hardened beneath them. They lashed at the rivers, but the waters surged, sweeping them away. The wind, once silent, roared with the voices of the ancestors, driving out the darkness like smoke. But the people knew the battle was not over. The good mind had shown them its strength, but it also whispered of tests still to come. It did not promise to fight for them, but to fight with them. It gave them the wisdom to see what the darkness feared most, not swords or fire, but unity. The elders gathered, their eyes heavy with years yet burning with purpose. They spoke of cycles, of the balance that had been broken and must now be restored. They called for the people to bind themselves to the earth, to its rhythms and laws. The monsters thrived on chaos, but order was their undoing. The bad mind grew restless. It sent clouds to cover the sun, hoping to choke its fire, but the sun burned hotter, piercing through. It stirred storms to drown the moon, but the moon's glow rippled through the rain, refusing to fade. Anger boiled within the bad mind, and it lashed out in desperation. It tore through the earth, splitting stones and twisting the trees, hoping to break the balance. But the good mind had already prepared the world. The sun rose each morning, burning away the night's fears. The moon followed, calming the heat and holding back the endless dark. Together, they stood as guardians, one fierce, one gentle, shielding the world from the chaos that threatened to consume it. People stood beneath the lights and marveled at their beauty. They whispered prayers to the sun, thanking it for its warmth and strength. They sang songs to the moon, praising its softness and peace. But they also feared the darkness that still lingered at the edges, waiting for the moments when the lights would fade. The good mind knew this fear and gave the people signs. It taught them how to follow the sun's path, marking the seasons and guiding their days. It showed them how to track the moon's cycles, teaching them when to plant and when to harvest. The lights were not just guardians, they were teachers, weaving wisdom into their patterns. But the bad mind refused to rest. It waited for the moon to wane and the sun to set, hoping to catch the world unguarded. It crept in shadows and whispered lies, trying to turn the people against the lights. It told them the sun was too harsh, burning their crops and parching the rivers. It told them the moon was too weak, unable to stop the darkness from spreading. Some listened, and doubt grew. They stopped looking to the sky and began building walls to keep out the light. The bad mind smiled, but the good mind did not waver. It spoke through the earth and the rivers, reminding the people that balance was not perfection. It was struggle. It was endurance. The people listened. They tore down their walls and stood beneath the open sky once more. They built fires at night to honor the sun's strength and danced beneath the moon to celebrate its calm. They carved symbols into stone, marking the cycles of light and shadow as a reminder that both were needed. The sun blazed on, unyielding, and the moon glowed, steady and patient. Together, they held the balance, each rising and falling so the other could shine. And though the bad mind still lingered, twisting in the dark, the lights remained, defying its shadows. The people carried the light within them, reflecting it in their hearts and their fires. The sun gave them courage, and the moon gave them hope. And the world, no longer bound in endless night, breathed. The ground shook as if the earth itself had awakened. Cracks split the soil, and the mountains groaned under the weight of something ancient stirring. The rivers churned, their waters dark and restless, while the winds howled through the trees like voices calling out warnings. The skies turned heavy, as though holding their breath. They had returned. The first to rise was the guardian of earth. From the deep veins of stone, it emerged, its body shaped from rock and soil, its eyes glowing with the molten fire of the earth's core. It moved slowly, every step sending tremors across the land, but there was no malice in its presence. It was strength itself, steady, unyielding, and eternal. The trees bent toward it, their roots reaching for its touch, and the mountains bowed, recognizing their maker. It spoke without words, its voice rumbling through the ground, calming the trembling earth and binding its cracks. Then came the guardian of fire. It tore through the sky, a streak of red and gold, landing in a burst of flame that scorched the ground but left the plants untouched. Its form flickered, shifting like living embers, eyes burning with a hunger that could devour or protect. Flames danced at its feet, swirling in patterns too perfect to be wild. It raised its arms, and the fire bent to its will, curling and twisting until it became light instead of destruction. The people saw this light and felt warmth instead of fear. Next, the guardian of water rose from the depths. The rivers surged, and the seas roared as it emerged, cloaked in mist and crowned with waves. Its movements were fluid, its shape always changing, yet its presence was undeniable. It touched the rivers, calming their rage, and traced patterns into the lakes, bringing stillness to their surfaces. The rain followed wherever it walked, soft and cleansing, falling as if the sky wept with joy. It moved through the land, filling cracks and nourishing roots, its touch gentle but its power endless. Last came the guardian of air. It descended in a whirlwind, its presence invisible yet felt in every breath. The trees swayed under its arrival, and the birds followed, circling above as if drawn to its unseen force. Its voice was the wind itself, whispering secrets, singing songs, and roaring when the earth needed strength. It swept through the valleys, clearing the skies and carrying the scent of rain and fire, binding all the elements together. They stood, for protectors, each holding dominion over their element, yet bound by a purpose greater than themselves. The earth carried the weight of life, the fire burned away what was impure, the water gave renewal, and the air brought movement and breath. But their task was not without danger. The shadows stirred, and the bad mind saw their arrival as a threat. It sent whispers into the wind, poisoning the air with fear. It blackened the waters, turning them bitter and stagnant. It cracked the earth, spreading doubt and weakness, and sent flames wild, turning their warmth into destruction. The guardians did not retreat. They faced the chaos, each standing in their place. The guardian of earth struck the ground, and mountains rose to block the shadows. The guardian of fire flared, sending walls of flame that burned the darkness without harming the land. The guardian of water summoned the rains, drowning the poisoned rivers and cleansing the earth. The guardian of air howled through the skies, driving out the whispers and scattering the shadows. The battle raged, and the land trembled beneath their struggle. The people watched, their hearts pounding, unsure whether the light or the dark would prevail. The earth split, flames leaped, rivers overflowed, and the winds roared like never before. Yet, through the chaos, the guardians stood unbroken. The guardian of earth called upon the mountains, and they rose higher, forming shields against the encroaching darkness. The guardian of fire burned brighter, its flames turning gold, forming a circle of light that pushed back the shadows. The guardian of water surged forward, its waves crashing and cleansing, and the guardian of air lifted the skies, clearing away the storm. They carved symbols into stone and wood, marking the land with the good mind's blessings. They sang songs that carried the wisdom of ages, their voices weaving through the air like threads of light. They taught the children the old ways, how to walk in harmony with the land, how to listen to its whispers. The monsters tested them still, striking in the night, but the people no longer fled. They stood firm, their torches burning bright. They did not fight with rage, but with resolve, their movements guided by purpose, not panic. The good mind's wisdom filled them, not like fire, but like roots, steady, unbreakable. The rivers flowed clean again, carrying away the filth left by the monsters. The fields, once barren, began to sprout with grain. Trees that had withered stretched their branches, and the air filled with the scent of blossoms. The earth was healing, but the scars remained, a reminder of what had been lost and what could still be taken. The people built their homes with care, placing stones and wood in patterns that echoed the balance of creation. They planted crops in circles, honoring the cycles of the moon and sun. They spoke to the animals, not as masters but as equals, and the creatures returned to the forests and plains, no longer afraid. But the good mind's wisdom demanded more than survival. It called for guardians, watchers who would protect the balance, even when others forgot. The elders chose the strongest, not in body but in spirit, and they marked them with symbols of light. These guardians carried staffs carved with the stories of the earth, and their eyes glowed with the fire of purpose. The monsters did not vanish. They lingered in shadows, waiting for cracks in the balance. They whispered lies, trying to sow fear and doubt. But the guardians stood watch, their presence a warning to the darkness. They spoke the words of the good mind, reminding the people of the laws that kept the chaos at bay. The people listened, but the whispers never stopped. The darkness did not need armies, it only needed doubt. It slipped into dreams, turning hopes into fears. It crept into the cracks of broken hearts, feeding on anger and grief. The guardians did not falter. They walked among the people, not as rulers, but as reminders. They knelt beside the grieving, offering hands to hold. They stood with the angry, showing them how to turn rage into resolve. They spoke to the fearful, sharing the wisdom of the good mind, not promises of safety, but the strength to endure. And the people endured. They sang their songs at night, even as the shadows pressed close. They planted seeds, even when the soil felt cold. They built fires, even when the wind howled. The good mind's wisdom was not a weapon. It was a shield, a light that burned without flame. It gave the people not victory but the power to keep fighting. It did not erase fear but taught them how to stand in its presence without breaking. The earth softened beneath their feet, no longer trembling in fear. The rivers sang as they flowed, and the forests swayed with life. The balance was not perfect, but it was strong enough to hold. And the people knew that the good mind had not saved them. It had shown them how to save themselves. Darkness sat heavy over the land, thick and endless, like a breath held too long. Shadows stretched in every direction, pressing against the earth as if they meant to bury it. The rivers whispered softly, and the trees trembled, their leaves brushing together like frightened voices. The world waited, silent, expectant, as though it knew something was coming. Then it happened. A crack split the sky, sharp and sudden, like a wound torn open. From that wound poured light, not soft, but fierce, raw, and blinding. It wasn't gentle. It burned. It roared. The earth flinched, but the darkness screamed. Shadows curled back, recoiling as the light poured down in streams of gold and fire. The good mind stood at the center of it all, hands raised, eyes ablaze. The light answered, bending and twisting as if it knew who had called it forth. But the good mind was not finished. With a voice that shook the heavens, it gathered the fire and pressed it into a single, blinding orb. The orb throbbed, pulsing with heat and light. It rose slowly, climbing into the vast, empty sky. The moment it touched the highest point, the world shifted. Colors burst into life. Trees revealed their greens, rivers sparkled with silver, and the earth's surface rippled with shades of brown and gold. The animals emerged from their hiding places, blinking against the brightness. Birds took flight, their wings slicing through the light, casting quick-moving shadows. The beasts of the land stepped forward, their eyes reflecting the glow, and for the first time, they saw their own shapes. But the good mind looked beyond the beauty and saw what the light could not touch. Shadows still lingered beneath the trees, stretched long across the valleys, and sank deep into the caves. The good mind knew the balance was incomplete. So, with steady hands and a heart filled with purpose, it called for the second light. This one was softer, gentler, a light that did not burn but comforted. The good mind shaped it with care, pressing it into a smooth, glowing pearl. It lifted this light into the sky, opposite the first, and the world seemed to sigh in relief. The moon rose as night fell, casting a silver glow that cooled the earth's warmth. The rivers shimmered beneath its light, and the leaves glistened as though touched by stars. The beasts lay down to rest, and their breath steadied. Even the shadows softened, no longer clawing at the edges of the light, but curling peacefully around it. Yet the bad mind watched from the depths of the earth, eyes burning with envy. It hated the lights, hated the way they pushed back the darkness it loved. It reached out with invisible hands, trying to smother them, but the lights would not falter. But as the guardians faded, their whispers lingered in the air. The humans felt them, gentle reminders that they were never alone. They carried the blessings in their blood, their hands, and their hearts. And though the shadows would rise again, the humans stood ready. They had been born from earth, fire, water, and air. They belonged to the world, and the world belonged to them. The flames flickered as the drumbeats echoed through the night, steady and unbroken. Shadows danced against the trees, twisting and stretching like spirits set free. The air was thick with the scent of burning herbs, and the ground trembled beneath bare feet. At the center of it all, the fire blazed high, casting its light upon faces painted with sacred symbols, lines, swirls, and shapes that told stories older than time. The circle of people stood still, their eyes closed, their breaths slow. It was more than a gathering. It was a calling. The earth waited, listening. The wind hushed its voice. Even the stars seemed to lean closer. A single voice rose, soft at first, but growing stronger, weaving through the night. It was not a song but a prayer, an offering carried upward. The others joined, their voices merging until the sound filled every corner of the clearing. It was raw, aching, alive. The eldest among them stepped forward, holding a carved staff tipped with feathers and stones. He raised it high, and the voices fell silent. Only the fire spoke now, crackling and hissing, as if it, too, awaited what was to come. The elder's voice broke the silence, low and rough like the earth itself. He spoke words not meant for human ears, but for the spirits, the ones who walked unseen, who guarded the rivers, the mountains, and the skies. He called upon them, beckoned them to come, to see, to bless. The air shifted, growing heavier. The flames flared, and the people lowered themselves to the ground, pressing their palms against the earth. The elder moved slowly, circling the fire, scattering herbs that hissed and popped as they burned. Smoke curled upward, twisting in shapes that vanished as quickly as they formed. A child cried out, a sharp sound that split the night. All eyes turned toward the fire, where the smoke had taken a new shape, something larger, something that moved. The elder raised his hand, and the people did not look away. They could feel it now, the presence pressing against their skin, brushing their faces like unseen hands. The drums began again, slower this time, each beat like a heartbeat. The people swayed, their movements matching the rhythm, their bodies following a pattern that had been passed down for generations. They danced, not for themselves but for the earth, for the spirits that watched, for the balance that had to be kept. One by one, they stepped forward, holding objects that carried meaning, bundles of feathers, stones smoothed from riverbeds, animal bones carved with symbols. They placed them at the fire's edge, their hands trembling but steady. Each offering was a promise, a prayer, a piece of themselves given freely. The elder lifted the staff again, and the drum stopped. The silence was louder than the sound had been, stretching until it seemed to hum. The elder spoke once more, his words now softer, like a father speaking to a restless child. He spoke of peace, of harmony, of the balance that must not break. He asked for guidance, for protection, for forgiveness. The flames lowered, as if bowing, and the people knew their prayers had been heard. But it was not over. The elder knelt, his hands sifting through the earth, gathering ashes from the fire. He moved to each person, pressing the ashes into their palms, their foreheads, their hearts. It was a mark, a reminder that they were bound to the earth, that they carried its weight and its blessing. Tears fell silently, streaking the ash but never washing it away. The people touched each other's faces, their hands gentle but strong. It was not sadness they felt, it was something deeper, something heavier. Gratitude. Awe. The night stretched on, but the fire never died. It burned low, steady, keeping watch as the people sat in silence. Some sang softly, others wept. A few lay down, pressing their bodies to the ground as if to feel its pulse. Hours passed, but no one left. The elder sat with his staff across his lap, his eyes closed, his breathing calm. The others waited, knowing that when he spoke again, it would not be for them but for the spirits that still lingered. And when he finally did, his voice was so soft it was almost lost to the wind. But the earth heard, and the fire heard, and the people heard. They rose, one by one, their faces streaked with ash and their hearts full. The flames flared once more, then dimmed, leaving only embers. But the heat remained, wrapping around them, sinking into their bones. And as they turned away, they carried it with them, a light that could not be seen but could always be felt. The earth trembled beneath their feet, as if it too could sense the storm that was about to break. The sky, once clear and wide, now hung heavy with dark clouds, swirling like an angry sea. The wind howled through the trees, twisting and pulling at the branches as though nature itself was caught in the grip of something terrible. At the heart of this gathering storm stood the twins, two figures born of the same earth, yet worlds apart. On one side stood the good mind, his face calm, but his eyes burned with a quiet fire. He wore no armor, for his strength was not in weapons, but in the wisdom he carried, the lessons of balance, and the peace he sought to protect. His heart, though firm, carried the weight of a world he loved. And yet, there was sorrow in him too. Sorrow that his brother, the bad mind, had chosen a path of destruction. On the other side, the bad mind stood tall and fierce, his eyes glowing with an unholy light. His fists were clenched, his whole being an embodiment of chaos. He had always known the power of destruction, had always reveled in it. To him, the world was something to control, to bend to his will. His heart beat not with the rhythm of the earth, but with the fierce pulse of anger, of vengeance, of an overwhelming hunger for dominance. The space between them seemed to stretch on forever, as if the world itself was waiting, holding its breath. The air crackled with tension, thick with the weight of the choices both had made. The ground beneath them seemed to pulse, as though the earth itself was caught in the turmoil of their conflict. The time had come for this final reckoning. Without a word, the bad mind raised his hand, and the sky cracked open. Lightning tore through the heavens, striking the earth with a fury that made the ground shudder. The wind howled louder, swirling around the bad mind, twisting in a chaotic dance that reflected the storm in his heart. His voice, when it came, was like thunder, shaking the very air. "You are weak, brother," he roared, his voice filled with venom. "You speak of balance, of peace, but you are nothing but a fool. The world is mine to shape, mine to command. No more waiting, no more balance. Only power. Only chaos." The good mind stood firm, his face serene. He did not flinch at the storm or the rage in his brother's voice. Instead, he spoke softly, but his words cut through the storm like a blade of truth. "I do not seek power, brother," he said. "I seek harmony. The world is not ours to break. It is ours to protect. You've seen what chaos has done, what it has cost. Can you not see? We are the same, you and I, but our paths have diverged." A flash of pain flickered in the bad mind's eyes, but it was quickly buried beneath the weight of his fury. "You are nothing like me. You are weak. Your world of peace and balance is a lie. I will make the world mine, and there is nothing you can do to stop me." The wind howled louder, the earth beneath their feet cracking and breaking. The trees bent as if in mourning. And then, with a deafening roar, the bad mind charged. The ground seemed to split beneath him, the force of his power cracking the very earth. His hands glowed with an otherworldly fire, flames licking at his fingertips, hungry for destruction. But the good mind was ready. With a single gesture, he called upon the elements, his hands raised high. The earth trembled in response, stones rising from the ground to shield him. The wind calmed, swirling into a gentle breeze around him. The fire, once wild, tamed itself at his command, its heat now tempered into warmth. The clash between the two was like a storm unleashed upon the world. The bad mind's attacks were fierce and uncontrolled, his rage pouring out in every strike. But the good mind, with every movement, responded with grace and balance, his every action a reflection of the harmony he sought to protect. For each blow that came his way, he countered with calm and precision, not with force, but with the wisdom of 1,000 years. The battle raged on, each strike a thunderclap in the heavens, each movement an echo of the choices both had made. The wind howled, the ground cracked, the sky wept as the twins fought, not just against each other, but for the very soul of the world they had both helped shape. And then, in a moment of stillness, when the wind seemed to hold its breath and the earth itself was quiet, the good mind spoke again. "You do not have to do this, brother," he said, his voice low but steady. "You do not have to walk this path of destruction. It is not too late." For a brief moment, the bad mind faltered. His eyes, wild with fury, softened, just for a heartbeat. But then the storm returned to his heart, and he roared in defiance, a sound so primal it shook the earth. "You think I can turn back?" he spat, his voice a bitter laugh. "I've come too far. The world is mine to control." The sky darkened further, and with a final cry, the bad mind unleashed his full fury. The earth cracked open, and flames erupted from the ground, scorching everything in their path. The good mind, his heart heavy, knew this would be the moment that decided it all. With a single gesture, he called upon the heavens, the earth, the water, the fire, all the elements that had shaped the world. They responded to his call, not with force, but with unity. The fire bent, the water rose, the earth shifted, and the wind blew with a power that shook the heavens. For a moment, time itself seemed to stop. And then, with a final, crushing blow, the two forces collided. The world held its breath. The storm cleared. The winds died down. The earth stilled. The twins stood at the center of it all, their bodies battered, their spirits weary. They had fought for the soul of the world, and now, at last, there was silence. It was over. But neither of them was victorious. The battle had raged for what felt like an eternity, the clash between the twins echoing through the very bones of the earth. The world trembled under the weight of their fight, a fierce tempest that threatened to tear apart everything in its wake. But now, in the stillness that followed, the ground lay broken and silent, as though the earth itself had surrendered. The storm had passed, the winds no longer howled, and the sky, once a deep and threatening black, began to lighten, the first hint of dawn creeping through the cracks in the darkness. The good mind stood alone now, his body battered, his heart heavy, but unwavering. The fires that had raged were now nothing but smoldering embers, the winds that had whipped across the land now gentler, carrying the scent of earth and renewal. He had not won through brute force. He had won through patience, through understanding, through the quiet strength of wisdom. The chaos that had consumed the land, that had torn apart the very fabric of existence, was now beginning to unravel. But it was not gone. Not yet. There was still work to be done. His brother, the bad mind, lay in the center of the shattered ground, his form a stark contrast to the peaceful calm that surrounded him. The fire that had burned so fiercely within him had been extinguished, leaving behind only the cold remnants of what had once been. There was no joy in the good mind's victory. No triumph in seeing his brother brought low. Only sorrow. With slow steps, the good mind approached the fallen form of the bad mind, his heart filled with a mixture of grief and compassion. This had never been the way it was meant to be. They were twins, born from the same earth, formed from the same love, meant to work together to shape the world. But somewhere along the way, they had lost their way. The good mind knelt beside his brother, placing a hand on his shoulder, the touch soft, almost tender. There was no anger in him, no resentment, only the quiet sadness of what had been lost. He had done what was necessary to restore balance, to protect the world from the destructive forces that had been unleashed. But he had not wanted this. He had not wanted to see his brother fall, to see the darkness within him consume everything. "You could have been so much more," the good mind whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "You had the power to build, to create, to bring peace. But instead, you chose this." The bad mind stirred, his eyes flickering open, though they were clouded with pain. For a moment, there was no recognition in his gaze, only the hollow emptiness of defeat. Then, slowly, as the last remnants of his fury began to fade, a flicker of something akin to regret, passed through him. You were always the stronger one," he rasped, his voice hoarse, barely a whisper. "I wanted to be like you. I wanted to protect the world, but I couldn't control it. I couldn't control myself." The good mind said nothing at first, simply watching his brother, feeling the weight of his words settle in the air between them. There were no answers that could heal the wound of what had been lost, no magic that could undo the destruction the bad mind had caused. But there was still hope. There was still time. "You don't have to be lost," the good mind said gently, his voice filled with a quiet strength. "You can still choose. The path may be long, but it is never too late to change, to find peace." For a long while, the bad mind did not respond. The world around them seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something to happen, for a decision to be made. The earth was still and silent, the sky now a soft, pale blue, the first rays of sunlight filtering through the clouds. The air, which had once been thick with anger and fear, now felt lighter, as though the weight of the battle had been lifted. And then, as if by some unseen force, the bad mind's hand reached up, trembling, toward his brother's. It was not a grand gesture, not a dramatic moment of reconciliation. It was simple, raw, and honest. In that moment, the chaos that had once consumed him began to slip away, piece by piece, as if the storm within him was slowly being calmed. The good mind took his hand, holding it with gentle reassurance, not out of triumph, but out of understanding. The two brothers sat in silence, the world around them beginning to heal. The ground, cracked and broken from their battle, began to shift, the earth working its way back into place, healing itself as if the land too had recognized the need for restoration. The wind, no longer a wild force of destruction, became a soft breeze, carrying the promise of new beginnings. The fire that had once burned so hot and fierce now flickered in the distance, a calm flame that cast a warm, golden light. The bad mind looked up at his brother, his eyes no longer filled with anger or bitterness, but with something else, something deeper. There was no apology in his gaze, no grand declarations of regret. There didn't need to be. The quiet acceptance between them spoke louder than words ever could. I don't know if I can change," the bad mind murmured, his voice trembling. "But I'll try. For the world. For you." The good mind nodded, his heart swelling with a quiet hope. It was not the end, not yet. But it was a beginning. A new path, not just for his brother, but for the world they had both fought for. They would rebuild. Together. In the distance, the first rays of the sun pierced through the clouds, casting long shadows across the land, painting everything in a golden light. The world had been through its darkest hours, but now, with the victory of the good mind, the world had a chance to heal. The battle between chaos and harmony was far from over. But for now, the sun had risen, and the first steps toward peace had been taken. The earth had been bruised, the sky torn apart by the winds of chaos. But now, there was a quiet stillness that had settled over the land. It was as if the world itself had paused, taking a breath, unsure of what to do next. The ground, once shattered and scorched by the fierce battle between the twins, had begun to heal. Cracks filled with rich green moss, and flowers bloomed where fire had once scorched. It was a miracle, this slow, steady return to life, but it was not without its cost. The good mind stood on a cliff overlooking the vast valley below, his eyes watching the sun rise, the light spreading across the earth in delicate tendrils. It was the first real dawn in what felt like an eternity. The shadows, the chaos, the fear, they were finally receding, leaving behind a world that was tired, but hopeful. Still, there was work to be done. The balance had been restored, but it was fragile, like the first breath after a storm. Beside him stood the bad mind. His face had softened, no longer the hardened mask of rage and defiance. It was clear now that he was no longer the force of destruction he had once been, but the weight of his past mistakes still lingered in his eyes. They had both seen things they could never forget. And yet, despite it all, here they stood together, at the dawn of something new. "You've made it," the good mind said quietly, his voice steady but with a trace of something deeper, something that could have been hope or relief. "You've chosen peace, even when it seemed impossible." The bad mind didn't reply at first. His eyes scanned the horizon, his thoughts somewhere far away. He wasn't sure what peace truly meant, not yet. It felt like an unfamiliar land, a place he had once feared, but now, it was all that seemed worth fighting for. "I don't know how to do this," the bad mind confessed. "I don't know if I can ever be right again." The good mind's hand rested lightly on his shoulder. "It's not about being right," he said. "It's about finding the way forward, together. We all have to learn to live with what we've done. But we don't have to do it alone." In the silence that followed, they both stood, feeling the world around them settle into its new rhythm. The earth seemed to hum softly, as if it too was regaining its strength. The winds, once wild and untamed, were now gentle and warm, whispering secrets of renewal. In the distance, the trees, scarred by fire, began to stretch toward the sky once more, their leaves green and vibrant. Even the river, which had been tainted by the storms, now sparkled, its waters flowing smoothly once again. The balance was not perfect, but it was enough. And that was all they needed. The good mind turned his gaze to the horizon, where the mountains met the sky. There was a quiet power in the way the earth was healing, the way the world was slowly finding its way back to harmony. It was a process, slow and deliberate, but it was happening. And that, in itself, was a triumph. "You know," the good mind said softly, "it wasn't just us who fought for this. The earth fought too. The winds. The water. Everything had a part to play. It's never just one thing that brings balance, it's everything working together." The bad mind nodded, his eyes finally meeting his brother's. There was a weight there, but also something else. Understanding. The recognition that he had been part of something far greater than himself. He was part of the earth, part of the wind, part of the balance. And though it terrified him, it also gave him hope. "I've spent so long thinking I was different," the bad mind said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Thinking I had to fight against everything, against everyone, to make my mark. But now, I see. We all have a role to play. It's not about winning or losing, it's about the world. It's about all of us." The good mind smiled, a rare, small smile. "Exactly. It's about all of us. We have to protect each other, work together. That's the only way we can make this last." The moment felt heavy with meaning, the kind of meaning that can only come after a storm has passed. There was still much to do, rebuilding, repairing, healing, but it was not a race. It was a journey, a careful, steady one. And for the first time in what seemed like forever, there was no rush. There was no urgency, just a quiet understanding that peace would not come quickly, but it would come if they allowed it. As the two stood together, the world around them began to settle into a new rhythm. The trees, which had been torn and burnt, now grew strong and tall, their branches reaching out in an intricate dance of life and growth. The river flowed once more, its waters clear and pure. The winds no longer howled, instead, they whispered of renewal, of quiet strength. Even the sun seemed to shine brighter, its light warm and steady. It was as if the world was exhaling, breathing again for the first time in so long. The earth had been scarred, but it was healing. And in the same way, the twins had been scarred. But they, too, were healing. The bad mind looked at his brother, his heart full. "I don't know what the future holds," he said, his voice firm now, "but I want to make it right. I want to help. I don't want to be the cause of destruction anymore." The good mind nodded, his hand once again resting on his brother's shoulder. "And you will. We all will. It will take time, but we're all in this together." And so, under the warmth of the sun, the earth began to heal, the balance restored. The storm had passed, the darkness had receded, and the world now held its breath, waiting for the next chapter. It would not be easy, and there would be challenges ahead, but for now, the harmony had returned. The world was whole again. As the last remnants of the storm faded, the earth seemed to hold its breath. The winds had quieted, the fires had extinguished, and the once scorched land now breathed in new life. Yet, amidst the healing world below, one figure stood, her eyes turned toward the sky. The Sky Woman, whose presence had shaped the world with her very being, now faced a choice. Her journey was not over. The wind gently stirred her hair as she stood at the edge of the mountainside, gazing upward, her heart heavy with the weight of the task ahead. She had walked the earth for many lifetimes, nurtured it, shaped it, and witnessed its pain. The world had been born from her, but now, it was time for her to return to where it all began. She could feel it, the pull of the sky, the call of the stars, the quiet promise of a place she had once called home. The sky world awaited. Her heart ached at the thought of leaving the earth, the world she had lovingly cared for. Yet, she knew that her work here was done, for now. The earth had its own strength now, its own pulse, its own life. It no longer needed her constant presence. But the journey ahead, toward the sky, toward the endless expanse, was a path only she could walk. And though the thought of it filled her with uncertainty, there was no turning back. The Sky Woman stepped forward, her feet barely making a sound as they touched the earth beneath her. The ground seemed to soften, as if it, too, was reluctant to let her go. She paused for a moment, her hands resting on the cool, soft soil, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath her fingertips. The earth had always been her connection, her anchor. It had been her home, her purpose, her heartbeat. But the sky was calling. And she could not ignore its voice. The air around her shifted as she lifted her gaze once more. Above, the sky stretched infinitely, a canvas of swirling clouds and the soft glow of distant stars. It was vast, endless, and full of mysteries. She had once belonged to it, had once floated among the clouds, free and unbound. It had been her birthplace, her home before she had descended to the earth to give birth to life. And now, it was time for her to return. The first step was the hardest. She raised her arms to the heavens, feeling the breeze stir around her, as though the sky itself reached down to meet her. Slowly, almost as if the world itself was holding its breath, she began to rise, her feet lifting from the ground, her body floating upward. The earth whispered its goodbyes, the wind carrying its soft murmur of farewell. With each breath, the Sky Woman ascended higher, her body becoming lighter as she moved further from the earth. She could feel the weight of the world falling away, the heaviness of its suffering, its battles, its tears. Each step upward took her farther from the pain, from the chaos, from the scars of the earth. It was a relief, but also a sorrow. For the earth had been her home, and leaving it behind felt like severing a part of her soul. But she knew this was her path. It was time. As she climbed higher into the sky, the world below grew smaller, the colors blending into a patchwork of greens and browns. The mountains, the rivers, the fields, all faded beneath her as she continued to rise. The air grew thinner, cooler, and yet, with each breath she took, she felt herself becoming more at peace. There was a quiet within her, a calm she had not known in centuries. Her body was weightless, and her mind was clear. The turbulence of the earth, the struggles of the battle, the confusion, none of it mattered now. It was just her, the sky, and the infinite expanse above. She could feel the sky reaching for her, enveloping her in its soft embrace, welcoming her back. But there was something else, something she hadn't expected. As she ascended, she felt the presence of her ancestors, the ones who had walked this path before her. Their spirits filled the air around her, their whispers like a soft wind, guiding her, urging her on. They were with her, just as they had always been, reminding her of the strength she carried within her. The Sky Woman closed her eyes for a moment, feeling their presence, their love, their wisdom. They had walked this path before, had made this journey, and now it was her turn to follow. She was not alone. She never had been. Her heart swelled with gratitude, her spirit soaring alongside theirs. With each passing moment, the sky around her grew brighter, more alive, as if it, too, was celebrating her return. The stars above twinkled with newfound brilliance, and the clouds swirled in a dance of light and shadow. The sky was not just a place, it was a living, breathing entity, and now, it was home once more. And then, she reached it. The Sky World. It was not a place that could be seen with the eyes, but felt with the heart. It was a space beyond time, a realm where past and future converged, where all things were held in perfect balance. Here, there was no pain, no sorrow, no conflict. Here, only peace remained. As she settled into this sacred space, she felt a profound sense of completion. Her journey had come full circle. She had given life to the world below, had shaped the land, the waters, the creatures. And now, she had returned to her source, to the place where all things began. The Sky Woman gazed down one final time, her eyes soft with love and longing. The earth was beautiful, its heart beating strong, its future uncertain but filled with possibility. And as she looked at it, she realized that the work she had done was not the end, it was just the beginning. The earth had its own life now, its own path to follow, and it would continue to grow, to heal, to find its way. She closed her eyes, her spirit settling into the sky, knowing that though she had left the earth, she was not truly gone. She would always be a part of it, just as it would always be a part of her. The Sky Woman had returned to the sky world, but her love, her strength, and her essence would live on in the world below. Beneath the endless sky, the earth stirred as though it breathed. The soil hummed softly, carrying whispers of life that rippled through the roots of ancient trees and the veins of rivers that flowed like blood. The land was awake. It had always been awake. But now, it pulsed with something more, a quiet, sacred energy that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the one who had shaped it. The Sky Woman's touch lingered in every corner of the earth. Her presence had not faded, it had only transformed. It rested in the wind that brushed against the leaves and in the waves that kissed the shore. It moved through the earth like a living spirit, connecting all things, roots to rivers, mountains to skies, and creatures to one another. The earth was alive, not just in body but in spirit. And every tremor, every bloom, every cry of a newborn creature carried the memory of her. The ground trembled softly as if responding to a hidden rhythm. It was not fear, nor anger, but something ancient stirring deep within. It was the same force that had split mountains and carved valleys when the world was young. It was raw, untamed, yet cradled by the gentleness of her light. The earth held her essence, and her energy seeped into every blade of grass and every droplet of rain. A storm began to gather far on the horizon. Dark clouds rolled in, and thunder growled low, but there was no fear in it. It was not destruction, it was creation. The earth called to the sky, and the sky answered. The heavens opened, and rain fell, drenching the land as if baptizing it anew. Each drop that touched the ground carried the weight of her blessing. Flowers bloomed in places that had been dry and barren. Streams overflowed, their waters weaving new paths through the soil. The earth rejoiced in the storm's touch, drinking deeply from the sky's gift. But as the rain softened, something stirred in the silence that followed. The earth seemed to hum, a sound so faint it was almost impossible to hear, yet it pressed against the heart like a heartbeat. It was alive, not just in movement but in thought and feeling. The animals sensed it first. The wolves lifted their heads to the moon and howled, their voices echoing across the valleys. The birds rose in flocks, their wings slicing through the sky as though drawn to something unseen. Even the smallest creatures, ants, beetles, and spiders, moved with purpose, as if they, too, could feel the earth's pulse. The trees swayed, their roots sinking deeper into the soil as though reaching for something hidden beneath the surface. It was not just the land that was alive, it was the air, the water, the stones. Everything pulsed with a force that could not be touched but could be felt in the marrow of one's bones. It was the Sky Woman's energy, woven into the fabric of the world, breathing, moving, living. The rivers began to sing, their currents dancing over rocks and carving pathways through the earth. They carried stories, whispers of the past, and promises of the future. Those who listened closely could hear them, the voices of ancestors, the songs of spirits, the laughter of the Sky Woman herself. Her reflection shone in every ripple, in every glimmer of sunlight that touched the water's surface. In the stillness of the night, the stars mirrored the earth below. They glittered like scattered seeds, reminding the world that the Sky Woman had not truly left. She was in the sky, watching, guiding, but she was also here, rooted in the soil and woven into the breath of every living thing. Her light shimmered in the glow of fireflies and danced in the reflections of the moonlit lakes. The mountains stood like sentinels, ancient and unyielding, their peaks reaching for the heavens as though yearning for her touch. They carried her strength, her resilience. When the winds howled through their cliffs, it was her voice that echoed, firm yet gentle, reminding the earth of its purpose, its balance. Even in the deepest caves where sunlight never touched, her energy lingered, cradling shadows and guarding secrets older than time. Beneath the surface, where roots twisted and stones slept, the earth's heartbeat grew stronger. It carried the memory of creation, the moment when she had fallen from the sky and touched the ground for the first time. That touch had birthed life, and now it flowed through the veins of the earth, unbroken and eternal. In the forests, the trees whispered her name. Their branches stretched toward the sky, reaching for her light, while their roots sank into the soil, clinging to her warmth. Leaves rustled as if speaking to one another, carrying messages the wind spread across the land. And the animals listened. They gathered in quiet reverence, their eyes reflecting the glow of the stars above and the firelight below. Even the stones, cold and unmoving, bore her mark. Their cracks and crevices told stories of time, of change, of survival. Some had been shaped by the waters, others by fire, but all carried the weight of her touch. They stood as monuments, silent witnesses to the earth's evolution, holding the memory of her presence like ancient guardians. When the sun rose again, its light touched the land like a blessing, igniting colors that had been hidden in the night. Flowers opened their petals, and birds filled the air with song. The earth seemed to sigh, as though awakening from a long and peaceful sleep. But beneath its stillness, it was alive, always alive, carrying her spirit in every grain of sand and every breath of wind. The Sky Woman's reflection was everywhere, in the smallest dewdrop and the mightiest storm. She had given the earth more than life, she had given it a soul. And though her body had risen to the heavens, her energy remained, eternal and unbroken. The earth was not just a creation. It was a living being, a reflection of her divine essence, pulsing with the same breath that had shaped it in the beginning. The earth trembled as the first leaves of autumn fell, spinning through the air like golden embers. The wind carried them gently, as though it knew their time had come. There was no sadness in their descent, only a quiet surrender, a letting go that felt both fragile and powerful. The forest watched, silent and knowing, as the branches stretched toward the fading sunlight, already preparing for the cold that would follow. Beneath the surface, roots twisted and turned, drawing strength from the soil as if drinking from a hidden well. The earth seemed to hum, its heartbeat steady even as the world above began to change. Seeds buried deep in the ground waited, their shells hard and unbroken. They knew their time would come, but not yet. The ground cradled them like secrets, keeping them safe through the cold nights that lay ahead. The rivers did not stop. They carved their paths through rock and earth, their waters carrying fallen leaves and scattered petals. The sound of their flow was like a song, constant and unending. It whispered promises of renewal, of life waiting to rise again. Even when the rivers froze and their surface turned to glass, the currents below kept moving, unseen but unstoppable. The animals moved in rhythm with the earth. Some burrowed deep, curling into themselves as the cold crept closer. Others gathered food, their bodies growing heavier to survive the long winter. Birds took to the skies, their wings beating against the wind as they flew toward warmer lands. They left behind empty nests, delicate and broken, yet full of promise. When the time came, the nests would hold life again. The skies darkened earlier with each passing day. The stars emerged, scattered like sparks across the blackness, and the moon rose high, its light casting silver shadows. The world seemed to pause, holding its breath as if waiting for something unseen to stir. And then, the first frost arrived. It crept over the fields and forests, leaving the ground hard and brittle. Flowers withered, their petals falling like tears, but even in their fading, they left behind seeds, tiny vessels of life buried in the frozen earth. Time moved slowly, each moment heavy with the weight of endings. Yet beneath the stillness, life continued. The trees stood tall, their bare branches reaching upward, unafraid of the cold. The earth held its breath, but it did not sleep. It waited. It remembered. And when the first thaw came, it was like a breath released after being held too long. The ice cracked, melting into streams that fed the rivers. Buds appeared on the branches, small and fragile, but determined. The earth softened, and the seeds that had been buried began to stir. Tiny shoots broke through the soil, reaching for the sunlight that had returned. The world did not awaken all at once, but slowly, carefully, as though testing the air before stepping forward. Flowers pushed their way through the earth, their colors spreading like fire across the fields. Birds returned, their songs filling the air with melodies that had been missing for too long. The rivers ran faster, their waters clear and full of life. The animals emerged from their hiding places, thin and wary, but alive. The world stretched and shook off its slumber, ready to begin again. But creation was never still. It moved in circles, in patterns that repeated yet never stayed the same. The blossoms that opened in the spring would fall in the summer. The fruits that ripened in the warmth would drop and scatter their seeds. Life rose and fell, only to rise again. The earth did not mourn what it lost because it knew it would always return. The storms came without warning, tearing through the skies and shaking the ground. Lightning split the darkness, and rain poured down, washing away the old and clearing the path for the new. The earth welcomed the chaos, knowing that even destruction was part of the cycle. The fire that scorched the forests gave birth to richer soil. The floods that drowned the fields left behind new life. Nothing was ever truly lost. The leaves that fell became the earth that fed the roots. The rivers that dried returned with the rain. Even the trees that toppled in the storm left behind seeds that grew stronger in their place. Life did not stop, it changed. It grew. It remembered. The animals taught their young how to listen, to the wind, to the water, to the earth. They learned when to hide and when to rise, when to wait and when to run. They trusted the cycles, knowing that hunger would give way to plenty, that darkness would give way to light. Their lives followed the rhythms of the earth, and they moved with it, never against it. The people watched and learned. They marked the seasons with fire and song, honoring the earth's rhythms. They planted their crops in the spring and gathered them in the fall, giving thanks to the soil that fed them. They built shelters for the cold and danced beneath the stars when the warmth returned. They told stories of the earth's cycles, passing them down from one generation to the next, so that no one would forget. They saw the earth as a teacher, a guide, and a protector. They knew it was alive, not just in the trees and rivers, but in the stones and the winds. They treated it with reverence, knowing that to harm it was to harm themselves. They lived within its cycles, trusting that endings were never truly endings, but beginnings in disguise. And so, the earth continued to move. Seasons turned, rivers flowed, and stars shifted in the sky. Life rose and fell, but it never stopped. It danced in the rain and burned in the fire. It whispered through the leaves and roared in the storm. It waited in the stillness and leaped in the light. It was endless, unbroken, and alive. The sky darkened without warning, and the wind carried whispers that sent shivers down the spines of those who listened. The earth seemed to hold its breath, waiting. In the distance, the sun dipped lower, its light fading as if it had grown tired. Shadows stretched long and restless, and the trees stirred uneasily, their branches creaking like old bones. It was the day the earth changed. Long ago, the world was always warm, wrapped in the golden glow of endless summer. Flowers bloomed without end, rivers danced without freezing, and trees bore fruit so heavy their branches bent under the weight. The earth was alive, pulsing with color and sound. But beneath the beauty, something stirred, something restless and unseen. In the heart of the land, there was a goddess whose laughter made the fields burst with flowers. Her touch awakened seeds buried in the earth, and her voice calmed the rivers when they raged. She moved through the world like light itself, weaving life into every corner. Her name was whispered with reverence, and the earth bloomed in her presence. But she was not alone. Far below the earth, hidden in shadow, there was another force. Silent, cold, and watchful, he ruled the underworld where nothing grew. He saw the goddess from afar and longed for her light, for her warmth, for her life. Yet, he knew she would never come willingly to a place where roots withered and flowers turned to dust. One day, while the goddess wandered through a meadow filled with golden blossoms, the ground trembled. A crack split the earth, and darkness poured out. Before she could scream, hands as cold as stone reached up and dragged her below. The light in her eyes dimmed, and the warmth in her heart began to fade as the shadows swallowed her whole. Above, the earth mourned. The skies grew gray, the rivers slowed, and the flowers wilted. Trees shed their leaves in sorrow, and the winds carried cries of grief. The world grew cold, as if it, too, had lost its soul. The people gathered in fear, whispering prayers and lighting fires to drive back the darkness. But the goddess did not return. Beneath the earth, she sat in the halls of shadow, her tears turning to crystal where they fell. The one who had taken her tried to soften her sorrow, offering jewels that sparkled like stars and thrones carved from stone. But the goddess longed for sunlight and the smell of blooming flowers. She withered in the dark, and with her, the earth above continued to fade. The seasons changed for the first time. The endless warmth of summer gave way to chill winds and falling leaves. The people wrapped themselves in furs and huddled around fires, their faces lined with worry. Crops shriveled, and rivers turned to ice. The world they knew had vanished, and in its place, silence reigned. Desperate, the goddess's mother called out to the skies, begging for her daughter's return. Her voice reached even the gods, who looked down with pity but could not undo what had been done. The balance had been broken, and only a bargain could set it right. A deal was struck. The goddess would return to the earth, but only for half the year. For the other half, she would remain in the underworld, a queen among shadows. It was the only way to restore the balance and keep the earth alive. When she rose from the depths, the world rejoiced. Flowers bloomed again, rivers ran free, and the sun warmed the fields. Birds returned, singing songs of hope, and the people danced beneath the sky, grateful for the return of life. But the goddess carried the shadows with her. She had seen the underworld, felt its coldness, and tasted its sorrow. And when the time came for her to return below, the earth mourned with her. Leaves fell, skies darkened, and the rivers slowed once more. The cycle began. Life would rise and fall, bloom and wither, an endless rhythm. The people marked the changes with prayers and fires, celebrating the return of warmth and preparing for the cold that always followed. They understood that the earth, like the goddess, must rest before it could rise again. And so the seasons turned, each one telling the story of loss and return, of death and rebirth. Spring carried the joy of reunion, summer the fullness of life, autumn the quiet surrender, and winter the ache of absence. Yet through it all, there was hope, hope that the goddess would always rise, bringing light to chase away the shadows. The earth remembered. The rivers carved their paths deeper, the trees grew taller, and the seeds buried in the soil waited patiently for their time. The animals followed the rhythms of the seasons, trusting that what was lost would always return. And the people watched, their hearts beating in time with the earth's endless song. The goddess walked among them, her footsteps leaving trails of blossoms and her laughter filling the air. But her eyes held a shadow, a memory of the underworld that lingered even in the light. She knew she would return to it, but she also knew she would rise again. And so the seasons continued, weaving their patterns across the earth, carrying the echoes of her story. The flowers that bloomed would fall, and the rivers that ran would freeze, but they would always return. For the earth did not forget, and neither did the people. The forest stirred with whispers carried by the wind. Leaves trembled, and the earth seemed to hum softly beneath bare feet. There was life in every breath, every crackle of twigs, every drop of dew clinging to the blades of grass. The people had gathered in silence, their hearts heavy with fear. Illness had come to their village, and it moved like a shadow, unseen but felt. Mothers pressed trembling hands against the foreheads of their children, and fathers lit fires, hoping to drive the sickness away. An old woman stood at the edge of the clearing, her eyes fixed on the sky. She didn't cry like the others. She didn't beg or plead. Instead, she reached down and pressed her hands into the soil, her fingers sinking into the damp earth. She whispered to it, her voice low and steady, like a stream flowing over rocks. High above, the stars glimmered, and the wind shifted, carrying a scent that did not belong, a sweetness, earthy and rich. The old woman turned her face to the wind and closed her eyes. She could hear it now, the voice that spoke not with words but with feeling. It was as old as the world, yet gentle as a mother's lullaby. It called her deeper into the woods. The others watched as she disappeared into the trees, their fear tightening around them like vines. They wanted to stop her, to call her back, but something in her steps held them still. She was not afraid. The forest darkened as she moved deeper, but the path unfolded before her feet. The branches above swayed, but they did not block her way. She followed the voice, her heart beating faster with every step. It was then that she saw it, a clearing bathed in silver light. Flowers she had never seen before glowed faintly, their petals soft and trembling. Roots twisted together like veins beneath the earth, and leaves glistened with droplets that shone like stars. She knelt and placed her hands over the plants, feeling their energy pulse beneath her skin. These were gifts, not of this world but born from it. She felt the presence of the Sky Woman in that place, as if her spirit still lingered, watching, waiting. Tears filled the old woman's eyes, but they were not tears of sorrow. She touched one leaf, and the air around her warmed. She touched another, and her fingers tingled as if the plant itself had spoken. She knew what to do. Gathering the leaves and roots with careful hands, she whispered prayers of thanks, knowing they had been given not just for her people but for all who would walk the earth after them. When she returned, the village fell silent. The flames of the fires flickered, casting long shadows, but the air felt lighter, as if the weight of fear had lifted. She knelt beside the sick, grinding leaves and roots into a paste, mixing them with water drawn from the river. The bitter smell filled the air, and the people watched as she pressed the mixture against fevered skin and poured it between cracked lips. The night stretched on, and the fires burned low, but no one slept. They waited, eyes fixed on the horizon, hoping for a sign. And then, as the first light of dawn touched the earth, a child stirred. His breath came easier, and his skin cooled. A woman gasped, tears spilling down her cheeks as she clutched her son's hand. One by one, the others followed. The sickness loosened its grip, and life returned to their eyes. The people wept, not out of sorrow but gratitude. They gathered around the old woman, calling her blessed, but she shook her head and pointed to the plants she had carried back. "These are the true gifts," she said, her voice steady but soft. "They were given to us, not to own but to honor. They healed because they are alive, and we must care for them as they have cared for us." The people listened, their hearts stirred by her words. They planted the seeds she had brought, tending them with the same reverence they gave to their children. They sang songs to the earth as they worked, believing the plants could hear and grow stronger with their voices. Over time, the village changed. The plants became more than medicine, they became sacred. Leaves were burned to cleanse the air, roots were boiled to draw out sickness, and flowers were woven into crowns to mark celebrations of life and love. The people learned to listen to the earth, to understand its rhythms and respect its balance. Even when the old woman passed, her teachings lived on. They said her spirit walked through the fields, her laughter carried by the wind, and her hands still touched the plants that grew from the soil. The village flourished, not because they owned the gifts, but because they protected them. And so, the sacred plants continued to bloom, their roots reaching deep, their leaves stretching toward the sky. They carried the memory of Sky Woman, a reminder that life itself was a gift, not to be taken but to be cherished. The people passed the knowledge to their children, and their children passed it to theirs, weaving the story into prayers, songs, and whispers that lingered long after the fires burned out. The forest no longer felt like a place of fear. It was alive, breathing with the rhythm of the earth. The people entered it not with trembling steps, but with reverence, knowing the plants listened and the earth remembered. They touched the leaves and felt the pulse of life, a heartbeat that had begun long before them and would continue long after. The fire crackled, its flames dancing like spirits in the night. Shadows stretched across the circle, flickering against the faces of the people gathered. The drums began slowly, a low, steady rhythm that seemed to rise from the earth itself. It was not an ordinary night. It never was when they called upon her. An elder stepped forward, his weathered hands raised to the sky. The air around him felt heavy, charged with something unseen yet undeniable. He wore feathers woven into his hair and beads that rattled softly with his movements. He spoke, but not to those around him. His voice carried upward, through the smoke and stars, as if he was speaking to someone beyond their sight. They listened, their breaths held. The wind stirred, brushing against their faces, and some swore they felt fingers trailing through their hair, soft, gentle, like a mother's touch. The elder's words grew stronger, and the fire flared, casting golden light over the earth. A girl stood at the edge of the circle, her eyes wide, her heart pounding so loud she thought the others might hear it. She didn't know why she felt it tonight more than ever, the pull, the ache, as though something ancient and powerful had reached out and touched her soul. She wasn't supposed to stand so close, but her feet wouldn't move. The elder called for offerings. Hands reached out, placing bowls of berries, woven baskets of corn, and bundles of herbs near the fire. Smoke curled upward, sweet and rich, filling the air with its fragrance. The drums quickened, and voices rose in song. The girl's eyes burned as she watched. She felt something stir deep inside her, something she didn't understand. And then the elder turned and looked directly at her. "Come," he said. The word struck her chest like thunder. She hesitated, her breath hitching. But the elder didn't look away. The others stepped aside, leaving a path clear to the fire. She moved, her legs trembling with each step. When she stood before him, he reached into the pouch at his side and pulled out a feather, white as snow, smooth as silk. He held it out, his eyes never leaving hers. "This is hers," he said softly. "The feather of Sky Woman." She stared at it, her hands shaking as she reached out. The moment her fingers brushed against it, heat spread through her palms, up her arms, and into her chest. She gasped, but the elder held her steady. "But the stories are still here," she said, her voice suddenly sharp. "They live in us, in the earth, in the wind." She looked at each child, her gaze lingering just long enough to make them shift nervously. They live in you, she said. The girl with the feather swallowed hard. She could feel the old woman's eyes on her, but she didn't look away. The drums began softly, a heartbeat pulsing in the darkness. The old woman rose, her shadow stretching long and thin against the ground. She lifted her hands, and the others followed. Their voices rose, singing words the girl couldn't quite understand, but felt in her chest. The old woman moved closer, her gaze never leaving the girl. She reached out and touched the feather, her fingers brushing it lightly. "Do you hear her?" she asked. The girl nodded, her throat tight. "Good," the old woman said. "Then you will keep the stories." The words hit her like thunder. She wanted to protest, to say she wasn't ready, but the old woman was already turning back to the fire. The others joined her, their voices swelling, the drums growing louder. The girl sat frozen, the feather burning in her hands. She could feel it now, something alive, something ancient. It pulsed like a heartbeat, steady and strong. The old woman's voice rose above the singing. "Hold them close," she said, her words cutting through the night. "Speak them loud. The stories keep us alive." The flames leapt higher, and the girl closed her eyes. She could see it all, the tree, the light, the fall. She could see Sky Woman's hands planting seeds, could feel the earth trembling beneath her feet. She opened her eyes and looked at the others, their faces glowing in the firelight. And she knew. The stories were not just words. They were roots, digging deep into the earth. They were rivers, carving paths through stone. They were winds, carrying whispers across the sky. And she would carry them, too. The city pulsed with life, its streets humming with the sound of footsteps, car horns, and hurried voices. Neon lights flickered in the windows, reflecting off the rain-soaked pavement. Amidst the noise and movement, a young woman stood still, her hand pressed against the cool glass of a bookstore window. Inside, a display of ancient stories and myths caught her eye, stories of creation, sacrifice, and renewal. But one name seemed to echo louder than the rest. Sky Woman. Her reflection stared back at her, framed by shadows and light. She didn't know why the name felt so heavy or why it stirred something in her chest, but she couldn't look away. The book was old, its edges frayed, its cover worn smooth. Her fingers tingled as she stepped inside and reached for it. The pages felt alive, rough under her fingertips, and as she read, the world around her seemed to fade. She could almost see the roots twisting beneath her feet, feel the air hum with energy. The story began with a fall, with a woman who brought life to the earth when it was nothing but water. She planted seeds and sang to the soil, calling forth forests and rivers, breathing life into the ground. The woman blinked, her throat tightening as the words blurred. She thought of her apartment, a few plants in the window struggling to survive, dirt that dried too quickly, and leaves that wilted no matter how much she cared for them. She thought of the news reports, the fires raging in distant forests, the rivers drying up, and the air growing heavy with smoke. She turned the page, her pulse quickening. Sky Woman didn't despair. She planted anyway. She watered the soil with hope. The woman felt something stir inside her, a small ember pushing against the weight of doubt. She thought of her grandmother's hands, rough and withered from working the land, from planting tomatoes and braiding herbs. She remembered the songs her grandmother sang while pulling weeds, melodies that seemed to weave her voice into the earth itself. She closed her eyes and let the memory wash over her. In the distance, the rain had stopped. She stepped outside, the cool air brushing against her skin, and looked up at the sky. The city's lights drowned out the stars, but she imagined them there, hidden behind the haze. She walked without knowing where she was going, her thoughts tangled with the story. Sky Woman didn't plant seeds because it was easy. She planted them because it was necessary. She planted them because something within her refused to let the earth remain empty. The woman found herself in a small park, the grass damp beneath her shoes. She knelt down, pressing her palms into the earth. It felt cold and tired, but not lifeless. She dug her fingers into the dirt, breathing deeply. She thought about how the story wasn't just about beginnings. It was about care. It was about tending and trusting. She thought of the roots beneath her, unseen but strong, holding the earth together. And she wondered how many others had forgotten to kneel and touch the ground, to listen. Her hands shook, and she didn't know if it was from the cold or something deeper. But she stayed there, pressing closer, letting the dirt stain her skin. The next morning, she went back to the bookstore. She bought seeds, tiny, fragile things that felt impossibly light in her hands. She planted them in small pots and lined her windows with them. She watered them, whispered to them, and waited. Weeks passed, and the first sprout broke through the soil. She cried when she saw it, her chest tightening as if the little green shoot had reached out and wrapped itself around her heart. She didn't know why it mattered so much, but it did. She started planting more, not just in her apartment but in abandoned lots and empty spaces. She brought others with her, strangers who became friends, friends who became family. Together, they cleared trash, turned dirt, and planted seeds. And as the plants grew, something else did too. Hope. She started hearing the story of Sky Woman everywhere, in classrooms, on podcasts, and art exhibits. People were talking about it again, sharing it like a flame passed from one candle to another. A group gathered at the park one evening, singing songs she didn't recognize but somehow understood. They danced, their bare feet sinking into the earth. She stood at the edge, watching, until someone pulled her in. The drums beat like a heartbeat, steady and strong, and for the first time in years, she felt grounded. She thought about Sky Woman, about the fall, about the planting. And she thought about the world now, broken but still alive, still reaching for light. The story wasn't ancient. It wasn't something lost in the past. It was here, in every hand that touched the soil, in every voice that called out to the earth. It lived in the cracks of concrete where flowers pushed through, in the roots that refused to stop growing. "She is here," he whispered. The word sent chills down her spine. She closed her eyes, and in the darkness, she saw it, the tree, its branches stretching endlessly toward the heavens. She saw hands reaching out, not with fear but with love. She saw light, warm and golden, and heard a voice, faint yet familiar, like a memory she couldn't quite grasp. When she opened her eyes, tears streamed down her cheeks. The feather glowed faintly in her hands, and the elder smiled. "She walks with us still," he said, turning back to the others. The drums grew louder, and the people began to dance, their feet pounding the earth in rhythm with the heartbeat of the world. The girl stood frozen, her pulse racing as she watched the flames leap higher, the shadows weaving and twisting like spirits drawn to the music. A woman stepped forward, her face painted with symbols of earth and sky. She carried a bowl filled with water, and she knelt before the fire, pouring it out slowly, her voice rising in prayer. The water hissed as it touched the flames, sending up a cloud of steam that shimmered in the light. And then it happened. The wind swept through the clearing, lifting leaves and feathers into the air. The fire flickered but did not die. Instead, it pulsed, glowing brighter, as if answering the prayers. The people fell silent, their eyes wide with wonder. The elder raised his arms. "She is with us." The words rang out, and the people cheered, their voices lifting into the night. They danced harder, their movements wild and free, no longer bound by fear or doubt. The girl stood at the edge of it all, clutching the feather, her heart pounding. And as the night stretched on, she felt it, soft and faint but unmistakable. A presence, warm and comforting, wrapped around her like a cloak. She closed her eyes and breathed deeply, letting it fill her. The songs carried on until dawn, and as the first light touched the horizon, the people knelt, pressing their hands to the earth. They whispered their thanks, not just for what they had, but for what they knew would come. The elder approached the girl, his eyes kind but heavy with meaning. "She chose you," he said. Her throat tightened, but she nodded, clutching the feather to her chest. She didn't understand what it all meant, not yet, but she felt it. The same energy that had stirred the fire, that had swept through the trees and carried their prayers into the sky, now lived inside her. And as the people slowly rose, their faces filled with hope and awe, the girl knew one thing for certain: Sky Woman had never left them. She was there, in the earth beneath their feet, in the wind that carried their voices, and in the fire that refused to die. The fire burned low, its embers glowing softly against the dark. Around it, the villagers sat in silence, their faces flickering in the warm light. The night carried a stillness that felt ancient, as though the world itself was listening. An old woman sat at the center, her hands withered, her eyes sharp despite the years carved into her face. She began to hum, low and steady, a sound that seemed to rise from the earth itself. The children leaned in, their breaths held, waiting for the story to begin. Her voice was soft at first, like the wind brushing through the trees, but it grew stronger with each word. She spoke of the Sky Woman, of the fall, of the great tree that opened the sky. Her words painted pictures that danced in their minds, branches stretching toward endless light, hands reaching out, the earth rising to meet her. The girl with the feather sat closest to the fire, her fingers gripping the gift tightly. She listened, her heart beating in time with the rhythm of the story. She had heard it before, dozens of times, but tonight it felt different. The words pulled at her, wrapping around her like vines, binding her to something far older than herself. The old woman paused, her eyes scanning the faces around her. She let the silence linger just long enough for the weight of the story to settle. Then she continued, her voice dipping low as she spoke of the twin brothers, one born of light, the other of shadows. She described their struggles, their battles, and the balance they brought to the world. A boy shifted nervously, his eyes wide. He clutched his knees, unable to look away. They say the Dark One still walks, the old woman said, her voice barely above a whisper. Waiting. Watching. The fire crackled, and someone gasped as a spark jumped toward the sky. The old woman's eyes flashed. But so does the light, she said, her voice steady now. And the light never forgets. The children huddled closer, their shoulders brushing as if contact could keep the shadows away. The girl with the feather didn't move. She felt the story settle into her bones, felt its weight press down on her. She had always thought of it as just that, a story. But tonight, it felt like something more. The old woman shifted, leaning forward, her voice dropping low again. She spoke of the earth, of the seeds planted by Sky Woman, and the gifts she left behind. She spoke of the sacred plants that healed and nourished, of the rituals that kept the balance alive. Her hands moved as she spoke, tracing patterns in the air. The children followed every motion, their eyes wide and unblinking. She spoke of the songs sung to the water and the dances that called the rain. She spoke of the spirits that walked among them, unseen but always present. And then her voice changed, softer, slower. She spoke of those who had forgotten, those who no longer listened to the stories. She spoke of land stripped bare, rivers choked with ash, and skies darkened by smoke. The fire seemed to dim, as if mourning her words. As the sun set and the singing faded, the woman knelt again, her fingers brushing the earth. She whispered words she couldn't explain, words that felt older than language. And somewhere, in the hum of the wind and the rustle of the leaves, it felt as though the earth whispered back. The sky cracked open like the first breath of dawn, and she fell. Sky Woman's descent was not a fall of despair but a surrender, a letting go. Her arms stretched wide as the winds carried her, and her heart pounded with both fear and purpose. She fell not into emptiness but into possibility, a world unborn, waiting for her touch. Beneath her, the waters churned endlessly, deep and wild, but they held no malice. They stirred with anticipation, sensing the arrival of something sacred. As she tumbled through the air, her tears scattered like seeds, droplets of life trailing behind her. The animals of the water saw her coming and rose to meet her. The great birds stretched their wings and cushioned her fall, their feathers brushing against her skin like whispers. The turtle emerged, ancient and steady, its shell glistening under the sky's fading light. It offered its back without question, without words, and she landed softly. For the first time, she touched the earth, not yet firm, not yet whole. The turtle's shell was her foundation, but the ground she would create had yet to grow. Sky Woman reached into the folds of her robe and drew out handfuls of seeds. They fell into the mud and disappeared, but she didn't hesitate. She bent low, pressed her hands to the dampness and began to shape the world. Each movement carried intention, each touch whispered life into the soil. The animals watched in awe, circling the growing land. They saw more than her actions. They felt her spirit moving through them, like wind stirring the trees. The otter brought her soft clay from the depths, the muskrat offered grains of sand, and the beaver carried branches and leaves. They did not know why they trusted her, only that they did. The land expanded slowly, spiraling outward, and Sky Woman sang as she worked. Her voice rose and fell with the rhythm of creation, and the earth drank in her melody. Flowers bloomed where her tears had fallen. Trees stretched upward where her footprints lingered. Each root, each leaf, each blade of grass carried a piece of her soul. But there was more to her work than beauty. Her hands dug deep, planting secrets within the earth. Beneath the blossoms, she buried strength. Beneath the rivers, she wove memory. The forests grew tall, but they bent with grace, reminding the world to endure without breaking. The wind carried her breath, a promise that life would always move, always change. Yet, even as she created, Sky Woman knew the earth would not remain untouched. She had seen it in her dreams, the cycles of growth and decay, the storms and fires, the footsteps of those yet to come. She planted not to keep the earth frozen but to let it live. Growth required endings. Creation required loss. She gave the world both light and shadow, knowing they would always dance together. When the first dawn broke, Sky Woman stood in the center of the world she had shaped. Her hands were stained with earth, her robe torn by branches, but her eyes shone with triumph. She had brought balance, a harmony of beginnings and endings. She knew she could not stay forever. The earth did not belong to her, it belonged to those who would inherit it. Yet, she left pieces of herself in every root, every leaf, and every drop of water. She sank into the soil, her spirit rippling outward, becoming part of the land she had birthed. The animals carried her story, their movements echoing her creation. The rivers sang her songs, their currents weaving her melody through the earth. The wind whispered her name, reminding all who listened that she had once walked among them. Generations passed, but her presence never faded. The people who came to live on the land felt her in their bones. They built fires and told her story, their voices rising into the night like prayers. They scattered seeds, sang to the earth, and danced beneath the stars. They called to Sky Woman, and in their rituals, she answered. Some saw her in the changing seasons, the slow death of winter and the rebirth of spring. Others saw her in the rain, the way it kissed the earth and brought life from dust. They carved her image into wood, painted her face on pottery, and wove her name into their songs. Mothers whispered her tale to their children as they braided their hair and pressed their feet into the soil. Hunters prayed to her before setting out, and healers called upon her spirit when tending wounds. Her story did not fade. It grew, taking root like the seed she had planted. Even now, when the world feels heavy and the earth trembles beneath concrete and steel, there are those who hear her voice. They feel it in the wind that brushes their cheeks, in the pulse of rivers that refuse to stop flowing. They remember the fall, not as a descent into ruin, but as a leap into creation. Sky Woman's tale is not one of endings. It is a story of beginnings, of finding life even in the empty spaces. Her spirit moves through the earth, through the hands of those who dig, plant, and heal. It lingers in the stories that refuse to be forgotten. The world may change, but her voice endures. It hums in the roots of trees and echoes in the rustling leaves. It rises in the heartbeat of those who kneel before the earth and offer their prayers, not with words, but with their hands, their labor, their love. And somewhere, in the quiet, where the earth meets the sky, she listens. The flames crackled in the center of the longhouse, casting shadows that danced along the wooden walls. Elders sat in a circle, their faces lined with the wisdom of countless seasons. Children huddled close, their eyes wide and eager. The fire flickered, and the voice of the storyteller rose, carrying words as old as the earth itself. They spoke of the Sky Woman, the mother of the earth, the one who fell through the heavens and brought life to the world below. Her name carried weight, a breath of reverence that filled the room. She was not a distant figure lost to time. She lived in the soil they tilled, in the water they drank, and in the songs they sang. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, echoing the rhythm of the story. It was said that Sky Woman's spirit lingered in the rustling leaves, watching over her creation. The people believed she moved through the seasons, guiding the growth of crops, the falling of rain, and the rising of the sun. During the planting ceremonies, women knelt in the fields, their hands pressing seeds into the earth. They spoke softly, words of gratitude carried on the breeze. Each seed was an offering to Sky Woman, a reminder of the gift she had given. Corn, beans, and squash, three sisters born from her legacy, grew side by side, their roots entwined like family. In the autumn, when the harvest filled their baskets, the people danced. They wore garments of feathers and beads, their feet pounding the earth in rhythm with the heartbeat of the land. Smoke spiraled upward from sacred fires, carrying prayers and thanks to the sky. They sang for the Sky Woman, calling her by the names only the wind knew. Mothers whispered to their daughters, teaching them how to braid their hair in strands as strong as the roots of the trees. They traced patterns in the dirt, showing them the cycles of planting and reaping. The earth is alive, they said, and Sky Woman's spirit watches. Fathers took their sons to the river, where the water ran cold and clear. They knelt and cupped their hands, letting the current flow through their fingers. This water remembers her fall, they said, and carries her blessings. Even in moments of hardship, the people turned to her story. When storms tore through the land, uprooting trees and flooding fields, they knelt in the mud and whispered prayers. They asked Sky Woman to calm the winds, to remind the earth of the balance she had given. Her legacy was woven into every thread of their lives. The grandmothers told stories of how she had taught the animals to share the world with humans. The hunters carried talismans carved with her symbols, believing she guided their footsteps. The healers gathered plants that grew where her tears had fallen, using them to cure sickness and mend wounds. In the stillness of winter, when the world seemed to sleep, they gathered in their longhouses to keep her memory alive. The drums beat softly, like the pulse of the earth beneath the snow. Voices rose and fell, telling the tale of the woman who fell but did not break, the woman who gave her life so that the earth could rise. They said her spirit lingered in the stars, her light shining through the darkness. On clear nights, the people looked upward, tracing patterns in the sky. They believed she watched over them, her eyes gleaming like fireflies in the heavens. The ceremonies that honored her were more than tradition, they were acts of connection. When they sang, danced, and prayed, they reached through time, touching the moment when Sky Woman first landed on the turtle's back. Children grew up hearing her name, carrying it with them like a heartbeat. They knew the earth was not just a place to live, it was sacred, a living reminder of her sacrifice. They planted trees to honor her and left offerings of corn and tobacco by rivers and streams. The people spoke of Sky Woman's teachings, lessons passed down like seeds carried by the wind. She had shown them that life required balance, that growth and decay walked hand in hand. They honored her by respecting the earth, by giving as much as they took. Even when the world changed and new ways threatened the old, her story endured. It whispered through the forests, rippled across lakes, and lingered in the smoke of fires. It was carried in songs sung softly at night and in prayers offered at sunrise. The people believed that as long as her name was spoken, she would never fade. They told her story not to keep her memory alive, but because they knew she had never truly left. She was there in every seed planted, every fire lit, and every drumbeat that echoed through the night. In the quiet moments, when the earth seemed to hold its breath, they felt her presence. They knew she was listening. And so they sang, they danced, and they prayed, their voices rising like smoke to meet her in the sky.